supporting, they are pro-Bali, and they go always, protest, support the Palestinians cases, other stuff. I respect. They are very kind people.
It's Israelis and Palestinians. It's Israelis and Palestinians.
Exactly.
This is what we need more of. We need more of this, like allyship.
That's correct. We need to organize also, they left leadership, I can organize such, charities. I don't want to call them military organization. I don't like organizations. Let's say we like charity. We make charity to support our case, in a peaceful way.
Jindeep,
It's good one. You got what I mean?
Jindeep, are you here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you help me explain to people how dire the situation is, and this is not the time to talk about kumbaya peace talks?
I don't know.
It is simple.
If you're referring to the character in the room, it's very frustrating.
Guys, the situation in the West Bank, I adore Jindeep, and I'm terrified for his safety, because the West Bank is the target now. They're closing in on everything. This is, as much as I appreciate the desire for dialogue and peace-building conversations, this is a different ballgame. We're in the midst of a full-on ethnical cleanse between the river and the sea. Everywhere that there is a Palestinian, they're putting the boot down. I don't know how to be more clear about this.
Yes, we agree.
We have to prepare.
I think 1940.
عصيان المدني الشامل.
Dude, you gotta be quiet. Sorry, I can't talk to you. Be quiet for a second.
عصيان مدني Prince.
What I find interesting here, as an observer, I'm trying to listen to Palestinians mostly. It's very interesting to hear all the diversity, and from on-the-ground Palestinians, non-on-the-ground Palestinians.
Shocking, it's with pluralism.
Ambrose, stop it. I'm not who you think I am. Stop it.
You literally embarrassed yourself right now.
Stop it. I didn't call them not human. What I said is it's helpful to hear the different views. Of course I knew they existed, but it's helpful to hear them because I don't necessarily go in those circles and have access. This is why I come here to listen. You don't know who I am. So fuck off.
Triggered much?
I like your profile picture, Caleb.
Everyone's for someone who's trying to unify everybody in hatred against it.
Like it. It's beautiful.
Nachman!
Very nice.
Ribono Shel Olam. Welcome to my live stream broadcast of the Ambrose Show and Buttercup, as well as Palestinian terrorists. You're not gonna believe this shit you're gonna hear. Crash outs. Hello? Hello? Welcome to the show! Hit the like button and subscribe right now! Good Fridays here! Hello? 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 Great Shabbos, everybody, shalom. It's almost Shabbos, just one more thing. Hello? Sorry, I had too much coffee this morning.
Lebanon and Syria and Jordan. Look beyond your river to the sea.
Yes, I am the Jewish master.
I am not. We actually literally are going back on.
Jewish Arabism, how's that? For fuck's sake, Ben, we were talking about something that happens right now. No, hold on.
Yes, man, Arabism can include Jew.
Right now, we are talking about something that has happened right now, literally to a friend sitting on the panel with us. Like in a few months, you might not be able to talk to him. Do you understand this? Or this is just a video game to you?
Oh no, it's not a video game to me to have my laptop. Right? It's not a video game to me to see my people. Which, by the way, I see the Palestinians as my people. I don't look at someone from Palestine and say, oh, you're a stranger or you're different. No, he's absolutely no different than me. In no way, shape, or form. Actually, if anything, some parts of Palestine are closer to me as a Damascene than, someone from Aleppo or Raqqa or Deir ez-Zor or
And how does that change the fact that a military that is after genocide is slowly closing on our friend Jindib here and 2.8 other million Palestinians in the West Bank?
Yes, and that military is like 20 kilometers away from Damascus, too. My homeland, where my family is. What does that matter to you? No, because it's not part of the river and the sea? Brother?
Yes, right now there are no tanks and bulldozers heading toward
There are literally tanks right outside of Damascus.
Okay, sure. Then I discriminate and I prioritize Palestinians. Sue me.
If we were in one state, I would.
Good luck.
I
I'll
thought
sue you under Sharia law.
the citizenship. I thought there was a pathway to
You can only take to Sharia law. And Sharia court in Israel only applies to Muslims. You can try to take them to a rabbinical court, but I'm Jewish, so I have supremacy there. You're fucked. Free Palestine.
And my homeland, in which thousands and hundreds and thousands of people are being killed, and no one talks about it. My homeland. How about that?
Actually, there's a group of Jews on here talking about it for 40 days now. Or however long it's been going on.
You remember me? You know,
Oh my God, baby. How you doing? Oh, baby, what? How you doing, bro?
you again. I'm happy.
I know it's my favorite person too. Butter, is he still flirting with you?
Every day. Nice party with Emrose too.
Oh, fuck. Oh, look at him, bro. You got 3 bites.
It's not flirting. It's
We're joking, we're being tongue in cheek. He's happily married. He's just adorable.
Do you know what happened in Jericho a few days ago?
What happened? Tell us.
That was a turning point. Settlers came with bulldozers. Usually when they come to bulldoze Palestinian houses, the military is involved. There's some sort of an official or pseudo-official representative there. But this time it was just 15 settlers with huge bulldozers that simply tore through an entire block in Jericho because nobody did shit. That's what we're facing everywhere. And Jindib is literally in the heart of that fucking hurricane.
Also, Judy's family, she went back to visit them. They have it hard. They live in like a refugee camp, so really things are really difficult. They've never really had good freedom of movement. They've always been like laden with checkpoints. There's literally like a settlement literally facing her home, and there's like soldiers pointing guns at her home. You know what I mean? Like this is her life.
What?
So she went back. She says now you really can't travel even between the village and the city. You have to like a 10-minute trip is now like a 2-hour trip. You know,
2 hours is a good scenario.
whereas like the settlers have
For all of us that
I saw a video of Bill Clinton today. He's been cited.
A lot of them, by the way,
Hello?
are checkpoints, right? It's just settlers that decided that they want to badger and harass Palestinians, so they do. And sometimes their checkpoints result in a 23-year-old woman, 8 months pregnant, shot dead because she looked funny at the crowd.
Yeah. And the link in the chat so people can keep up.
Ribono shel olam. Ribono shel olam. Ribono shel olam.
Assisted by the army, by the security forces, and they come in, they bulldoze wherever they want, they take over, and
Ribono shel olam.
We'll ask them, how can we help you?
This is called the Emrose Buttercup Show.
A few days ago, that settlers complained to the army about Palestinians coming to plow their agricultural properties. And Israel uses an Ottoman Empire decree from 1859 that states that if a landowner
Cultural.
doesn't tend or live on his land,
Keyword of the day is cultural appropriation.
the king or the ruler can take that land. And settlers were complaining that Palestinians were coming to plow their land. So the army can't subjectively decide what is real and what is not. You can't erase things that you said.
right?
I know, but this is what we're
Na na na
allowed to
Nachman.
perpetuate.
Na 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 Nachman. Oh, na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Yeah. Na 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 Nachman.
It's not about shutting them down.
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman.
You can't allow people to say
Na 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 Nachman. Oh.
it just doesn't.
So they could say it and then you respond.
Na na na.
Again,
Na, na, na,
that's
na,
what I'm saying.
na.
Don't be
There are followers of the Rebbe. Hello?
No, it's not. Reality is not subjective.
Na 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 Nachman. 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 Na 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 Nachman.
If we don't engage in conversation in good faith and at least trust that people
Hello?
have of ignorance and not bad intent.
But good
Hello?
faith also
Na na
includes
na.
integrity.
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman.
For what it is, literally, the proof is in front of you, and you still continue to say that up is down.
The proof
That is not
is in front of you.
integrity.
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na na Nachman. Na na Nachman.
There's a reason that Israelis and Palestinians between the river and the sea find it easiest to communicate because we don't have to explain every little detail. So the conversation can get deep and productive and interesting far faster. So we don't mind explaining everything you need to know, but you need to accept the fact that you don't know.
But I think you wanted to expand the conversation.
That is the premise. You have to admit that you don't know in order to be involved in the conversation.
Listen.
That means listen, don't talk. We are the disseminators and the source of the propaganda.
Plus two does
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na na Nachman.
and say it as if that's a legitimate argument.
I don't know anyone that said that. I didn't hear anyone say that.
Not, it just gave an example.
I think even if they say something that's wrong, like, I don't know, the sort of in America we're very liberal free speech.
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman.
That's not the
Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na 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 Nachman.
The Jewish neighborhood in
Hello?
Chicago, right?
Hello?
And this is sort of the basis
Na 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 Nachman.
and much of the West.
Na 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 Nachman.
In Chicago. Chicago.
Chicago, you said Chicago,
Skokie, Illinois.
Okay, that's why I got it confused. I thought it was,
It's like it's a suburb of it's a suburb of Chicago, yeah.
This is embarrassing. I've been saying Milwaukee for like a year. Okay.
But you get the idea. It's just that we have very little.
Yeah, but that's not-
We believe that if you have a bad idea, you counter it with a better with.
But it's not about ideas. It's about facts. Separate your personal interpretation of reality to what reality is. Yes, people can have different interpretations of reality, but we need to agree that up is up and down is down. Like that's the problem. You put actual reality in people's faces and they flat out ignore the fact that it's there. So that's not good faith. That's not coming with intellectual integrity to a conversation where you aim at learn and evolve.
I think
That's coming to a battle and using dirty methods to do it.
Emrose, I think you encounter a lot of because of the
That's projection.
the sort of milieu that you hang out with the Palestinians and Israelis. A lot of times, you know,
Hello?
to assume people's intentions. With not thinking that for most people, Israel-Palestine is not on the forefront of their mind and their experiences. So you assume Hasbarist intentions, and a lot of people, when they literally come from a completely different point of view, their cynicism is rooted in their own experience from their own country and their own politics. Sometimes they're dissenting, disagreeing with you, that's not the case at all. And so I think you have to just be a little more open-minded about
No,
people's
that's a different. I don't care.
Chinese people are not Jewish. They don't know about. They don't give a shit about Israel.
Do you know why it's easier to talk to the hardcore right wingers in Israel? Because there I call them rah-rah genocide crap, right? We both agree it's a genocide.
Rah genocide.
That they celebrate it, but at least I don't have to fight over reality. And that is the biggest problem. They ignore reality.
She doesn't have to fight over reality. She has to convince other people that her reality is the real reality.
No, I'm
attacks and they ignore it. I gotta feed these into Sora.
And they flat out behave as if it never happened. Or that the graphs is actually something that it's insane. It's insane. It's manufactured hallucinations. And I don't think you should be enabling it. I'm not saying these people should not talk, but be very, very, very diligent in making sure that you do not enable those like insane delusions.
Rose, I think when you hang around this app, you start to get to know people's backstories a little bit, and you start to understand their opinions, whether it's coming from ignorance or it's coming from, their own personal political. Like you start to understand a little bit more how the sentence is going to end, so before you interrupt that, right? And so I think if you get to know people, stick around on this app and listen a little more and get to know where people are coming from, you'll learn that people are motivated by a whole spectrum of things. And I think
It's not the motivation.
Like I can tell people's going down.
The motivation is propaganda and projection and conditioning. All communication is hypnosis. The Emerald Show. Hello?
There are nuances to everything, right? Some issues are black and white, such as the one we're dealing with at the moment, right? But even within those come nuances on very negligible levels. Even those we attend to because we allow for that freedom. Now, you can surely refute it if you have a good argument, if you're a rational person, such as yourself. But then one must be heard, is what Buttercup and I say. Allow for that hearing so as to refute it.
And you never know. And half the time, I think you sometimes leap to the way they're gonna end their point. Is when you only hear the first half, you often can't tell what their point is going to be, and it's easy to jump to conclusions based on your previous conversations. But I think if you get to know people a little bit, you'll realize that their intentions are not.
So someone lays out an argument for you, and let's say 2 paragraphs into the argument, he states a fact that is inherently wrong. Yeah, and I do interrupt. I don't have self-control when it comes to that. I fully acknowledge that. That's like a flaw in me that no matter how much I try, I cannot control. But it is what it is. Take it or leave it. The point is that you cannot keep bringing in about alternative facts. There has to be a way out of this. I've been talking about this for a year. It's impossible to have these conversations when people keep denying reality. We need to establish what it is.
People keep denying reality! It's impossible! 1 year I've been trying to convince people that my reality is the real reality. And nobody accepts my reality!
We agree on what reality is. If you can't agree on reality, then fuck it. Let's just burn the whole place down.
And then what's the point of engaging? You wanted to engage and create momentum.
Yeah, but I don't want to fight about reality. It's not about. There's no negotiation about
minutia.
reality.
You're calling people Osbarists over like little semantical differences.
Like what?
You have to let those things go. Like whether they use the word Palestinian Arab or they use the word Palestinian 48.
Okay, call them a Zionist over that, but I made sure that everybody knows that Israeli Arab is a derogatory term with a very specific intent behind it. It's extremely important to avoid using it. If Palestinian 48 wishes to refer to himself as a Palestinian Arab, but he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But I know what the intention behind that term means. And it's the same as you telling me, well, it's okay to use the N-word occasionally. It's just not.
You could use that.
N-word alert! N-word alert!
I understand the feeling. I absolutely
You
understand.
understand in ways that I will never understand.
But it's like you said, if you tell someone 2 plus 2 is 4, and they'll come back and argue, yes, it's 4, but, or it's not 4, it's 5. Basic facts, basic things are not accepted at their value. I understand. It's very frustrating. And the use of the term Israeli Arab is a little too much, huh? Now you can see right through the thing. You just don't see right through.
This is why I always point it out, because it's so evil and so little people are aware of it.
You just can't control people. It's good to make people aware, but you can't say you may not speak that way because
No, but it is a very good indicator for people's intentions. Because
I don't think so. I think people
to
ignorantly
hold
say
on.
it. People
Buttercup, no, Buttercup. But when I take the time to explain and I give the full rundown where it came from, what it was designed to do, how we can see the same policy applied in other practices, and they still cancel that. That's not good intentions. That's not integrity. That's gaslighting.
So Amrose, Jewish diaspora Jews, a lot of us are familiar with people, Arab, whatever you call, Palestinian Israelis, whatever.
Palestinian 48.
What is the only correct thing? Palestinian 48, the only correct term for them. They're aware.
With Israeli citizenship, it's
Okay, so that's allowed. So they don't know. They hear people describing themselves as Palestinian Arabs, so they think that are Arab Israelis, and they think that's fine. And so you telling them this is the correct term and this is not the correct term, it's kind of like it becomes like a little excessive.
so. What do you
Like
think?
I've never even in my life heard the term Palestinian 48. No one's ever used it in any context in a newspaper.
There's a reason. There's a reason for that. They know that if they identify as a Palestinian, there will be a price to pay. Don't forget, these are people under occupation.
So if a Palestinian himself told me that, I believe it, but no one ever has, and I know many Palestinians.
I don't know what else to say.
I trust you. I'll take your word for it, but no Palestinian has conveyed that to me.
Can you try to explain it? I've tried. Maybe it should come from a Palestinian.
Yeah, the frustrating part with Emrose, I think, is what Emrose is talking about is when you do not accept very basic facts, it becomes very hard and very cumbersome to have and engage in a meaningful conversation with anyone. Like a very basic.
No, but she's obsessed with the terminology. She says.
Explain to her what Arab Israel
Yeah,
is.
the term has been, well, listen, Emrose, I don't know, you're not old enough to remember the terms they used to describe us, people living in the West Bank. I remember the term they used to use, the inhabitants of the administered territories. I remember that term. Vividly clear. Well, because you're young. You're young. I'm much older than you. You're young. So they use those terms. We used to be called the inhabitants of the administered territories. That's what. So when they use the term Israeli Arab is to strip away, to deny the existence of the Palestinian people.
Yeah, so that's fine. So that's the better agreement.
Yeah.
Acknowledge Palestinianism.
And some of my arguments with people, I used to tell people, like, would you get a diarrhea if you call those people Palestinians? What would happen to you? What did you just call them Palestinians? Why you use
I don't think for most people it's intentional though. So if we get stuck on it,
This is the thing, right? Buttercup, we can never assess true intention. Okay, so I get the whole idea of like someone's intent or someone's prior whatever beliefs, systems, or opinions. I get that. But when, and I really sense too, the moment you remove identity or the way particular people want to call themselves, you have made them non-existent. This is the fucking problem.
And that's actually one of the things on display.
I want to expand on that for a second. There's an entire report that you wanted to listen to that the Saudi it's called the Divided Council policy. Part of that policy entails fragmenting the Palestinian society by not allowing Palestinians, for example, to identify as Palestinians, to have Palestinian insignia, to learn Palestinian history. You're removing them from the Palestinian away from their people. And that's one of the practices they use in order to implement the Divided Council policy. It's a very complex and long doctrine that they have used for years. You see the same doctrine being applied to Gaza, on the challenge of Abu Shabab, the Hebron Sheikh. There are many examples, but this is why this small terminology carries so much weight.
It does, and it works, and it has
To the point, but I agree. For who knows how long the history has been confined to a monotonous diet of rice, how amiable, docile, and affectionate as the race become in every part of India, where this is the case. The very diet of Europe is always posing problems to a man's pounds an item by his own supreme sacrifice on Calvary.
But it's like saying those
The idea of such suffering
It's like
is the
saying
same
those
as
two guys
too much
who
for
are
a
gassed.
soft-boiled
those
soul.
two guys who are gassed and gassed.
And all our striving is to create the delusion which deludes no
ever
one.
have a social
That our straw stuff stupidity is a living thing.
with
Poison gas.
It's something like that.
You have destroyed the
It's so
stamina of men
It's so
by easing the ordeals that you propose are not naturally imposed by the environment.
Not to you.
Well,
Palestinian
Zoe,
identity. Remember, you're like really nitpicking.
it's nice to feel. I'm bound to contradict myself.
Can I say something?
Right, I don't know about
If I tell the truth all the time, that is the climax of a curse.
Did you make these connections no one else is making?
If I refuse to be the big, blonde beast with brains, savage and strong, subtle and subtle, crafty and conscious, this clever, as I must be to survive, the very pity, sympathy, or even social sense of the belief that solidarity is safe. My morally superior act does not save suffering in the long run. Each individual is weakened by my loyal support. And the more we love, the more we injure those we love. Would dare oppose this, but with a smile that would not be suppressed, stealing about my lips, shaded with atheists and anarchists. They picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean in from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes.
sharing it. But if I share it, and no matter what I have as concrete evidence to back the claim, they shit all over it. That's not good faith conversation.
Okay, that's not hard to detect, Ambrose.
Well, Ambrose is facing a double-edged sword. On one side, she has the Zionists who know about this and reject her opinion, and on the other hand, she lives it
with
like,
atheists
and she knows
and
the inside and out
anarchists.
of what's
They
going
picked
on.
up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless
I do
lips.
understand. And when I came to Clubhouse, it's
I had no doubt
long amongst everybody else. I'm Greek originally, and and I speak Arabic. So I grew up in a culture where Palestine and the Israeli conflict has always been in conversations growing up, because I grew up amongst Palestinians, so I understand that. And Ambrose speaks it from living it, and it's been very difficult. The agenda has been to, for example, my cousin's kids in Texas, their books, before Tel Aviv before Jerusalem was determined to be the capital of Israel, they already had changed the textbooks in schools way back then that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Excuse me. There's so much. I mean, it's like a fish, it's like a salmon swimming upstream against all of this stuff. It's so difficult for you. But I would say, don't change your story. Your story is good. And from people like me, who I see you as a beacon of light for the Palestinian cause, I wish more people are like you, regardless of what the narrative or how you approach the issue. You're approaching it from the heart, basically. And I think that's a great thing.
I second that. I think you're speaking from the heart, and you're a treasure, and I hope you don't leave Clubhouse, and your perspective is deeply valued. And I think this conversation, helped us understand each other's perspectives coming from, even though politically we're aligned, I think sometimes we have differing views about how to communicate it. And I think that's why it's important to have these conversations, because I think it creates.
If we were completely aligned, I would be worried. That would indicate that there's a problem. If we didn't have, pluralism between the two of us.
Yeah.
People should not be always completely aligned.
I think on the basics, on getting rid of the occupation, on what the outcome should be, on justice for Palestinians, I think there's no daylight between us. Obviously, there's always going to be nuances.
I have a privilege that I have obligation to exploit. I am Jewish and I am Israeli, which gives me an ability to shed a light on the truth that other people cannot, right? Most of the Hasbara counterpoints I am immune to. They can't call me Nazi, they can't call me Hamas, even though they do, but they just look stupid when they do, so it doesn't matter. And I have obligation to do that, whether it's small like this or my 800 people spaces or what I do in my job that I can't talk about. But the point is, it comes down to actual acknowledging reality. And this is what we talk about at work all the time. Like, we are living in an age of fluent information, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time. But if there are voices, and it is Jewish privilege, it is Jewish supremacy. I acknowledge it. I use my privilege and supremacy in order to fight against it from within.
Just
And I have an obligation to do that because I'm
that's like when
privileged
he's
whether I
just
like
driving
it
by
or
living
not.
good
So I might
shit.
as well
It's
use it
just
to fight
weird.
the wrong.
These speakers are unstoppable. They will flush their
Information
existence.
is super important.
It's kind of
Facts are super
Julian as
important
well.
because if you look at the basis of this, how many times have you had conversations about this when you ended up arguing about some minuscule detail from 1954 about who said what to whom for 2.5 fucking hours, right? This is why there is the Witness Project by Lee Mordechai. We realized very early that one of the best things that we can do, because we can't stop the genocide, no matter how much we try, but we can damn well make sure that nobody can deny it. And nobody can say, I didn't know, and this is why I didn't do anything. We will make sure every fine, every legal detail is cataloged, registered in real time. And then when time comes for justice, Palestinians will have everything they need to get their justice. And this will finally be fucking over. But if you bring facts to the table and people look at it as if it's a unicorn or a flying monkey, then these people do not come in good faith.
I think I agree with you 100% that it's like urgent and there's a massive problem of disinformation in our society where people are living on two different realities with different sets of facts. I don't think the solution is shutting out those people. And then there's like a lot of people who are just confused, right? There's such an abundance of information and conflicting information, they don't know what to believe. I think the vast majority of people are right in the middle. And if they say something that is using the wrong terminology, or they omit a detail, or they accidentally, or they're focused on minutia that you think is irrelevant, I think in my experience on this app, in 90% of the time, it's not coming from a place of malice. It's not coming from a place of a negative intention. I think to be effective, we don't. I think we need to engage those people, not shut them down.
Yeah, but how many times can you give the same?
Sorry, you're cut out. You gotta go. We lost you.
Because they're never going to accept reality. They were never going to accept reality. They're just jerking you around. If people come in good faith, and a lot of people are confused and ill-informed to no fault of theirs, and I am more than happy to give them all the information they need. And I have the receipts for everything I say because I know my shit and I know this game. But if you provide all that, and they still stick to their guns and get like hysterical and attack, then no, then why waste time? Because they were never going to come to this conversation because they want to learn. If they wanted to learn, then they would actually take serious time to investigate what you have presented. But they don't. They just throw a fucking tantrum.
Can we provide if I bring up a specific example, and this is not to attack you or corner you, I think this is what really
they will flash their existence.
Because it clears some stuff up about where I'm coming from, where you're coming from. So yesterday, Zoni, who is a liberal by all accounts, he doesn't support the occupation. He thinks the occupation is illegal and needs to end immediately. He believes what's happening in the West Bank based on the decision by the ICJ is effectively apartheid. It's not exactly apartheid, but the same severity and it may as well be apartheid. and his interpretation of that ICJ ruling is literally the same as yours, effectively. There's no practical difference. He still thinks they are ordered or legally bound to remove themselves from the West Bank.
So,
It doesn't matter, and you're getting hung up on minutia. Why?
no, what I'm getting hung up, that respectfully to, his name of it, Delaney, it's unintentional. What I find frustrating, I have my own interpretation, Delaney has his own interpretation. But respectfully, none of us matter. Because every fucking person who works in this, does this for a living, has the same interpretation. The ICJ ruled apartheid and racial segregation. We went over the details. We can go over the details again. But even if we have a disagreement, if you don't have the intellectual integrity to say, well, respectfully, with how much I review myself and how much of whatever, I might have an IQ of 240. Don't think that's not even an IQ, but you get my point. But you still ignore the fact that every interpretation by a professional actually says the opposite, then you're not being honest. Then that's a superiority complex. I'm sorry.
But the fact
As smart as you might be,
Go ahead.
it's not about me or Zeleny or anyone. It's about understanding that there is reality, there are facts, and sure, we can have our own opinions, but even if you interpret it differently, if you can see that you might be wrong on this because everybody else that are actually qualified to do this don't agree with you, then you don't have the capability to self-reflect and course correct.
But it's all subjective determinations of who's qualified. I can literally, and I do say this as someone who believes it's a genocide. I can find 1,000 American professors, probably 1,000 French ones, 1,000 British ones, 1,000 Israeli ones, even some Arab and Muslim ones that will say, yeah, it's not a genocide. It's Palestinians' fault. And I'll say that they're experts.
So Lenny's saying it's a subcategory of racial discrimination, right? So even in that, he's positing that although like the three things may be right in a statement, if there are three things given in a statement and two such things are right, that statement is still right. So he's sort of like dissecting it also based on semantics, etc., etc. I understood what he was saying, right? And he's bringing forth an idea. Oh, yeah. That's okay. He's bringing forth an idea that in the future, if at all, someone like declares this freaking genocide as a non-genocide, right? Whether it be through academia, like how Sultan said, with the manipulation that exists within it, especially for such a like sensitive political issue, don't be that shocked, because this is how they're doing it.
And he's also saying that the outcome is the same. That the actionable action doesn't change. It's if the outcome you want is for the occupation to end, he supports ending the occupation.
Yes.
It makes no practical difference. If we're all on the same page, that we say the decision is that it must end and it's criminal. So what's the difference of the semantical?
It's the integrity behind it that I insist on. But crap, I just want to say
Sorry,
something.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I forgot. Shit.
I mean, he's exposing the lack of integrity.
Sultan, you said that you can bring Muslims, whatever, experts. Can you? Please?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll wait.
Gemini, AI, all those exist. I'm not gonna.
No, I'll wait.
Okay, how about
Please bring the professors. Bring the professors, Muslim, Christian, Jews that have published opinions publicly saying this is not a genocide. I'll wait. As long as it.
I don't see why you're like arguing as if like they don't exist. I mean, you're literally Israeli. The average person in your country thinks that not only is this not a genocide, but that it's the Palestinians' fault. And this goes all the way
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're saying that, they don't exist. These professionals, these
They
experts.
don't. You said you could bring. The thing is, Sultan. Hold on.
How about you stop
Let me finish.
No,
But I was
how about you let me finish?
I was talking and you interrupted.
No, you asked me a question and you interrupted 10 times to say a bunch of nothing.
right? So how about let's calm ourselves a bit and think rationally for 10 seconds. I live in the United States. You live in Israel. The two biggest supporters of Zionism over the past entire history of Zionism, right? That support didn't happen just from random, Bob on the street or Shimon in Tel Aviv saying that, oh yeah, it's not a genocide. It happened because all levels of society had enough people that said, yeah, this is not a genocide, and that Israel's not doing anything wrong. In fact, it's all the Palestinians' fault. Now, I actually happen to know professors myself because my parents are professors that work in some of these fields, and they do complain regularly about some of their own colleagues saying that,
mantra that I know from my profession that basic violence, that is issues believe. And you can
absurd
there's an old mantra that I know from my profession that is basic violence, that is issues believe.
Because Sultan, if it was so easy to produce that list, you would have produced it right now. I can hold on.
That's just one off the top of my head.
One. Okay, that's one. Who else?
I don't need to really go further. Benny Morris is another. He doesn't think it's genocide.
Benny Morris never spoke about the genocide.
He doesn't think
Yeah,
it's a
he's
genocide.
defended the incursion, the operations in Gaza publicly.
But the point is, though, it's not hard to find people that
It is. I would like to see a public opinion that Benny Morris openly titled, "This is not a genocide." Can you produce that, please?
I already told you Bernard Lewis. Bernard Lewis.
Okay, Bernard Lewis. Who else?
Who else?
I know Bernard Lewis.
We're going to the east side of town, let's go free side. 1.5 day detour.
No, that is right there. I don't know all the sidetracks and the detours. I say just run on through, doesn't care.
Have some heat, stop it. Truth be told, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're all right. What's going on there? We don't want anything.
And John Spencer. That's it. On the contrary, I have 58. Just that I remember, and I have the list of them that I produced. Multiple organizations, the UN committee. So no, it's not the same. And if we can't look at two sides of the equation and say, okay, one paper by 6 people and one of them extremely questionable, and his ability to be objective considering he's being paid directly by Bibi, versus an enormous amount of experts, many of them Jewish and Israelis, every possible organization, the UN committee. And if we can't look at these two sides of the scale and say, well, it's kind of not the same, then people burn the whole place fucking down.
Yeah, I can respond to you. First of all, I just...
For fuck's sake, not you.
No, let him speak. You interrupted me, so let him speak.
Yes,
This is so...
I saw that. Yeah, but I just put the link. Oh, she left as you.
Calm down.
Yes.
This is incredibly stupid. I believe it's a genocide. I don't think it's a genocide. But it doesn't change the fact that, it's not going to be hard to find any accredited professional, right? Any accredited historian, genocide scholar who supports Israel and says that, this isn't a genocide, right? No, I think those people are dumb. I think they're, biased, all sorts of things under the sun, but they just categorically say that, one second, Prince, but they just categorically say that, these people don't exist. And anyone who thinks they exist is, there are accredited historians.
Okay, well, you made your point multiple ways.
No, I made my point multiple ways. I don't think I made that point to this idiot in the audience, though.
You have already.
She interrupted 20 times.
She gets it. You made your point, and you made your point. We heard it.
Can I continue? Prince,
Okay, but be brief, Sergio.
Okay. First of all, Prince,
I'm in my mom's basement.
you speak about it, okay? Yes.
I'm just along for Chris.
She also speaking about the United Nations and the response that they made the statement was a political statement. It's nothing to do with the international.
Benny Morris.
There is a UN things that should
Hello?
genocide. There is
Hello.
who's the head of this commission.
We're not debating genocide right now, honestly.
Yes. But I will be finished about this because it's very important to understand to the audience that she stated that there is no genocide. She is the higher expert inside United Nations. She head of the commission inside United Nations, and she made a statement because she just looked at this for 2 years, okay? And after she just said there is no genocide, guys, she was fired for 1 day from the United Nations. That's what the United Nations is. But it's not the Benny Morris. It's not something like only the historical. It's the head of commission on genocide.
Okay, we heard you. So, Sergio, I think the bigger issue is whether or what facts are worth debating, what nuances are fair to debate, and what is just people denying reality. And I think it's something that as a society we're struggling with. Our media ecosystem is very confusing and hard to trust at this point. Everything's so polarized. So I think that's the larger question we're having here about to what extent these facts can be debated, and to what extent the truth is knowable, to what extent things should be taken as fact or they can be questioned or challenged.
Yes. And yesterday we talked with you about the partisan sources, and I just checked today that New York Times, New Yorker, Guardian, and many others, they just openly endorsed Kamala Harris before the elections. That's what you must know about the partisan sources, okay? Next time when we will speak.
Yeah, you can take your.
Ask a question. Oh, Chris, can I ask a question quickly? Are you guys seeing Sultan Sojo brings everyone in the room? Are you guys seeing the many variables to assessing this as genocide? No, I'm saying is this how it's done? Because all of these variables are not being met.
Yeah, the thing is, just genocide is a very subjective determination. That's why if you look at the definition of genocide and look at the definition of ethnic cleansing, it's not really clear where one begins and the other ends.
I see it.
So it's really up to each person to say, look, okay, I'll give you a personal example. So my people in the 60s, 3 million of us were starved to death. Not a single accredited university describes this as a genocide, even though this was deliberate. Like we have the orders,
Where are you from? What country was it?
I just don't know.
Not necessarily because it wasn't, because the optics, the investment, and the interest, and there are many other things.
I know.
That's why I asked for the variables.
I don't deny that.
Talking about the 60s.
And that was a point Cora was trying to make yesterday, that there's various motivations for experts.
I agree with all of that, but the point is, at the end of the day, accredited.
No, that's a stupid point. There's a big difference between 1960 and 2026.
As it comes to this, no, because at the end of the day, in 2026, it's 1960, accredited professionals, accredited institutions, all these so-called experts that you say would say that
I feel like the brown people are complaining. Why are you complaining?
no one's
Because you are complaining.
I don't care. I support what happened to the Eagles, right? Fuck 'em. Anyway, yeah, the accredited professionals that you would say should have determined this was a genocide, said no, it's not. So when we're talking about accredited professionals, why do their opinions necessarily matter so much? No, all time should be debated, but we have to find evidence.
Can I say something when you're done, please?
Yeah, please jump in there.
Okay, please don't interrupt. I want you all to pay very close attention. So, Sultan, you said that the definition of a genocide is often confused with ethnic cleansing. Am I correct?
And you can just already make your point. I don't really care.
No, I want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
You barely heard me the first time I speak.
Can you clarify? Okay, from what I heard, you can correct me if I misheard you, is that you said that there was no actual definition and that is often confused with ethnic cleansing. However, that is factually incorrect. The definition of the genocide was written by Jacob Lemkin, a Jewish Hungarian professor and lawyer. There's actual the genocide study, genocide study named after Limkin. I'm sorry, but there is a very, very clear-cut definition of a genocide, and it is part of the Geneva Convention. There is no confusion regarding this. And anybody that wants, I don't know how to, I'll put a link to an image in the comments or something, but just Google definition of genocide. Literally, images, definition of genocide, you'll get multiple images with 5 counts, the exact definition of genocide, as written by Jacob Lamkin.
People get hung up on things like in whole or in part, or it requires to be a substantial number of killings.
He said that it's oftenly confused with ethnical cleansing. Is incorrect. Genocide is a very precise legal definition.
No, because all subjective.
He's gonna reject.
These are all subjective.
Now, Buttercup, look here. He's going to reject this, and this is gaslight.
How gaslight? Gaslight. You see, this is why it doesn't speak. But you said ask the question. These are all band-aid legalistic definitions, and legalism change, especially subjective to the organizations who determines them. Yeah, different organizations.
All laws are illegal. All laws are man-made. Like, what are you saying, Sal?
It's literally in the International Geneva Convention that most of the world signed on.
The case law is pretty solid, right? It's not subjective. It follows a certain scientific method.
Absolutely, that's why that's what we need to do.
Actually, case law is extremely subjective. That's actually the point.
Which one now?
Case law involves a certain way, and it creates precedents, and then the precedent is what it is.
Yeah, but whether or not that precedent is applicable is subjective. That's kind of
exactly, which is why, okay, you say that it's so easy. What does
You
case
said
law say?
there's often and you literally use the phrase, it's hard to know where one begins and the other ends.
I don't understand this.
Did anybody else hear him say that?
No one can hear me speaking.
And you can clarify with him.
Well, I guess she wants to argue about it.
I think people, with all due respect, Sultan, you have to argue.
No, who's the one arguing now? I'm not the one who went down, came up, just
We're going down this like rabbit hole, which is again like not.
This is
right. You both agree it's a genocide.
And you say no. You did say A, B, C, and this is the reality. Deal with it.
I'm the one who wants to argue now.
For that, you're an enabler. This is what I was trying to tell.
I'm a hateful sheep. Anyway, look, we can move on from this because frankly, this show of podcast really gonna understand sense. And I already said it's a genocide to begin with. So why are all you arguing?
Riri, what's your deal?
I was asking where the genocide happened because it keeps saying genocide. So
Hi, Riri. Like, we don't know you. We don't know you. I think you're gonna have to go down because you're not coherent right now.
Yeah, but Ambrose, you just asked a guy, a sultan, to provide you a Penny Morris article directly, a headline.
Okay, we got it. You made your point. Why are you talking about that?
I want to ask Ambrose, are you accept this?
Sultan, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, Chris?
Sultan, okay, listen. Obviously, there are two groups, two camps. One says it's a genocide, and one says it's not. Now, the people tend to choose two, and they're experts. There are experts on both sides. But is it the case, or is it not the case, that the experts on the camp of saying it's a genocide is much larger, more significant, with evidence to prove the claim, as opposed to the evidence?
Well, what I would say is that their numbers don't even matter. What matters is the evidence they provide, and their evidence is scary, which is why those
Doesn't have the evidence. The statements by the general leaders, the politicians, even one of them came out to show you usually the weapons in Gaza, the starvation statements, and the evidence from boots on the ground, the absence of any mechanism to anybody goes there to at least believing that there might be a genocide going on.
No, yeah, that's why
That's all.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I say it's a
I
genocide.
don't know why you guys are making such a fuss out of this.
Because you keep saying that, oh, experts this, experts that, and the experts that Israel should exist. Experts say that a lot of Israel's not committing any crime, like, you know, it's a very...
Saying to put our faith in the experts at all costs and not question and not even have discussions about what the experts. She says we can't even discuss the arguments the experts are making.
Yeah, we have to discuss
The experts make arguments and we should engage with those arguments, or what's the point of making the argument?
No, that's fine. But I don't think she's wrong for saying that. Because at the end of the day, this is not a political matter.
Look, Omar Bartok made a very...
It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy for appeal to authority.
Hold on. I love how people say that it's a fallacy. When they get sick, they go to the authority, which is the doctor. When they get arrested, they go to the authority.
Many recommendations, not just because someone is telling me I'm fucking, I have a...
We always resort to experts.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Just because I'm disagreeing with you?
No, because you guys always do this fucking clubhouse seating intelligent shit. Intellectual shit. It's not intellectual, it's not.
It's analysis, it's critical thinking and dissecting, that's all it is.
It's not.
What is wrong with you, Prince?
Hold on. You can have your opinion on whether the earth...
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. That's what we're trying to tell you.
If it's not an opinion...
We are trying to come to facts and to some kind of truth value through critical thinking. Why do you think these are opinions? You think some of us just come here to like just... You shut the fuck up now.
You guys love doing this shit when you don't have the knowledge.
Lander point.
When that shut the fuck up, I didn't make my point for that. Idiot. When that white kid shot the two guys during the Yalan riots, everyone became illegal on state. Your fucking opinion doesn't matter because it's a matter of the law. You have to study the law. You have to study the cases prior in order to come to some form of conclusive analysis. None of you have that.
Okay, Prince, I think...
It is a matter of opinion.
Prince, I agree with you that the bottom line is when in doubt, you rely on experts, right? I think what we were discussing yesterday is that in the absence of a final judgment from the ICJ, which is the ultimate authority, what we have is different levels of authority. So we have a UN Commission of Inquiry, right? And that is a very high level of authority. Under that, we have academic opinions, and that's a lower level of authority, right? And under that, we have...
Commission on genocide also.
And on the same level, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
It's a fair.
So we're ranking, we're giving different weight to different authorities. And Ambrose was arguing that academic takes is the same level of any decision. That's just really not the case.
Of course not.
It's the case that academics are involved in this scholarly work. It is the case that academics were involved in the drafting of the Geneva Convention. It is the case that the people on the court are not just...
Hold on. Buttercup, that is not what I said.
Clarify.
Hold on. Can I want to say something? Please, nobody interrupt. And can you please, did you look at Sergio's name? Can you please look at it and then drop him?
Sergio, is your name Rose to imitate Ambrose? Is that why you changed your name
Can
to
you
Ambrose?
please drop him?
So what is my
I
name?
can't drop him because then you can't... If I drop him, Ambrose, I can't bring you back up. So I can either drop everyone, but I can't keep on taking down the hand raising and then turning it back on because then I can't drop people. Do you understand? I can't bring you back up because you put yourself down too many times. So if I drop him, then you can't put yourself down again.
This is sex.
Yeah, it's glitch, okay? Just don't go down
This
there.
is sex. Okay, so please don't interrupt. Look, I'm going to clarify. I did not say that academia is the equivalent of a court ruling, ever. Never in my life have I said it. What I had a problem with is Sultan claiming that he can produce multiple names. No.
But you interrupted 20 times before, but
Absolutely.
the first time...
Okay, he's muted. Go.
What I was bothered is by Sultan, and please let me finish this so you'll understand. He said that he can produce dozens of names. Now, I know for a fact that is true. However, I can produce, and I have to you, Buttercup, yesterday, a full list of organizations, a full list of 58 scholars, most of them Jewish and Israelis, because it's very easy to find. The scholars that you are talking about, if they exist, have barely published anything public, let alone have conducted multiple interviews and conversations on the matter publicly and intentionally. And if we can't see that those things do not have the same weight, if you put them on a balancing scale, right, they will not balance. One will be significantly heavier than the other. That is my problem. Academia is not a court ruling, but when you have dozens of academics and organizations and institutes that say one thing, and yes, a few on the other side, but definitely not a match, and we keep claiming, well, this is it's a draw. That is a lack of integrity.
The issue, those same institutes also say 48 Israel, for instance, is not occupied territory. That the Israeli government, including the current Israeli government, is the correct legal sovereign jurisdiction over that territory. Those same institutes.
What did they say?
Yeah, they say 48 Israel is not occupied. UN.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, perfect. What did you agree with that?
I disagree with that morally, yes, but I don't disagree with that as the legal ruling.
Perfect. Well, so what you want to say that, well, we should defer to experts. Okay, I ask which experts? Because those same experts say, and give here,
No, they didn't. No, hold on. Hold on.
You asked me not to interrupt. You're doing a very good job.
Let him finish and then Emerald's going. We'll give you the mic.
This is amazing. Anyway, those same experts, right, and those same institutions, you like their conclusions when they agree with stuff that you say, right? And like I said, I think it's a genocide. But then you don't like them when they disagree with stuff that you say. So
Did I reject them or not respect them?
This is about the 20-minute interruption. Like, at this point, I have to assume it's because I'm black. Or you racist against black people.
It's like you're racist.
Just because all you're trying to do.
Yeah, it's because they're black. It's because I'm black. Why are you so racist to black people?
Absolutely. When the black people are just saying something.
Buttercup, really? Again?
I think you're racist. They're not black people. I think MLK died for
How the hell do you want to have an intellectual conversation?
How can we have a discussion? How do you interrupt every 2 seconds?
Is the mic
Can't even have a dumb discussion.
Again,
Much less
for
an
the millionth.
For the millionth and one time, you've interrupted me. I mean,
You're making claims about me that I haven't never said.
At this point, it must be because I'm going to call you
And you're being intellectually dishonest, Sultan. She doesn't even know that you're black. How she's supposed to...
She keeps interrupting when she keeps saying that
She's from Nigeria.
Going to say false.
Yeah, she knows
You're saying false claims about me.
Oh, yeah, because you keep interrupting. All I've done is ask you.
Interrupt when you say incorrect things about me.
How about you? Yeah, because I'm speaking. It's not you speaking. I let you speak uninterrupted the whole time.
You make your point, Sultan. You make your point very clear.
I've been trying to. I would have been better if it wasn't for one person. But
This is getting really tedious. I'm gonna just say time out in a minute. Like move on. You comment.
All I'm saying, okay, institutions, they make questionable decisions, so there's only so much that we can prove our state and hope and faith in them. And yeah, you're racist.
He's being an idiot.
That's it? Okay. Well, first of all, I did not reject international resolutions or decisions, nor did I ever claim to. The fact that I think that they are immoral, yes, I get to say that. That doesn't mean I contest them or claim that they are not real or fictional, which is what a lot of the people here do. And again, this whole thing started because of something very specific that you said. Why won't you acknowledge that you were simply wrong?
Because I'm not, and because the beginning of word genocide.
You said you could provide dozens of experts.
Because I'm black. I'm sorry.
What does that have to do with you being black?
I'm going to get the white hood for you. I think the white hood is appropriate. Anyway.
You're bullshit. You're not even black. You're just fucking stirring shit around.
No, you're right.
At the end of the day,
now we have KKK Rose and
it comes down to something very very simple.
At the end of
You
the day,
said you
there's
could
another
very easily
takeover.
produce. You said you could very easily produce dozens of experts,
Yes, I can.
which you have not.
No, I have.
I,
I do
however, have. And
ChatGPT is
please
my
produce
brother.
them. Please produce them
ChatGPT is
now.
not restoring.
No. I did not refer to ChatGPT.
Sultan, fucking
I provide you everything, but you
ChatGPT
cannot.
ain't racist unlike you.
Okay, so alright,
This is the time for all of you to be intellectually, to have intellectual integrity and say, you made a claim that you cannot back up.
Well, I
The
can.
other side made a claim that they can back up.
we're not even debating genocide. What we're debating is the veracity of like how much weight to give academic scholars over other authoritative sources. But we already have a more authoritative source, so it's kind of moot. We have the UN Commission of Inquiry that is already.
You need to acknowledge that somebody can't say, I can produce dozens of experts when he can't, because that's misleading information.
We've already met a higher threshold of credibility. Why do we need to compete? Why do we need to
Allowing misinformation to be.
Why do we need to battle each other
Without
with
addressing
There's only
it.
one person battling
Then
each
people
other.
can say whatever they want, however they want, and nobody will challenge them, and 2 plus 2 equals 5.
So the outcome we want is the same, right? We want to demonstrate that it is a genocide, and the way you do that is by using as strong and airtight and foolproof of an authoritative source as you can. And a UN commission is far more authoritative than a list of scholars.
Provide sources. Buttercup, he hasn't provided anything.
He agrees with the genocide. He's on your team. The outcome is the
It
same.
doesn't matter. It's about, it doesn't, forget about my team. People make claims that they throw into empty space and you just let them. If you're going to make a claim, back it up. Otherwise, we can all make every fucking claim in the world that we want.
But the stakes of this claim is not the same level of whether it's a genocide. He agrees it's a genocide. He's convinced.
Integrity is the same integrity. If you can't admit that you phrased something wrong and take it back, then there's no point in having a conversation. You can't produce something of experts because they don't exist. Just acknowledge it.
There's only one of us who wants to argue about meaningless things like this, and
But
that's
we're debating over the threshold of proof. We're not debating over whether it's a genocide. We should focus on high stakes things that actually matter and will make a difference in the world and make people stop dying. It's not going to make more or less people die whether or not Sultan trusts academics.
Yeah, the question is, okay, so like I think Buttercup, I'm on there with you. 90%, like a great deal number of people who aren't supposed to be biased, who are supposed to be fair and look into what's going on in Gaza, basically have established that it's a genocide. But now what's the question, what is after that, right? Okay, it's a genocide, now what next, right? I think we can move on to the next point.
But that's exactly what he is contesting.
He's not contesting whether it's a genocide.
I'm sorry, but if we're going to address this, you said we're talking about the credibility of proof, right? He made a claim. If he cannot back it up, and we cannot demand him
There's always going to be people.
But it's Emerald, we have a higher standard.
It's not.
yeah, there are. I hate to.
We've already demonstrated it's a genocide. If you consider, academic scholars credible, then you certainly can consider a UN Commission of Inquiry
It's not
credible,
about
right?
that. It's about the way we conduct a discourse. If he can throw a claim into the air of I can produce dozens of experts and doesn't back it up, then he has the obligation to retract that statement. If you make a statement and people are asking to back it up, then provide the backing.
Fair enough. Fine, Sultan, if you don't want to distract it, just produce your ChatGPT generated list. Go, do it. So we can move the fuck on, okay? This is tedious.
I've been trying to
Produce it.
your friend who doesn't want to move
Put it
on.
in your PCR now. So we
I
can
may like to, it's your friend who doesn't want to move on, Buttercup. You just don't
Put it in your
want to
PCR so we can settle this. If you can in fact find a dozen.
I wanted to move on with this
Yes, but if you can in fact find a dozen scholars, if you can find a dozen scholars.
Move on.
You're just making your friend
This
look
is
like
stupid.
nothing the because she wants to argue for the sake of
Yeah, okay, fine.
Next.
Let's move on.
Okay, how about Rose and Sultan don't talk for a little bit?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
This is tiring as fuck.
Yeah, this is like the epitome of Clubhouse right here.
Yeah. And it distracts from the larger point, which I think is making connections and helping bring people to your side, or maybe being open to learning new information. I mean, that's the purpose of these conversations.
Okay, but we can't move on until Sultan retracts his statement.
No,
Okay,
stop it.
go down.
Stop your trolling.
Next person to this up goes down. Sorry.
Yeah.
All you're saying is burden of proof is only when you make it. And Sultan did say, like, go open Gemini.
Marius, please just ignore it, move on. You're fucking feeding the troll.
I'm just giving
You're feeding the troll. You're feeding the troll, Marius. So
Anyways, really
it's
nice
been
discussion.
I want you people to realize that he can't back it up.
Rose go down. Rose go down.
Empress, I love you, but this is really like
Integrity.
Rose go
I
down.
want the next person to bring it up.
Sultan, go down.
Are you not a woman of your
Buttercup, throw it down. This is ridiculous.
I'm not throwing her down.
Why? You just said you would.
They shut me up to give
Now you're not credible, Buttercup.
Listen, we're all we've all harped on like irrelevant details in our lives, and it's fine.
Well, I mean, one
We're gonna
person is
move on.
doing it a lot more than everyone else, so just...
All right, final
Sultan,
warning.
stop it.
Okay, final warning. Next person to bring up the fucking
You
list.
promise, Buttercup, this time?
Yeah, the next one to do it gets muted, and you get one view warning, and then you go down. If it's the second time, you
So
bring
I
it
was
up.
saying when Sultan was saying
Don't feed
Hey,
the fucking
all right,
troll,
Marius,
Marius.
that's your final warning.
Okay, but let's be honest.
Can someone like
Okay, that's your final warning too, so.
Come on.
Now you're Sultan and Rose is
Tell us the story from childhood. Mr. X, tell us more stories from your childhood. What kind of a house did you grow up in?
Thank
Did
you.
you have animals? Did you have a farm?
Don't do this. Buttercup.
Why not?
Come on.
Oh my god, it's gonna be long.
One thing I can say, if I can get a bit meta here, Buttercup, is so there's always going to be people using like what if this particular detail without looking at the situation, just saying, this is wrong. And their purpose is to muddy the waters and stall for time. So if, and let's just for argument's sake say yes, absolutely there's genocide going on in Gaza, then the next,
We all agreed there's a
yes,
genocide.
so then what is next? What is next, yeah.
correct.
Okay.
So
the topic.
I think that's that is
Fine. Let's do it. Next topic. What's after the genocide? What does accountability look like? What does justice look like? First of all, the war criminals need to go to jail, right? Or be tried. That's the thing.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Bring the filthy out, expose them, and then build.
Rebuild. We destroy, we build. We destroy, we build.
Yeah, the people of Israel deserve a much better leader than this.
Like, how much culpability do we give to the rank and file soldier versus like the military leader versus the leadership of Israel versus the people who didn't necessarily participate in the genocide but like tacitly supported it, right? Like propagandists. Like, what level of culpability do each of them have?
That's a very hard question,
Let's hear Empress's opinion on this. I feel like she would have a
Hard and yet like necessary to address it. Matthew, do you
I mean, this was coming after the Holocaust.
I think the most, practical thing is to look at how other nations that committed similar crimes were treated, and it's the same thing, there's got to be a methodology for dealing with things like this. How did the Tutsis and Tutsis or whatever, how did, any other nation that's committed crimes, how were they, how was the situation amplified,
what's sad, Matt? Like some of these nations went unrecognized.
Yeah, 100% they did.
Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid that, I think, on a greater scale. This is not just understood as another event, another war, but something of great consequence, right? And this is how we even kept the Holocaust alive, by repeating the stories, by bringing it up, by exposing oppression, oppressor, etc. So such should be, I think, the means by which we could expose this whole thing and keep it alive in some sense, right? Alongside.
That's one thing, yeah.
Yeah.
nations, like, the Turks did horrific things to a lot of people, but
Yeah, like the Armenians.
as far as I understand, they didn't, they weren't punished all that much for it.
And 100-something countries don't even recognize it as a genocide.
Yeah.
Just saying, so, okay.
No, but Sultan is right. This is why I said, like, much of it gets buried in the freaking crumbles of history, whilst some others are glorified, and this should not be the case. If we are truly a human family.
Oh, look what's going on there, and again, between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, the Russians killed 7 million Ukrainians, and then they're going through a similar thing now.
Oh, you mean Holodomor? I mean, that's also not recognized as a genocide by really much of
It's
any.
absolutely a genocide.
Well, I mean, according to experts. Okay, but according to experts, though.
Well, I don't have it on me now, but I know that it was documented quite thoroughly and approximately 7 million.
Most academics in Russia, the US, and everywhere else say that it's not a genocide.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that say it is, so let's say it is. Let's if a whole lot of people are killed, then let's suggest it was.
I think actually, I don't think the consensus, the academic consensus is that it was a genocide.
Exactly. But you see why they act things like expert opinion. It's better to just go on evidence. Yet 7 million people die in a famine organized by the Central Politburo of the Soviet Union, where they were confiscating grain for people. Yeah, that's a fucking genocide.
Yeah.
I don't need Harvard, Brown, Cambridge, or the UN itself to tell me that, yeah, that's a genocide for it to be.
Yeah, personally, I don't need to either, Personally, I don't need that, either. I mean, it was, there's so many hundreds of thousands of photos of what happened and so many millions of
It
documents.
helps to have someone, in Amrose's defense, it helps to have someone who's deeply knowledgeable about international law and all the technicalities and all the minutiae and how it compares to previous genocides to help you curate an opinion. But these people, they put their, Omer Bartov in his New York Times article, he's one of the first people to lay out clearly with evidence. We didn't just take his word for it. He presented evidence, explained why it met the definition of a genocide, so that we could be convinced. And so, like, it helps to have these experts who are deeply knowledgeable about it.
Yes, of course. What I'm saying is that some people are so very biased that they tighten the definition for genocide. They make it almost nearly impossible. Like, no genocide has ever been committed, except for one that fits my particular narrative or something like that. People tighten it up
And virtually every genocide has been disputed anyway by someone, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's not really the greater point. The greater point is that even the people that are on this quote-unquote whatever in-group or side that's committing the genocide, they're suffering too because they're losing their humanity, and it's just not good for anybody,
I don't think
Need to be made right.
word increases solidarity very much. I think it just creates polarization and confusion.
It does.
Let's focus on solidarity between our peoples and third parties. It's so funny that all the third party nations, they like to watch the fight.
There's probably some people that, are thoroughly anti-Semitic and thoroughly anti-Muslim that would like to see the Jews and kill each other, I'm sure
There's an extreme
like that.
thing, yeah, a lot of countries are anti-Islamic and anti-Muslim. But anyway, let's focus on solidarity. We like kebabs, we like falafel, we like taking care of nature. There's a lot of those things.
It's a matter of trust, isn't it? It's a matter of people trying to trust one another.
Actually, I support climate change.
And I would say it's a matter of even.
I also hate falafel.
It's also
You
a
know what
matter
I'm
of
saying, though.
tolerance, Yeah.
Let's discuss things that bring us together.
Well, no, because again, that doesn't.
That's a good idea.
No, but that doesn't solve anything, right? Like, we're all human.
Yes, it does.
Oh, I think it very much
I was
does.
in graduate school for peace studies. Find commonalities.
That's lovely.
It's necessary.
There are 1,000,001 commonalities you can find with someone who's trying to stab you, or someone who's like, literally like eradicating half of humanity or anything like that.
Yeah, you both like knives.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't like knives, but the point is though.
Anyways, the order of business today is love and solidarity. Why do that?
Because okay, his titles like that. Oh, where'd he go? I don't know where he went. But anyway, the whole blind love and solidarity thing is like kind of misleading in the topic. Not because love and solidarity are bad, but because you're trying to address an issue of justice. So love solidarity without justice is meaningless.
That's true too. That's true too. I mean, if some folks in the West Bank, if their intention is just to take land and to get some land, and they're not going to compromise, you do have to lay down a greater law and say, hey, you can't do that. But what you can do is you can make a house next to an Arab and then bring in the love and solidarity and say, hey, look, you guys aren't so different. Please don't kill each other. Okay? And I think it's also a matter of self-awareness where, again, because I had PTSD, or still do, I suppose. You never really get over it, but it's kind of this sort of self-awareness where you realize that the brain tricks you into seeing evil things and bad things where they don't always exist. Distrust is a very viral sort of thing. Hatred is a very viral sort of thing. And again, it probably goes back to Austin's peace studies.
Okay, but again, did the Arab who lost get his house back? Did the Arab that was arbitrarily detained by the Israeli military, did he get his, compensation?
Justice, yeah, he needs it
For that matter, I'll even be fair, just to throw a bone to the other side, to the Jew who lost his family in some, bus attack. Get justice.
No, both sides have to get justice in a fair way, and it has to be divvied out in a very careful way, because if justice is divvied out to one side and not the other, then you have bad feelings all around, right? Exactly. I was thinking about this, like if I was in Kyiv and I was Ukrainian, I would hate, probably, honest to God, I'm just human just like everybody else, I would hate every fucking Russian that I ever saw. I would hate them to my guts. I just would.
You're pro-Zelensky.
Well, I'm Slovak, and the Russians are things to that too. Yeah. But I'm just saying, as an example, because I'm human, I shouldn't generalize like that. Probably there's millions and millions of Russians that absolutely hate Zelensky, but my mind would want to generalize. My mind would want to go to the default position of every Russian is evil. I hate these people. There is nothing they can do to ever make me change my mind. So that has to be dealt with as well.
Okay, but you can think every Russian's evil. In fact, you can be justified from that perspective, because the overwhelming majority of Russians don't believe that Ukraine should even exist. But it comes down to what you do with those actions, right?
With those feelings, right?
Yeah, do you decide to just blow up a random bus station of Russians, throw suicidal drones at Russian apartment buildings, certain presidents of Ukraine decided to do, or otherwise.
And then, but if I did that, then just even more bad feelings, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's a fucking hard. It's a catch-22 all around. There's distrust, and then especially in Israel and Palestine because they're so small. And everybody on either side has such small margin for error. And I would even posit that everybody in that area, Palestinians and Israelis, all have PTSD to one extent or another. Trust doesn't go that far, Everybody's hardened, their hearts are hardened. And then, how do you deal with that,
Yeah, no, not like that, brother. We are living in
radio, and it's just horrific, just insane people who are just filled with hate. And yeah, they said, I tried to raise my hand, say they're like, we're not breaking you, we fucking shoot, we'll put you in a fucking oven. I was like, holy shit. Yeah,
I'm listening to everyone. We're all a bit more challenging, so I'm not going to say that I'm trading from silver to a Rolex, and I'm only going to pull out the bracelet after I choose what product I want, and put it in my salad. If not, then I'm going to get it. Young people, ugly. I believe that, we give them to be right?
Do you feel that you're at peace?
What else do you have in that range?
Given all that's happened?
Always I sell those for 14 months now.
Do you think that people...
Give me 5 minutes. I appreciate you. 5 minutes. Let's see if we got another offer or something. Let's see what we can get. We had our option. See which one is better, and we keep on going. I want to ask you how much are you for this right here? This is over here. Come over here. I'm gonna be a little for that.
What are you doing with it? Tell me what you're doing.
I'm not asking for any.
Are you giving it away?
Good question. The idea of the Israelis, or the people who feel tied to that side, do you feel that you guys are at peace? What seems to suggest that
How can
everyone
you
is
be at peace when justice is not served?
I mean, Maud says that everyone is just going around picking olives, and frolicking and singing Kumbaya.
We're a fucking poor villagers, and we get used for foreigners. You imagine if somebody, for example, listen, this is very important. Through the history, we get used for foreigners. We like foreigners. Wallahi, we like foreigners. But those fucking bastards at the beginning, wallahi, my father there told me that we get benefit from the immigrant at the beginning,
Oh, yes.
They establish family.
Make you fight each other.
Listen, brother, wallah, I swear God, the beginning of the immigrant for the Jewish, the same for Armenian and the Greeks and other, Greeks happened in Europe. We welcome them. We get no problem. Not only the fucking mandate, the British mandate, we as a people, we welcome them. They come and live neighbors, they rent places, at the beginning, we don't imagine that they are going to make militants and they are going, to make war against us, as we are not ready for a fight or any other stuff. You get what I mean? We don't have any weapons. Usually we don't have much weapons.
Listen,
we have
sometimes being a doormat, is being polite and kind, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Brother, something happened like this, We was, simple people there was, they are happy, some people, villagers, they are happy to kiss girls from the back of the glass, and they pay money. He put hair. This is the reality. They are happy, to see.
What period was this?
It's a funny thing. So, Amos actually used to talk like this at the beginning. I don't know if you guys knew him from...
Yeah, but he learned.
After
October 7th, he went like this.
Exactly.
You you believe it, brother? They used to make the Palestinian announcement and the flags and other fucking stuff, and they sell it to the Arab.
Anything
They make money.
Coexistence is not good for his existence.
Listen, please, sister.
Baby.
Baby, yeah, baby. Always you're my baby. Ever, forever. This is real, you know. Our people was, even though, you know, our Palestine is rich.
I have
with
to
its
give a
crops.
disclaimer to Benny Goy. Disclaimer.
What very good?
I know Benny Boy.
I'm just giving a disclaimer, okay? You mentioned doormat, and I mentioned lack of, absence of intelligence. This character does not represent Palestinians in any way, shape, or form.
No. I am telling you, simple.
He was a fighter for the PLO.
What do you mean?
Fighter, yes, I'm proud to say that. I am sorry.
Which group?
I was Palestinian liberation حبيبي جيش التحرير الفلسطيني.
Sheriff Rex, take Sheriff Troy's guns.
I'm an old man. I'm 65.
I think I'm not back.
أنا جيش التحرير حبيبي. أنا مع اليرموك، مع دول اليرموك في الأردن. You know, I have, when I get sentenced, I have improvement, if you like. I can still keep it. They give me 7 sentence at that time. And I already, I confessed.
For lots of sportsman corpses, people like you ought to stick to knitting. Can you believe that?
Soldier, They caught us. They caught me, my friend. I don't care, Buttercup. Don't afraid from me. Nergis, nobody afraid from me. Caleb.
Wait, hold up. How old are you?
Nobody afraid.
مش جيش التحرير كان باسمه.
No, hold on. How old are you?
I am 65.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, that math is not mathing, bro.
You were years old, bro. Get the hell out of here.
What you say?
جيش التحرير was in the 60s, wasn't it?
So you were a soldier.
This is my story.
So you were a soldier in Jordan مع جيش التحرير الفلسطيني, right?
حبيبي,
What year?
This is exactly in 1975.
Okay, and in 1978, 79, you were 16 or 17, and you blew up one. You exploded an explosive device in Naples, right?
That's correct. I was in عندي لليوم. I still have. This is what you call it, when you the sentences, The sentences.
I know you were arrested by the Israelis. But I know in the good time of Israel. Go ahead, just leave us alone.
Jindib. I know somebody, his name is Jindib from Deir al-Hatab. What is his name? Let me remind. He was jailed in the same period with me. I was the youngest boy, the youngest prisoner. I was the youngest prisoner in 1976. I was the youngest prisoner on all. Sorry.
Fucking dogs in prison.
You got what I mean? I have evidence. You can get it. When I go back, to visit, I will take pictures, send it to you.
Put a picture in your PTR. We want to see.
What PTR?
In your profile, we want to see the picture of you and
Not now.
I mean, we're gonna have I also picture of you and Amos both in your uniforms.
I don't want this. I'm not interested.
I want
Or we are young,
This is most.
and we are old. Listen, Buttercup, anyway, to be honest, what happened, our story is a fucking sad story, you know. You know, in my village, we get warned because we have already business with some companies at that time and some famous people, you know, from Sasson, you know, this is very famous family, big family from Iraq. You know, if you ask Sasson and Yacobi, Abraham Sasson, Yacobi, those names, you know, big names, big families, you know.
Sasson is
We get
from my people. Sasson is a Persian one.
Sasson.
Are you Persian?
Not Bertrand, Sasson. Their family name Sasson.
How do you pronounce it?
Abraham Sasson.
Yes. What about him? What did you say about them? That they were. You know them?
In Blackpist, you know, he's a joint venture. He was a joint venture with my father, you know, a long time ago. Before, you know,
He's
this
his
is
Jewish friend.
talking.
His father's Jewish friend.
Not friend, but venture, you know, they are
The investors.
Wait, his friends from the Sasson family.
Mossad and
Yes.
Oh my god.
But take it easy. The point is different, you know, the situation is different.
The situation is different. The Sassons are literally known as the Rothschilds.
My teacher is a
Well, Mr. X is loaded. He has like houses. He has a house in Jordan. He's in a house
yes, and Nablus also.
in Nablus. This guy is like a.
Jerusalem, wallah, I
He's
swear to
got
God.
houses. This guy, it's believable. He's a business.
It's not his wealth. It's the Sasson family. The Sasson family is connected with a lot of very interesting things at the ultimate empire.
Tell us. No, he can address it. What is this?
I don't feel like mentioning it. We can discuss it later.
But they're not losing it. Should I ask ChatGPT?
Even if you try to go through the history of the Sassons and so on and so forth, I don't think he would understand. He wouldn't understand anything of it. Anything about it. He wouldn't. I don't know how this character is put together.
he's right.
Yeah, he's,
What are you? Okay, listen, Jindib. We can coexist. We can live together. But you know, with the problem, with the mentality, sometimes you know, if they believe in it, they don't like to see you. You know, Buttercup. You believe it, Buttercup.
Do I believe your dad is in business with
Sorry, heavy set. That's what there's a big squeeze at the top. Back tight, pull to the chest, press it out. Lock your chest down, push. Body fire into it. That's how you do it.
You know, I don't like anybody. My name in Tel Aviv, Sasson.
Wait, your name is Sasson?
No.
You hide your name because you have a high profile name. You have a famous name.
No. At that time, I have another name. I used to use another name. You know, when I'm in Tel Aviv.
This guy is like, he's a gangster. You believe like half of the stories, right? But like,
He's
still,
a gangster. I want to dedicate a song to I love Daniel in the audience, so with your permission, Buttercup. Here you go, Daniel, I love you.
Allah.
or a tikva. You play a tikva. Tikva is a beautiful national
Hatikva.
Hatikva.
Spell it.
Hatikvah.
You're really okay with that?
Of course.
Why not?
Okay. That would be great.
It's a gorgeous song.
What is it?
Objectively. It's the real
It's like a hope. Gosh, not them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet Mood knows this.
Who knows in my house?
It's what someone's taught it to him.
Is this the one?
Buttercup. Habibi.
Yes. Oh, they call you Nisim? They give you a Hebrew name?
Yeah.
In your past life?
I just remember. Nisim. I used to call myself Nisim.
It means you're miracles. They call you miracles. That's what it means.
Really?
Yeah. They say you're a miracle. That's what they mean.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're a miracle, right?
This is now my turn to play music.
They call you Nisim.
Yes. Yes, can I play something now?
Yes, please. Of course.
Let me play something first.
You gotta turn on music mode for your music to work on your phone.
Okay. Let me know when.
Change your sound mode to music and then.
Okay, let me know when somebody wanted before me.
Betty wants to go.
Seriously?
This is how you know. This is how you know what? It's how you know you're out of touch with the current zeitgeist of even the peace movement. You're
I like the song, man. What do you have against it?
It's a lovely song, but you're just like, but it's like.
Okay, do you want a song or something else?
Yes, sing. Go, numbers, it's on you.
I
Trying to sing like a song, whatever, live in there, you're not, where we laugh. Okay,
Buttercup, a song or something else?
Whatever you want, your choice.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be an emperor. Oh, that's not my everything is wrong. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The airplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood and the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. For those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men, with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man, nor a group of men, all men. And you, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create this. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world. And we'll give men a chance to work, and we'll give youth a future, and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to bridle, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
There was a remix to this one.
Rest in peace, Johnny Chapman. Amen, amen, amen.
Like it.
Love it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Get you.
Big seller.
You know Charlie Chaplin.
Now, do you want to go for something fun?
Yeah.
But it's possible mostly Palestinians will laugh.
It's okay.
Let me give it a try anyway.
Charlie Chaplin was an item too.
David Horowitz, when he was in California, was one of his mentors. Stephen Miller has been architecting this career since, he was 16 or 17. You know, the Duke thing, you just got lucky.
Well, it was an opportunity that presented itself, and he had, like I said, proxies where he could go, and they were more than happy to give him the space to rant. Imagine being right under those circumstances.
I know. It's really horrible.
If you keep saying stuff sooner or later, something you say is going to be right. Like Alex Jones, every one in a million things he says is actually right.
I mean, it's just one of the biggest stories of any of our lifetimes. I mean,
You think it is that?
the Duke lacrosse
Scandal?
scandal?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the men. Oh, absolutely. I mean, for sure.
The Rolling Stone one too? I mean, they would go in the same chapter, maybe. You know what I'm talking about?
Break it down.
The woman, Rolling Stone reporter, said that there were all of these extremely misogynist, sexist hazing practices that were taking place.
Oh, I remember that one. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
I didn't have a public platform at that time. Because I would have been out there. I would have been. Just those people got so humiliated. People who put their whole lives and careers and reputations on the line. And the instinct was not wrong. I don't think the instinct, but man, they got really harangued.
So I'm looking at his Wikipedia. He left. Look at the picture. What a beautiful campus. Wow, I'd like to see it one day. It's beautiful. I've never seen it. He went to Breitbart after. So he went to working Congress. You said Sessions, correct, and then he was at Breitbart. I mean, he is. Remember, he met Richard Spencer. Y'all remember Richard Spencer?
Yeah, of course. He was. He's as far as I'm concerned, he's still important. As a Ku Klux Klan or whatever, he's Nazi Aryan, but what is it?
When's the last time anybody really thought about? He's pretty low key these days. Okay, but sorry, keep going.
He fell off. Yeah, he fell off. But still, those are Stephen Miller's career. That's pick the ideology, but he did get luck. I mean, he didn't happen to be at the right place when this came. But he is. Y'all don't like this. He's a model for many people who want to get to the highest levels of their field, who on their own dint, personality, and likability would otherwise not get to the highest levels. I was looking at Wikipedia. He used to call into the Larry Elder Show when he was in high school. So you know that he's been architecting this forever.
Yes. I mean, the thing that I recognize in Stephen Mill, I know a lot of people who've been ideologues since they were children. I might be a person who's been an ideologue since I was a kid. That vision.
Another example, Ben, is immediately after January 6th, you notice how Trump people were distancing themselves from Trump and everything. Stephen was the only person who stood by him through and through, and pretty much kept doing the same thing again as he did with the Duke Lacoste scandal. Constantly going on Fox, and in fact, it's my understanding that he was instrumental in getting Elon Musk to help him fund whatever lawsuits he was doing against the Biden administration, and then eventually connecting Elon with Donald Trump.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, he's a believer. There is a podcast episode of the New York Times. This was done over. I remember listening to it about. It might have been about a year and a half ago, something like that, where his name came up again, and they did a really good profile of the man, how he managed to get himself all the way up to the powerful position he's in.
It's obviously not OJ, but I would say post 9/11, I can't think of another cultural cause celeb and anti-cause celeb. I can't describe it either way. That matches the Duke Lacrosse scandal. And what's interesting about it, I think a lot of people forget about it. It was on the eve of Obama. So Obama coming in roughly 2 years later, people kind of forget about it. But there was still a lot of simmering. I've seen him and others from the Duke Lacrosse scandal. I mean, the woman is in prison now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you kept up with it?
For something else, not for that.
No. Yeah, she killed her boyfriend or something.
Oy.
Oh yeah, and then she admitted that it was a scandal. We all know that. But yeah,
We did an interview last year.
Oh, God.
I got it.
You think this created an enormous anti-black backlash?
I don't think so.
But why is it so significant?
Oh, I just think it was more like an anti-woke. When people get woke, someone write that rule, the history of what y'all conservatives call woke. This is there. This got a lot of people into that.
Yeah.
Believing all women thing, the backlash of Me Too. People don't know it, but it's in the background.
It's there. It's also the way that the faculty of Duke got involved. I think that,
But that thing continued. That woke just continued.
I remember distinctly being like, oh, maybe I should put Duke on the list because there was a big letter from the faculty, right?
It was.
Yes.
The 15 or the 6, there was a number that they had.
And I just thought, oh, wow, I want to go somewhere where the faculty are so brave.
Yeah, you know the irony of that? You could have gone there, it just wouldn't have been Duke. Many of them left. You may have ended up in a place where some of them were because they left.
So this writer kind of came from the Seattle Times. He was a New York Times reporter from the Times, experienced there. They gave him what they call a double truck spread inside, which means 2 full pages facing each other, which they rarely do. And the whole thing was completely wrong. And he was, as I said a moment ago, he was my mentor. He did this is the thing about investigative reporters, are always looking for something, and they can be wrong. He did a report on judges in Seattle, and the day before the publication, you give people a heads up, this is coming out. The judge hung himself.
Oh, shit.
That's double.
Well, in this instance, to be fair to your friend, I mean, people were just lying to him because we know that the DA, the prosecutor, was disbarred for lying.
Of course.
I mean, Mayo, that's the other part, I don't know if you know. The prosecutor lied about a bunch of evidence and got caught. He not only got fired, he was disbarred. He may have actually faced criminal.
But I wonder if he did any shooting.
There's some street food for you to... Yeah, why are they coming to us? Damn.
So I remember the 30 for 30. I knew that something had happened to Nifong, but I just looked this up. He was the first prosecutor, Nifong, the first prosecutor in North Carolina history disbarred for trial conduct.
Yeah, and the only one. First and only still.
Wait, were they convicted at trial?
No, him. No, no.
So what was his trial conduct that got him disbarred?
He had lied about them. He had lied about
They were acquitted?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me tell you where it was.
Maybe it's for professional conduct? Because I thought they sort of threw the thing out before it went to trial. These kids' lives were, obviously they had to withdraw from Duke and everything.
Oh, they graduated.
Oh, I thought they withdrew.
Oh, no.
Maybe they withdrew for a while and went back to get their degree.
Yeah, they graduated.
Okay, he withheld exculpatory DNA evidence showing that genetic material from multiple unidentified men was found on the accuser and none from any Duke players, and then misled the court and defense about those results. He made inflammatory, prejudicial public statements proclaiming the players' guilt during an ongoing investigation, violating ethics rules on pretrial publicity and defendants' right to a fair process. This is from scholarship.law.duke.
Yeah, there's a name for that obligation to provide exculpatory evidence. I'm looking it up now. That's an important, part of due process. I'm looking it up now. I think a lot of prosecutors do it. He just got nailed for it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Here it is. So the evidence,
Brady
the
card?
exculpatory...
It might be. I'm checking now. It might be.
The exculpatory evidence, he would have submitted before the trial, so it never got to trial. And then, watch this. The soon-to-be senator from North Carolina, Roy Cooper, was the attorney general at the time, and he dropped the charges against the 3 lacrosse scandals. Against the three lacrosse scandals. Oh my God! Against the boys. I'm telling you.
Brady material, they call it. Sorry,
Yeah. I'm telling you. Man, brother, you gotta watch. They got documentaries. You gotta read about it. It was huge. I mean, it was really huge. People were. Oh, and there was another one. I remember this was also the time. Yeah, there was the one that Norm said about the Rolling Stone, but there was also the Rick Pitino scandal, when he was getting prostitutes. Remember this? He was getting prostitutes. I think it was at Louisville. Y'all remember this?
No, but maybe if you hum a few
Yeah,
bars.
he was getting prostitutes. I think he got fired from Louisville basketball team because they were bringing prostitutes. Yeah, I remember
It was
that.
like this thing around college sports and recruiting, and He Got Game had come out maybe not too long before, and it kind of exposed. When did that come out? He Got Game.
Yes, this is in my peak of wanting to go to college for sports journalism. This is
Yeah. He Got Game was 1998, and then we saw how like they would bring in the girls, but Rick Pitino under him, they were bringing in basically similar to like the lacrosse thing, bringing in the strip or whatever, and then they would have sex with it. It was like a whole thing. So yeah, so when we think about like woke culture war stuff, I don't know. A great book would be from Duke lacrosse scandal to the Gaza protests. I just think that is a really good set of bookends for understanding that what the right wingers people call woke era. Yeah, people said a woman tried to extort Patino for an abortion. It was all real thing.
It was so wild. It was.
Yeah, I want to go back to those days. I want to get away from ICE agents shooting people and then lying in sworn testimony, and then the DHS have to come out today and say we have video of our agents lying, and they're now being investigated. It's like they'll be charged. And the guys, we apologize, they have to let go, and the federal lets them go. I can't believe that's where we are. That's insane. Nappy-headed hose was around this time.
Oh,
Nappy-headed
yeah.
hose. Nappy-headed hose was which year? 2007. Oh, it was the same year.
Yes, yes.
Wait, is that a rap group?
No.
No, it's the Rutgers team.
It's a joke.
Why are you making that joke?
It's because it's funny.
It
I
was,
just answered it too. That was crazy.
nobody laughed.
I have a question.
So, you know,
I don't know my feeling on that.
these things, no, we don't. We can't do gender work again today. You know, I think, it's two sides of, the same coin, right? Because I think that while the anti-woke stuff, that this stuff incites, the anti-woke fervor on one side, as somebody who was on the other side, all of that stuff did also rile up the wokies. Like, I do remember coming of age during this time, coming into, a feminist identity during this time, fighting for my life every single day, and they pick up.
That was its ill effects.
And maybe European history, because of these conversations, it's like Hegelian, like we created each other. We exist.
Because of these what, Congress? Because of these what you said?
It's like now I'm worried. Am I using Hegelian wrong now?
No, I thought you were going to say conversations with you.
Oh, no. Well, because of these kinds of public conversations, yeah. Wait, you don't say conversations because of me. Like, I don't say conversations like that.
But you know what, man? I would start that book earlier.
Where would you start it? What would be
in the mid-90s.
But then you have 9/11 in the middle.
I understand that. I do. I get that.
Well, I mean, what would be the event you would start with?
Oh, God, what would be the event?
Because I feel like it was the Duke lacrosse game. So for me, it would basically be like I feel like the Duke lacrosse scandal woke up and a sense of feeling aggrieved and victim among white men. They're like, oh, look what they're doing to our boys.
We're under attack.
We're under attack. I feel like that started with the Duke thing. I don't know. Maybe it was earlier, but I feel like that.
I think it is early because I would think about the bombing in Oklahoma City.
But that's a different demographic, right? Like there's something.
It's a continuum.
But
when I think about Timothy McVeigh, he was 26 years old at the time.
But he was. Duke is it was a big thing where I was from because it was a certain kind of white boy. It was the people who expected to become the masters of the universe.
A lot of words. Yeah, they're not white trash.
Well, I don't want to say they're not white trash.
Just a lot of words.
They're white boys.
Yeah, they play little
Connecticut one.
Hey, I apologize. Sometimes I'm a little prolix. Fine.
Not the prolix.
Not prolix.
Wait, Mel, you didn't know about the Don Imus one either? So the Don Imus one, I remember watching it live because I used to watch You Have in the Morning. It kind of built because somebody first, it was either him or Bernard, whatever, it's like the ball guy. He said, yo, it was hardcore hose, hardcore hose, some nappy-headed hose. They actually said hardcore hose correctly. Oh, Beaver, he was in Jamaica call. He was not here, he's in Jamaica call. God, I'm a buzz, I'm a bossy, but I got a bossy, got a buzz, I'm a bossy, got a boom boom, and a rum back a yardie. He's from Jamaica, so he wasn't here. They started off by saying hardcore hose, and then they went to
This is Imus.
nappy head hose.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he was becoming demented or something.
Man, what did you just copy and paste?
That's Imus's excuse.
It was a shock jock.
Well,
Doing. But he was a shock jock on, he was on MSNBC, wasn't he?
NBC, yeah.
Yeah, he was always a shock jock. Yeah.
He wasn't like this.
You know what? Yeah, okay, make excuses for him.
I'm not making excuses. It was fucked up. But why not excuses?
He always said things that were provocative. Now, they're not as provocative as his counterpart at the time.
Epithets. Oh, Stern.
Yeah, Stern, yeah.
Stern got away with everything.
He got away with a lot.
There was a lot of N-word on that show.
I still can't believe that they were suspended. I'm actually shocked. That actually kind of shocked me. I can't remember offhand if there was advertiser backlash or it was from the public, but I'm just surprised in 07 you got suspended for saying nappy-headed hoes on the Imus show.
Yeah.
Like they said wild shit on the Imus show.
Yes, they made a huge deal of it, and I remember Al Sharpton getting involved. But isn't that also a reflection of the wokies coming to power? Like, to me, it was an example of, oh, wait a second, like, we can use our power, we can use our influence to compel these multinationals to submit. I'm sorry, as an early wokie, like, I remember that being like, oh, crap, like, we do have the ability to do this.
Wait, what's going on?
The Imus thing, right? Like, I was an MSNBC watcher, so obviously, like,
No. This is a new. No. Sorry, Kimberly. There's a report in the Washington Post that just came out an hour ago. The Don Lyman indictment video appears to contradict key claims. Video footage appears to contradict key aspects of the federal indictment's descriptions of former CNN Don Lemon's actions at a protest last month. Sorry.
yeah, they be lying.
Get off.
Lock them up. Not Don Lemon. Well, actually, never mind. I'm actually not gonna say that.
You know,
Here, I'll read it. The January 29th indictment calls the 9 defendants, quote, agitators, and says they, quote, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack. In multiple instances, it describes the alleged conduct of the two journalists and protesters collectively. It does not characterize Lemon or Georgia Ford as journalists, though it notes that he was live streaming video to his online program, The Don Lemon Show, and that Ford acted separately conducting an interview at one point. Oh, so it's just they don't refer to them as journalists in the indictment. Okay, never mind. This is not. I thought it was something. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Oh, I hadn't read this. Did I not read this in the indictment? Lemon allegedly, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated parishioners. Oh my God. The indictment alleges that Lemon Ford, the 7 of the defendants, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated people in the church by physically occupying most of the main aisle. Oh no. And rows of chairs near the front of the church, engaging in menacing and threatening behavior. Oh, they just lied.
Okay, that's a lie.
And it's a collection of losses.
I mean, that's a lie. I mean, why would Don Lemon do that when he's filming it?
And it's on video. He was never in the middle. He was off to the side.
Exactly.
What are they doing?
Just stamp on the hand. I guess her being prone to losing in court every single time. That's all it is.
I'm kidding. I don't know, man. I feel like it's somebody inside the DOJ sabotaging these things. Something's off.
Or maybe they're just sloppy.
Yeah, I think they are that incompetent.
You think that the DOJ guy who wrote the DOJ people didn't look at the video? Don Lemon wasn't in the middle with those people.
I know that, and you know that. I mean, we see that from the video. I mean,
I think they're lying on purpose. You don't think that they're willfully and then intentionally lying?
oh yeah.
To get the indictments, or
I do. Yes, to get the indictments.
I think somebody's lying to lose because they're trying to sabotage the administration from within. I think the DOJ has been so bad that the only justification I can have is that somebody's doing it on purpose. I swear to God.
So you think we need to
Doing it out of a form of resistance.
Yeah, no, I think it's a beautiful resistance from the inside.
Oh, I don't know.
You know what? You might not be far off from this. And years from now, we might get a book or so, someone coming out and saying, we were the men we think.
Don Lemon was threatening and physically intimidating people and took up the middle. He was literally on the side.
Yes. The whole time. Yes.
The way that they had to venue shop or whatever, go from judge to judge and go to grand jury to try to get any indictment, it indicates to me, I would not be surprised if they were just we'll just budget.
No, but they didn't have to show the video. So when they present that to the grand jury, I bet you they didn't show the video.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it feels like somebody put that in to get the indictment, knowing it's going to get thrown out later on if they got the indictment. Because Don Lemon is, you could hate Don Lemon. He's not in the middle. Him and his guy are filming on the side, physically intimidating. He interviews the pastor and 4 parishioners.
Oh, I get it. Do what you need to do to get the indictment, and then you know you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Something's off. They're losing cases and trying to indict people. The seditious 6th indictment was, but something's off. Somebody's doing something.
It's the deep state, man.
It is the deep state. That's the point.
You know what? Someone said, we're just gonna do just enough. We're gonna rate it this way, so we can fail. And we can go on with the rest of our lives until this administration is out.
It's giving. You know what it's giving? It's giving. I don't want to do this work, but my daughter is at Vassar, and I have to pay $20,000 a semester, and I'm putting half of it on a credit card, and the other I'm paying cash, and then I'm opening another credit card to roll over a balance, so I don't have to pay any interest. And I need to keep my job for 3 years, and I'm going to normal. I'll just do whatever they tell me, and if we lose, we lose. That's what it's giving.
That's what it's giving.
Spirit is living Sarah Lawrence.
What'd you say? How about 35 plus living expenses? Never mind 20.
And then they got the other 15 in living expense. They got a scholarship, is what I'm saying. They're left over with 20.
Don't worry about it now.
They got to pay $20 a year. Believe me, if your kid goes to Vassar and you only have to pay $10,000 a semester, that's pretty good in this day and age.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
That's like paying for a state school. Well, a little more.
Yeah, a little more. That's not bad. If you're paying about $20,000 for your kid to go to Vassar, as a good student, this is very good. They kid go off to Yale Law School.
Yo, so what do you guys think about the Epstein edits?
Which parts, brother?
Do you guys appreciate the Epstein edits that we have?
Which edits, brother?
The Epstein edits.
What are the edits? I don't know what they are. I'm not following it like that. What are the edits? Break it down.
Basically, Epstein and the dancing with AI.
I'm sorry. Mail asked a good question, and I have been just thinking about this. What were the big things? Okay, so you had Duke Lacrosse in 2006. Do y'all remember the Gina 6?
Yes, of course. That's the lynch thing, right? The lynch
Yes. Yes.
That was a hoax too, right?
Well, I'm not comfortable saying that was a hoax.
Oh, okay, so we don't know about that one. Okay. 2007.
Yes, that's 2007. Don Imus 2007. Sean Bell killed 2006 at the end of 2006. Horrible. lot of big racial national conversation moments between 2006 and 2010. It was how I got here. I mean, like, it was just a wild time.
Wokeness, a prehistory.
Oh, no.
That's the name of the book. We'll go right back. Wokeness, a prehistory.
Oh my God. Oh I have a question for you and Kimberly. Did you happen to watch the first episode of Clock Out with Simone Sanders and it's his name. What is his name? Eugene. Yeah. Did you listen to or watch the first episode?
I haven't. How was it?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Sherry. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. So MS Now has put out a new podcast with Simone Sanders Townsend and Eugene from
Politico?
Yeah, he's working for Politico now, right? He's no longer working for the Post. Washington Post.
Eugene Daniels. They gave Eugene Daniels a TV show.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what he always was aiming for.
He was always aiming for that. And so it's the show, it's very focused because they're talking about politics and culture. Well, culture and politics and how they collide and everything else.
Breaking news. Sorry, Sherry.
Mm-hmm.
Reuters just released a report that Russell Voigt, Trump's budget chief. Did y'all read about this already?
No, what happened?
He diverted millions of dollars from USAID to pay for his personal security details.
Stop it.
Oh, wow. And how much is that? How much was that?
They reviewed 3 documents. This is the reporters Jonathan Landay and Douglas Gillison wrote that they reviewed 3 documents showing, oh my God.
Man, that's the deep state again.
$15 million.
Yeah, personal security is very expensive.
USA. Yeah, so diverting. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me read from the document. Sorry, Sharon, I didn't cut you off with this comment.
No. You gotta know. Go ahead.
One of the documents reviewed by Reuters said OMB signed an agreement with the USAID last September 11th to, quote, cover the costs associated with then acting USAID Administrative Voice Security detail through November. That amount, $1.6 million, came from what is left of USAID's operating budget. The document showed. OMB budgeted another $13.5 million in USAID funds to underwrite the cost of Voice security detail through the end of this year, quote, as they relate to his current role as senior advisor to USAID. This is a fireable offense.
It's sick.
Trump should fire me. Yeah. This is fireable.
Yeah.
This is bad. I'll invite some maggots up and tell us why we should be paying $15 million for Russell Voigt's personal.
And I have a theory on this. Where would Reuters would have gotten this information? Is it possible that Trump is actually trying to ask them and they decide
I don't know about Trump. I don't know about Trump doing it, but
yeah, but what the big state then? Back to your theory.
about one of the things, if you read what you did, remember in the Wall Street Journal or Unknown, it said, while leaks about Trump have been contained vis-a-vis the first term, leaks about the rest of the administration is like a dam at Beaver Dam open. It's like leaks. Everybody's telling everybody. Susie Wiles was said it on her record. So clearly, this is somebody that clearly gave this to Reuters. Clearly.
Yeah, they're leaking everywhere.
They're leaking everything. This is 10 times worse than the first term.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Who do you think would be? If you ask me, I'd say it's Marco Rubio. He oversees USAID, and he'd be the kind of person that wouldn't like a Russell Ford or a Stephen A.
I don't think the principals are doing it. I think it's
No, it's not the principal.
Russell Boyd is an asshole. He is probably somebody in the office who he threw a Subway sandwich at and said, "See, you can't be convicted of throwing a Subway sandwich."
Yeah. I mean, I would say it's probably a mid-level
person that did it. I wouldn't, yeah, not the principals.
Marco is going to keep a distance from it.
Clock it. I don't go to the principals on this stuff. I mean, I think Marco, if you wanted him fired, could just go to Trump and that. I don't think the principals. Why would Marco Rubio even know about that?
Yeah, why would he know about it?
Is someone running USAID?
Oh, you think Marco Rubio was reading procurement statements and billing documents?
Not if he wants to dip his hands in a whole bunch of stuff.
I think
Like the
Rubio does not care about USAID as long as his.
Run for president, yeah.
Yeah, he's not for president. I mean, what would be the point of him doing that? What does he get out of it?
I'll tell you. Okay. So, number one, they're going to be hammered in the midterms. That's a given. Who are the people that have made it difficult for Republicans to potentially win in the midterms? All blame, at least in his perspective, would be people like Stephen Miller. Why are they backtracking on a whole bunch of stuff that they were doubling down on, including Minnesota, Minneapolis? By the way, these are just a bunch of theories and all of that, but I also don't think it is beneath some of these principals to actually be the ones leaking stuff. They do it all the time in every administration. It doesn't necessarily have to be by himself picking up the phone and saying, hey, this is Marco Rubio. I've got some intel for you. That's not what
What is his
like.
interest in it? Like, why would he be invested in it?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Yes. How does this benefit him?
Just one other headache that he doesn't need.
Is that it?
I don't know, Sherry. I like the challenge, by the way, just to be clear, but I mean, I don't think J.D. Vance is going to be, say, for example, he would have a problem with Ross vote, or he would be interested in the substance, day-to-day stuff that's happening at USAID. So, my theory is simply on the premise that Marco is overseeing USAID, and yes, that doesn't mean he's going through line items every minute, but I don't know, man. These guys out there can't.
But Vogue has amassed so many enemies. I mean, so many. Like, rank and file enemies. It makes more sense that it would be somebody more regular. There's so many horrible stories about Russell Vogue out there. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. And I don't doubt that one bit. I'm just saying it's also possible that, could be Marco and his people. It'll be, if they're trying to bring some semblance of normal for whatever time they have left in office, it also is an indication that someone like Donald Trump does pay attention to the polls. I mean, we just saw what happened with Minneapolis. They backtracked on the damn thing. Tom Homan said he was the one that recommended to the president to, do a drawdown, or if, discontinue the operation in Minneapolis. But we know that's a fucking lie. Republicans are being pressured. This thing is becoming a political headache for them. So.
I mean, you know what actually makes me sad, but is not going to cause any outrage because Americans don't really care. The scale of senseless deaths that are going to happen because of the cutting of USAID. What is his last? Adewale, is that how you pronounce it? He was the last head of USAID. Atul Adewale or something like that. He has done so many interviews talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of deaths. ProPublica just did a series on the cuts, the fallout from the cuts, babies, children, preventable deaths from HIV. I mean, it's sick. It is sick.
Hello? Hello?
It was so bad that
Hello?
Bush had to intervene personally in hopes of keeping PEPFAR or some semblance of PEPFAR alive. That's how bad it was.
Yeah. People dying of starvation because they can't get $1.50 worth of food every day, and the food is just rotting in a warehouse. I mean, it's sick. Lock all of those people up. I'm a carceral feminist now.
actually do anything. I heard the fart, but there was no smell to it. Did somebody fart, or was that just a chair? That's how that thing went. I mean, damn.
I wonder why. Our hearts, okay. Our hearts are in the right place. And the real abolitionists, right? Like, Beth Ritchie she's still in there, right? Like, the real abolitionists are, like, still in it. But, you know, the wave came.
Oh, I can tell you why I failed. It's a lot simpler than that. It's 4 words. You want to know the word? One of the words. Well, actually, no. It is 7 words. Nate Parker. No. Nate Parker, Bill Cosby, and Robert Kelly.
Yeah.
All you had to do when you were all you had to do when somebody put rest in peace H-Rap Brown. I know the dog last year, just to be honest. All you had to do was when they were on and on about the carceralities of the injustices. What do you think about R. Kelly? You think R. Kelly should go to jail? Brain.
No. Wait, what happened is, like, and people ask me, like, do you think Robert Kelly should go to jail? I'm not going to expend my political or emotional energy in defending R. Kelly. Okay? I want what the victims want. That is my feeling about that. I also acknowledge that simply incarcerating R. Kelly is not going to restore, okay, the victims. It's not going to get them what has been taken from them. Okay. But if he does, you know, if he's in there until he dies, so be it. But that doesn't mean that I support incarceration. It just means
But I think also you have to wow. I think about this when we think about someone like R. Kelly, who not just a form of punishment, but for public safety.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
He should not be on the street. No, you have to think about this idea of public safety.
I think about it. I don't know if R. Kelly is. Lock everybody up.
Who are we talking about here?
I don't know.
I mean, yes, and I think that's another thing when we talk about this idea of abolition, the prison system, and I know we want to talk about this idea of justice. That's another thing.
Right. Is that
but
justice?
We also need to talk about the idea of public safety.
I think public safety is whatever the prosecutors want it to be. I mean, especially with regard to pursuing prosecution for sexual assault.
Victims, right? I mean, yes, they cannot, to your point, they can't get back anything that, the damage that he has caused, right? But the matter of them being safe from him is a thing to consider.
I think I want to build on what Sherry was saying. So this could just be a bit of condition of the West, but I'm sure they have it elsewhere in the world. I'm a Westerner. Sorry to the pro-blackers, but there's a question. If there's a question of my heart, you got it. Can't believe in one that. There's a question of public safety, all the things you said. There's also a question, and I get to this, of course, through my reading of tragedy, the great genre of the West. Vengeance and punishment. And people have in culture. That is, good is rewarded and bad is punished. And the carceral girlies, the abolitionists, never dealt, to my mind, deep enough with the cultural questions. And some people's notion of justice and restorative justice actually depends, this is my reading of tragedy in the West, from, say, Aeschylus to the present, from Aeschylus to Aisha Harris, is that people want evil punished. And there is no justice without the punishment of evil.
Okay.
Wrongdoing must be put down. This, of course, is what you see in France in the 17th century. You had, Richelieu said, all good guys had to be rewarded, all bad guys had to be put down. Otherwise, you can't do your ballet. Otherwise, you can't do your opera. Otherwise, you can't do, Corneille or Racine or whomever. Right? That's what it is they're saying. The abolitionists, they never dealt with the cultural question. I'm going to tell you why. You people don't live in America. Don't get me slipping, no. This is America. Ooh. This is America. You people don't live in America. Y'all don't live in the world. In the world, good is rewarded and bad is punished. And if you do a bad thing, the collective punishment is they put you away. I'm just telling you what I've read the David Says at the Ruthie Gilmore's, Shauna read, I've read all the things. Or Sabi Burton, I've read all of them, all the prison abolitionists. They do not deal ever with culture. And let me tell you why. Because their Lord and Master Karl Marx told them they didn't have to.
Okay.
I'm done speaking.
Yeah, okay. So I was in that conversation we had last night in that room. I'm like,
I'm a materialist. I'm like, yeah, but you still have to think about culture. What's going on? Okay, so, my belief in abolition and decarceration, I think your people, we need to open up the jails, in many cases, was animated by what I can acknowledge was a misunderstanding of human nature. I can acknowledge, 36-year-old Kim can acknowledge, there were just things that I hadn't contended with because I hadn't been forced to contend with. I thought that the good and the light and the brightness, if we invested in that, if we believed in that, if we propped it up enough, that it would cancel out the darkness, that it would cancel out the evil. That there are people who delight in evil and delight in causing havoc and doing violence, but we could just be bright enough that they would be on the margins. Obviously, over the last 8 years, many of us have been disabused of that notion. And so now I am much more open to the idea that sometimes you have to stomp people into the dust. Sometimes you've got to grind them to dust to make sure that they can never get back up and do more violence. So sometimes we have to lock some people up. I'm okay with that now. And also my feeling about empathy has changed, but that's a different conversation. And I think a lot of us, the young, optimistic decarceration girlies, we only talk to each other and we hang out with each other and and our lives are easy or easy-ish and good, and we're bookish and optimistic, and we just never sat down to deal with the reality that some people are evil, and you have to stomp out evil.
There's a different thing. So Brian is making the point about Rousseau. I don't think it's Rousseau, but I'll be interested. I haven't read in the literature on prison abolitionism anything that speaks to a Rousseauian notion that humans are inherently, or that sort of their goodness is inherent within them, and society corrupts them. That may be there, to be fair to him, but I don't think it is. I'm gonna make two claims. One, Kimberly, you'll think I'm trolling, but I'm not. I think it's very gendered. There's a reason why women are overrepresented in prison abolitionism. Do you want to know the reason? Now, I know it's gonna sound like I'm being.
Down in Springfield, there's a fella in a big tall chair.
You know, I may be a square bitch ass nigga really now, but like I fought. I played sport, like physical contact, a confrontation. It's gonna sound whatever, but when you're fighting, when you're like a 10th grade boy in high school, in 25-year-old, you fighting the thing. Something in you actually does feel like you could die. I'm telling you, this is actually. I'm not. This feels like it's like I'm like being overly radical. I'm not trolling at all. I'm dead serious. You guys don't confront that in a regular. Now, if you have domestic violence, all that stuff, that's fine. But girls just don't fight. Increasingly, boys won't fight either. Well, they'll be closer to your side. But there's a reason why you guys don't see quote unquote evil. We're using evil. I said tragedy, so that's what you do. In the way that people do is because y'all don't fight. You don't fight. When I was in middle school, I saw boys fight. There's a multiple boys fight. One boy fell. Trigger warning. I'll do a Mickey. 3, 2, 1. He fell in a radiator. His ear got caught, ripped right off. Blood everywhere. I'm in 7th grade. I see that. That shit is the abyss.
Yeah.
And so you guys think, oh, let's open the prisons up. And it don't work like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're talking about black women, the group of women that's most likely to be sexually assaulted, the group of women that's most likely to be in intimate partner violence relationships. I'm not sure if we can say that we're not facing, or we don't face the potential for death and bodily harm. I'm not there, but I think that there is. I don't know. I don't know about the not fighting thing. I think a lot of black women have been in some.
Can I pull up? No, I agree. And those people generally are not going to be the one. I could be wrong, but I don't think they are well represented in the prison abolitionist, anti-carcerality girlies.
I can't say that. I don't.
We'll come back to it. Let Rock go, Kimberly, because I want to build with you. Go ahead, Rock. What do you think?
I feel like women shouldn't have to fight for them to get justice. I feel like they should have like so many other ways for.
I think that might be. I'm gonna have to think about it. I think that there are assumptions about the kinds of violence that women face. I'm not sure that those assumptions are correct. There's also, back when I used to make content.
No, I mean you women who are the abolitionists.
No, I'm saying that there's an assumption. I'm not sure that the assumptions that you have about classed women or educated women who are overrepresented amongst the abolitionists.
I see.
I'm not sure that those assumptions about the violence that they may or may not have endured. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's correct.
That's correct. I could be totally wrong. That's totally true. I'll tell you.
Also, there is. I interviewed years ago this woman named Lee Goodmark, and she wrote a book about abolition and domestic violence. And I was really compelled by the arguments that she was making about how prisons make women who have experienced domestic violence, they put them in more dangerous positions. They're not making them safer. They don't provide resources. The women go back anyway, and then they go back, and then they're killed. I mean, there's just so many gaps in the criminal legal system where women who are experiencing life or death situations, they fall through those gaps. That also animated my feeling about prisons.
I think that's fair, actually. I think that from those women and men, but in this case women we're talking about, whose family members or themselves personally were in the system, they emerge with a critique. I think that's true. I actually think that's very fair. That was a blind spot in my original point. syllabic gobbledygook. So I think that's very fair. That's a good point.
Echo chamber.
No, you disagree. You added something.
No, I was being, it's ironic, you know, it's echo chamber. We always agree, like, you know, Kim is only, like, places band, like, we always agree.
I love that when they go to the glazes. Makes me realize I should go get a glizzy. I don't really eat glizzies anymore. You know, I think that after you reach 30, you can only eat hot dogs at spring, summer, and fall events. And the hot dog had to have been grilled. And you could really have, if you're at the event, for every 3 hours you're at the event, that's how many hot dogs you can have. So if you show up at the event at 5 p.m. and you leave at 9 p.m., you can have 2 hot dogs. If you show up at 5 p.m. and leave at 8 p.m., you can have 1 hot dog. However, if you're there from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., you can have 2 hot dogs. However, you can have both hot dogs within the first. I'm talking about hot dogs, bro. Calm down, brother. You can have 2. You can have both hot dogs within the first 20 minutes, but you have to stay for 6 hours in order to justify the 2 hot dogs. You see, now when it comes to sporting events, if your son or if your daughter go have a game, and it is a baseball game, it is a basketball game, and there is no other food, and you packed and ate all the food, and because your kid's team sucks, you thought the kid would be out in the first round, but they actually make it to the 3rd round, and you're hungry, and they're selling hot dogs on that little roll machine. They put the bun in that white crib-like paper, and they had a pump of ketchup and mustard pumps. You are allowed to have a hot dog in that instance. The other time you're allowed to have a hot dog is if you go to a professional or college sporting event and the hot dog is cooked in a particular way. You see, if you have a hot dog and the hot dog is boiled, that hot dog, that boiled hot dog, means you have to sleep outside. No one over the age of 30 should have a boiled hot dog. That is in a sporting event, or that is in that hot dog water, cancer water, arsenic water in New York City hot dog carts. If you eat a hot dog from a New York hot dog cart and you are a tourist over the age of 30 and you've never done it before, you are allowed to have a hot dog. But if you know better and you have that hot dog, you should lose your right to vote for the next 3 federal elections. You see? Now, if you are in New York and you want a hot dog and you're over 30 years old and you go to a spot that's called Gray's Papaya, you are allowed to eat 2 of those hot dogs once, maybe twice a year.
That's right.
But if you have a hot dog in any other moment, you are killing yourself. The hot dog must be cooked on an open flame, or like Gray's papaya, on a flat top, which gets me to the ultimate point I've been trying to get at. If you find yourself at Five Guys, or you find yourself at Shake Shack, or if you find yourself at any other burger place that has a hot dog where the hot dog is prepared on a flat top like a smashed burger, you aren't going to like this. You are not allowed to eat those hot dogs. Those hot dogs are delicious. But if you're going to eat those hot dogs, you see, are getting in the way of a more delicious burger. So if you are going to hasten your cancer, your heart disease, your arterial plaque, hasten it with a more fulfilling burger. I'm here to take any questions on hot dogs. Pause.
Yeah, I got one question.
I can't answer your questions on hot dogs. Who's next in the queue? Okay, Spiritus, I'll take that question.
Yes. So my question is about pigs in blankets.
That's a great question. So, if you are a man or a woman who does not have children, and you find yourself thinking about a pig in blanket in your own home that you or someone in your home prepares, and there is no pig in blanket, you are to go upstairs, run the water in your tub, and sit in your tub for 5 hours straight thinking about where you went wrong in life. No adult should be eating a pig in blanket without a child involved, except under one circumstance. The only time one could have a pig in blanket, Spiritus, is if one is at a party and the people get Trader Joe's pig in blanket appetizers, and they have the correct pig in blanket mustard. It could be a German mustard. It could be a Dijon mustard. It could be a spicy mustard. It cannot be a yellow mustard. In that instance, especially if the rest of the food is not good, you can have a pig in blanket. Watch this. If you decide to have a pig in blanket in that scenario, you have to go, as Pat Finn said, no pun intended, whole hog. You cannot nibble on pig in blanket. That needs to be your appetizer. You are not allowed to have a small plate. Some of you people have parties and you think you're sophisticated hosts and you have those plastic clear plates. When I see that at someone's house, that lets me know everything you know about their cultural capital, their social standing, etc. Shout out to Bourdieu. People all of a sudden on the app love Bourdieu. Nobody's named the book, but everybody's reading Bourdieu. It's fascinating. I love it. Theory of practice, my favorite one, 1976. The English translation, Cambridge University Press, one to continue. If you're doing that, you have to fill up your plate with pig in blanket. You cannot nibble on pig in blanket. It's like oral sex. If you're going to do it, do it. Do not beat around the bush. Any other questions? speaking.
The mustard was accurate. Any connection between hot dogs and colonoscopies?
I'm eating dinner.
Slowly.
I'm eating dinner. I
I don't think so. There's no. I mean, you have to. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Kimberly Foster, everybody's citing distinction online now.
Oh, yeah. Distinction is the big one.
Okay. Yeah. Because the idea is a basic one. So you can cite the idea, which is a basic one and obviously true, and then put that French name next to it, and then people think you know what you're talking about. But we have to begin to set one thing that I'm going to use Bourdieu for this. We have to begin to get back to the business of putting food and drink, or aligning food and drink with age categories. A 36-year-old man
You know, Rodney, you can't have chicken fingers. You're an adult.
mean, you should not be drinking Kool-Aid and Tang. I'm sorry.
But who does Tang? They still do. Astronauts. So it's
Oh my God. Oh no. That's so awful. I want y'all to know that this is an ableist conversation. I know you don't care, but I can't believe that y'all are participating in this kind of ableism. Some of us are neurodivergent, and that narrows our palates. And we are very sensitive to tastes and textures. We are we have an aversion, okay?
Oh, I thought it was homophobic. I didn't know it was ableist too.
Oh, don't worry, everybody can find the thing that fits their identity category so they can be the victim. Let me respond to. I'm the only one that doesn't do that. Everybody knows I'm the only one that. Let me respond to on here. Let me finish what I was saying. If you're a 36-year-old man, a 36-year-old woman, you should not have on your plate a larger version of what 10-year-olds eat. Huh? At a certain point, as you age, your taste buds age. You begin to taste certain things, certain combinations. Be an adult. We'll be dead soon. The solid flesh will melt. We will be in the undiscovered country. There will be no tomorrow, and tomorrow for many of us. Why are you eating the same thing that you ate at 14 on the way to your swim meet? Hey girl, yeah, you know that we have to play Tech next week, and we're going to be like, it's great, because like this is the Tech Juniors, and so we're going to be at the poll at Georgia Tech. By the way, the ACCs and the NCAAs will be at Georgia Tech this year. I know many people here give a fuck about swimming because of Leah Thomas and the trend, so I'm sure all of you will see me, because I'll be there at the NCAAs this year and the ACC, which will be at Tech, because everybody cares about college girls swimming, right? I know it's such a big deal. We got to get Trump in office because of Leah Thomas who cares so much about girls swimming. Let me continue. If you find yourself sounding like the 14-year-olds who want to stop at the Zaxby, stop at the Chick-fil-A, stop at the McDonald's, stop, and ordering the same thing. Let me get a plain chicken sandwich. I'll do grill. You have some barbecue sauce on the side, a medium fry, and can I have, like, not a sweet tea, but, like, can you do, like, 70% unsweetened and, like, 30% sweetened? With, like, a dash of lemonade, because, like, it's, like, a really complex flavor, and I don't like all that sugar, but I don't like totally unsweetened. So, like, if you like 30, yeah, that would like really good. Like just a splash of lemonade. You can make it like sweet lemonade.
Okay, you're getting too close. You're getting too close.
I'm sorry, but I don't account for like I want to account for like the sweetened part of it. And so like, could you do that? And then like I want like 2 barbecue sauces and also like let me get the Polynesian. Well. Yeah, you can also throw in like a Chick-fil-A sauce. I know that it's got mayonnaise in it, but since I'm only gonna eat one, I'm gonna use it for my fry. Well, just put 2 in there because like if you find yourself at 35, 36 sounding like that at a 14-year-old, go home and saute a mushroom. Go home and caramelize an onion. Go home and cook anything. Get a bunch of thyme and just put it to the side and introduce yourself to an aromatic. You use your tongue. I'm done speaking.
Okay, question. Sugar cereals, as in.
Okay, this is a great question. So, many people are not going to like this answer. If you are out of college, oh my God, let's go down to the dining hall. Like, I don't like what was on the buffet. I saw it, and like, I just had like grilled chicken for lunch. I had like 4 breasts. So like, I'm just gonna get like cereal, like some juice. They've got some fruit. You can do that in college. You can do that in college. Like, cause like, there's like Frosted Flakes. I know it's like full of sugar, but like, I'm just gonna treat myself because like, I had like salad and like, I'm gonna get some breasts. I'll just go to the grill. But like, they've got that weird chicken cacciatore, and like, it's weird because they have these onions and tomatoes in there, and I don't really like that. Like, that's fine. Once you leave college, you have a 5-year period where you can continue to eat sugar cereal. And it's an exigency of you being broke. You then, as an adult, are not allowed to eat sugar cereal unless you have children. If you have children and there's a sugar cereal in there, and these nigglets are running you around from pole to post, left, right, and center, from the Alpha to the Omega until kingdom come, you are allowed to sneak downstairs and get a bowl of corn pops. You are allowed to sneak downstairs and get a bowl of Frosted Flakes. You just have to make sure you do 2 things. You have to make sure that ring of cinnamon around the bowl from that Cinnamon Toast Crunch is cleaned up. Because if your child sees you eating that cereal, they will shame you for weeks. Outside of that, you are not allowed to eat sugar cereal until, finally, you've retired. No working person should be eating sugar cereal in the prime of their life, in their prime working years. No adult who pays taxes, who has a retirement, almonds or nuts? Who has red bottoms? Who engages in oral sex should be eating sugar cereals. Because if you eat sugar cereals, that tells me that you got shit in your ass. Sugar cereal consumption for an adult at working age correlates directly to poor bathing habits. I'm done.
I gotta clip that one. Oh my god.
This is one of those moments when I'm proud to be a Senegambian. Break that down, please.
Let me respond to that. You see, one thing that happens with people who aren't American is they see a whole panoply, an assortment, what Shakespeare might call diverse options. And oftentimes they're poor. And then they have, as we just heard, a kind of Epicurean haughtiness, a superciliousness of seasoning. Now, if I responded to she and said the reason why you don't eat sugar cereals is because you eat a soup which combines lamb blood and peanut butter, I would be wrong. So yes, it is true that we are eating Frosted Flakes. You're eating peanut butter soup stirred in with lamb's blood. I'll stick with the Frosted Flakes.
Dan, I wanted to ask your opinion on what the young people call air fryer foods at Trader Joe's. Are the millennials supposed to keep eating those?
Let me respond to this. I'm glad you asked me this question. This has been on my mind. This is very interesting to me. I mean, I'm not being informative, as you all would say. I mean this with all seriousness. The combination of younger millennials and Gen Z, their combination of weed smoking and air frying will prevent the liberation of the Negro in America. Huh? Between the weed smoking and the air frying, the Negro's liberation will be where it was in 1879. These people, you people, have cultivated a modus vivendi, a way of life, forms of being, and existence.
Of a vendor.
Ultimately, what you want is to sit on a couch and have people throw food in your mouth.
In your mouth. In your mouth. Air fryer to mouth vivendi. I am done.
At the center of my platform, outlawing air fryers. And now I'm going to be elitist. The only air fryer I would allow is if it is built into your oven that you got in the wall like I had in my house. Taking a bunch of food E. coli don't fully set in is not cooking. The lack of recipes, the lack of Epicureanism, the lack of foodie elan ails me that these young Negroes are not interested in my liberation because they're not interested in their own. Huh? Let me say it again. How can you be interested in my liberation when you can't even take the time for miroir? How are you going to be interested in my liberation when you won't even give a piece of steak a butter bath? How are you going to be interested in my liberation when you can't even have your broccoli in the oven and halfway through burn the pan around and roast it, and when you're roasting it? You tell me you're going to die for my liberation and you don't even scramble an egg? In the beginning of A Raisin in the Sun, which was brought up yesterday, let me use a literary reference. Ruth Younger, who I believe is the real hero of the piece, the unsung hero of the piece, also has a storyline about women's reproductive health. When people forget, remember she goes to get that abortion, but y'all not ready for that discussion yet. Shout out to the feminists. It's in the morning of that fateful Chicago morning. Kimberly Foster, you'll remember this. They're waiting for the check. It's a $10,000 check. Big Walter died. His life insurance got him $10,000. Ruth gets up. You remember in the film was played by the great Ruby Dee. And she starts to prepare the day. Ironing, cooking, cleaning, preparing, holding, loving. And then Walter gets up, of course, played by the great Sidney Poitier. And then what comes next is a discussion at the table where Walter wants to get off to work so he can drive that car for the white man. And he's vexed because he doesn't know what Mama Lena is going to do with the check. Y'all remember this? Sure do. Yeah. And then he's in a state of a kind of working class, near poverty ennui, Kimberly Foster. And he's moping. And she puts a plate of food in front of him. You know what the food is? Eggs. And Hansberry and her infinite genius has a whole scene where the two of them go back and forth talking about eating eggs. The point of the scene is not about the egg or the protein. Shout out to Hurricane. The point of the scene is about the care that goes into making of the egg, because Ruth got up to make him eggs. If she will make your eggs, she will fight for your liberation. That's the point of the scene. I come to your house and you put a piece of meat, some green beans, and some nasty, irregularly chopped, non-biased sliced potatoes in a fucking air fryer. And spray some Pam on that bitch. And some salt and pepper. That means if you see me suffering in life, you would have me suffering. That is why we have to get rid of the air fryer. The great Bob Marley, he said, do what? Get up. Stand up. He didn't say order DoorDash. The Uber Eats driver is not bringing liberation. Get off your black ass and cook me some eggs. I'm done.
So you're saying women need to use their cooking to distract distract the Negro male from their cockamamie business ideas? Didn't Walter want to use the check to open a liquor store?
And that's why the black woman and the black man need to sit at the table again. Turn the television off. Turn the TV 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 off. Turn the TV. Turn it off. Talk to each other. Because down the road, because you turned the TV off, maybe later that evening you can do what? Turn off the lights. And then we can be free. We need to come together right now over me. Get to the eggs. If Walter has spent more time eating eggs with Ruth, who is the wisest in that piece, he would have realized that giving the money to some nigga named Bobo was not a good idea. Huh? He should have been there with his woman over that plate of eggs. And then they could have said, in the words of the old Negro spiritual, Ruth, you're my my greatest inspiration. He should have been there singing with Ruth. Instead, what was he doing? He went out and got drunk, came in, and decided to do what? Be an African warrior. Why couldn't Walter be a warrior in his sober state? I'm going to tell you why. It's because, one, he allowed his mother to emasculate him, and two, because he did not sit down and have those eggs. And the problem with the black man is that even though he's tired, his back hurts. You need to go to the table, cut the TV off. If you're going to have the radio on, can't have no words in it. You can have the Brandon Birkin chair. You can have on the Brandon Birkin chair toast. You can't talk about your gang. Do you gang bang? Catch me outside from the news. No, turn that off. Sit at the table and listen to the black woman as she gives you those eggs. Because as you're eating the egg, baby, what you think about this Bobo idea? I don't know, honey. You know, I saw Bobo the other day. This nigga was down the street, and I just didn't like it. He was like, what's he doing? If Walter had listened to the egg woman and watch what Hansberry did, the egg is not only a metaphor for black love of the woman and the man and the family. It is, in another register, Kimberly Foster, a metaphor, not a metaphor, a synecdoche, not a synecdoche, but the thing itself for the little bambino that Ruth is pregnant with. The black egg, the egg of black love is the next generation, Kimberly Foster. That's why you need to sit down and eat the eggs with the black woman. Instead, I gotta get ready for work. Instead, baby, put in some bread. Senate. Why are you gonna give the money to Bobo? You know, Bernie.
Momentum is
Baby
70%.
wants to go to medical school, and Mama wants to put down money in the house, and little Travis is sitting out here, and he don't have a proper bedroom, baby, and he don't have a bedroom there, baby, and so if we get this house, baby, we can do what? Travis got his own room, and as a young man, he's gonna have his own room because now he's seeing me come through here, and his mom, his grandmom, and his mom, and his auntie. It's not good, baby. You know what? I'm not going to give the money to Bobo. And basically what I'm saying is, on the really real, I mean this with all due respect, Karen White was wrong. She was wrong.
Up next, Kitover can win! Yeah!
Name on a flyer, a coffee in hand, talking truth to power. From our schools to the small towns, been listening. Kitover can win, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice alive. Every battle that casts, every hope we bring. Talk it over, let the people sing. Kitover can win, yeah! Woo! Change begins. Working families, folks on the night shift too. Tired of promises that never come through. He's got plans, not just a polished line. Fair work, safe streets, and a vote that's mine. Kitover can win, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice align. Every battle counts, every hope we bring. Talk it over, let the people sing. Kitover can win, yeah. We choose him in our future.
It's not froze up, right? So that's something. But anyway, that's a nice challenge, and I think anyway.
Well, I just think it's only fair if the people of Minnesota have to avoid ice. Norm and I should swim the Hudson River and avoid ice there as well.
I would love to join you guys. I've always wanted to see how normal would swim trunk.
That's great. Anyway, so let us come back to this topic. This is going to be an interesting thing for me at least. I just want to give a small, simple thing where I see big difference. We had, she's Momo. She was India's foreign minister for the first term, Modi's first term. Her name is educate people. Pakistan Prime Minister was there, and then he made a very off the cuff remark, which was not really in good taste. And then he pulled Pakistani Prime Minister, and then he made this comment. And Pakistani Prime Minister, he cannot say no or yes. He had a very confused grin, and then he moved on. So why I'm saying this is he's shaking up the system. In some sense, it is okay, it's good, because once in a while that should happen so that you find some sort of an equilibrium. But it's sometimes it's too much of a problem for everyone, and then ultimately Americans are the ones who are going to lose out. Um, it's also true that, for example, after Venezuela, I think many of the Middle Eastern countries some sort of support.
Free speech, but controlling what the news say. Go back to college, time to find a new shape. Pause, never seen a bitch that bad on drag race. Ain't it obvious the person in the office is a racist? Bragging in the mail, he hit bogus immigration. And someone's athlete, another foreign of invasion. Don't be the mass man, reading graduation ceremonies. I'm more advanced, snatching people off the street. Broken minutes, 5, 10, and 14. At least, but please tell me again, this is still democracy?
Repeat. This is not
Coward, traitor, liar, foe, grabber, tyrant, by the toe, fucker, fascist, puppet, show, lying, black, dumbass, no, coward, traitor, liar, foe, grabber, tyrant, by the toe, fucker, fascist, puppet, show, lying,
Use appropriately, and then where he thinks it's not necessary, he's very blunt, and then he wants to stop. But that is also going to create many other competitors for US. For example, BRICS countries, they are now trying to coin their own currency, for example. So when such a thing happens, dollar value will, or not many people will try to use dollars, and that's going to be a big yes. So there are few things which are positive, but what Trump needs to do is that, with respect to international stuff, local inside the country, domestic things, fine. There is option and other things that is much more political oriented.
So let me just interrupt you for a second here, because and I'm not arguing your analysis. Maybe very spot on. But the question
Inside the Laugh Law
is,
Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down by the SNAP volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get enough. Inside the
doing, some of which may be good from your perspective, some of which may be bad from your perspective. In the aggregate, is he meeting his mandate, his agreement, his tacit contract with his hardline supporters by what he is doing, disengaging in Europe, re-engaging elsewhere? Or is this all just smoke and mirrors and he played his base? What do you think?
Okay, that's a good question. I may not be the right person to answer that, but as you said, of course, it's only my perspective. So
I'm asking your opinion, so it would be your perspective, not somebody else.
Correct. So with a pinch of salt. So what I see is that he's not delivering on ground, even according to me, even in US, because the trade wars and other things that he tried to wage, ultimately he settled down to something which was slightly up or down a bit. But apart from that, if you look at the sum total, he's actually harming his even hardline supporters. Because at the end of the day, a common man like me or you is that going to help me, number one. Number two, America as a whole is also not actually getting, in some sense, support, which he proclaimed saying that, okay, America is the leader, America is going to be great again. So if you're losing your hardcore friends, you're not going to make America great again. So those things, except few here and there cosmetic gain that his supporters are sort of feeling or getting, for example, ICE being used to deport and other things, he could have done it without a big fuss. And then at the appropriate time, he could have showed that, okay, this many people have been deported, rather than making a big circus around and then ultimately not even doing, if this is what I have heard, I may be wrong, not even delivering what Obama had deported. So if that is true, then he's actually not in reality helping any of his supporters or even American citizen. So in that sense, I think it is more of a smoke screen. Though there are here and there some positive things, but I think his behavior is so cranky that even those small gains and other things really is not going to be a gain for American citizen in the long run. So this is something that I definitely feel.
I'm going to move on because
sure, maybe one or two more sentences.
But I just want to say it's really important to get perspectives of people who are not in the United States. But I just want to, I got to move on, but I want to lash on to one thing that you said, Doctor, and you mentioned the tariffs, and I just want to point out the story just broke today, and it's linked to in the chat. I think I pulled the Fortune magazine version of it, but there are others. And the New York Federal Reserve did a study, and for many people here, this comes as zero surprise. But you mentioned the tariffs, and the study shows that the people who are paying for the tariffs are not the various countries. They are the American consumer. I know that was argued. There were people who predicted that and others who discounted those predictions. Well, the study would show that those predictions turned out to be absolutely accurate. So again, even though this is not talking about intervention into other nations, it does speak to the question, because obviously tariffs are part of foreign policy. Is Trump's foreign policy a snub to his base? And I think you brought up an argument right there when you mentioned tariffs that perhaps it is. Thank you, Doctor. We'll move to Hermes, followed by Daryl. Hermes.
Sorry about that, Gary. Try to get to my mic.
Guys, I just want to point out that I purposely try. I know sometimes people drop off. Announce who the next person is when I announce who the person is, so that we don't have these pregnant pauses like that. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So, yes, do I think the foreign policy is messed up? Absolutely. Is it going against his base? Absolutely. But you know what? I don't know if someone has already said this, but what motivates him is money. And if he can, use our foreign policy to line his pockets, he's going to do that. Thanks, Gary, for the mic.
Right, but the question is, I understand that argument, and somebody else, I think Howard made it earlier, Bernice. The question is, presuming your assessment and Howard's assessment is accurate, and I have no reason to argue that it is not, maybe others might, is that a snub to his base?
Yes, it is. It is completely a snub to his base, because what he's letting everyone know, which we already know, we already knew, he does not value or honor his commitment to his base in any kind of way. He doesn't believe any of that. against the base. That's what it means. Just keep
Okay, but is he any different than any other politician, any other president specifically? Because you know,
I think he's the worst at it.
he might be, or the best, depending on one's perspective. But don't other presidents, I mean, a campaign is not designed to make promises to keep. A campaign is designed to get elected. And then once you get elected, you do what you think you got to do based on how the situation is on the ground or whatever your preconception was. But a lot of what they say is, you know, designed to get elected, and then they don't really particularly care. And it may be true that the president, because hey, we keep getting admonished by his appointees that this is the most transparent administration in the history of the United States. I don't know whether that's true, but if it is true, is it possible that other presidents did it to the same degree as this president, but they were more sly about it?
Andrew Johnson did it.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Gary.
Yeah, you always bring up Andrew Johnson, and whenever you do, I say, do you mean Andrew Johnson or Andrew Jackson? Andrew Johnson is like Johnson,
Like super duper bad.
thank you for that, Marshall. El Normal, you dropped off. We'll let you back on. At this point,
Somebody sat me down. I'm not sure.
okay, whatever. I don't care. You're here. That's all that matters. I don't want to discuss room management in the room because we're here to talk about the topic at hand, not any trade questions that may have been. Okay, so anyway, I think it's good, Marshall, you keep Mr. Johnson, the first President Johnson's memory alive and well in the room. Hermes, thank you for
Was that Norman that was speaking about the security component?
And it takes me back to, you know, for the first time I've seen, as the fallout from the war back to Afghanistan is happening, the first time that I've seen a large number of people, you know, who would be considered Republican conservative on the right, who were strongly starting to feel this opposition toward the state of America's foreign policy. It's the first time in my life. Maybe it's happened before. Some of you might have been around in Jesus or you have seen it, but this is the first time in my lifetime I ever seen that. And I can see how some of that impacted, you know, on the right side, even though John McCain was the candidate, that some of that impacted, not the only thing, some of it impacted his law, you know, in a general election, including for independent, but even, you know, obviously the loss of Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary, and obviously her second loss, you know, in 2016, right? That aspect of foreign policy was there. And so there were a lot of people, or at least a part of Trump's base, who were really questioning, like, what are we doing, right? Like, why are we here? They're thinking about the issues that they have at home, and then they're thinking about all these different foreign entanglements and foreign engagements. And they're looking at it now, and they were switching from the time period where that whatever we were doing abroad, we must be doing good, you know, rah, America, you know, patriotism over everything, we must be doing good, to the skepticism about what America was doing overseas, the skepticism about why we got money going here, going there, what are we doing there? And so, I thought that part of that skepticism, not the only thing, but part of that skepticism helped to bring the rise of Donald Trump the first time around. And
Cuban Karate Men Only Dojo. I went all out on this place. Fresh mats, solid wood, the works. I figured if I'm opening a spot just for the fellas, I had to show up looking sharp. Welcome to your brand new Cuban Karate Men Only Dojo. I went all out on this place. Fresh mats, solid wood, the works. I figured if I'm opening a spot just for the fellas, I had to show up looking sharp.
I don't realize who voted for him. You know, this last time around, they've also wished to be a libertarian due to his foreign policy, right? Due to their disinterest in it. So they're not becoming Democrats, or they're not going to be voting for a Democratic candidate. They just decide they're going to vote for a libertarian candidate because that's how upset and angry they are, you know, and what they have seen the second administration, specifically on foreign policy, turn into. So from my perspective, and from what I've seen and what I've seen on the ground and what I've heard from many people, I'm sure there's others that don't feel that way, that yes, he has betrayed them in that regard. And so now he's just like any other president, which, you know, well, that's how it tends to go. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, David. We'll go from David to David, followed by Dr. Francine.
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
It's going good. So you weren't here in the beginning of the room, but the whole genesis of this discussion was the blockade of fuel to Cuba and how Cuba has been forced into the dark and it's a humanitarian crisis. And then I thought I would look at U.S. intervention in other countries. And then I thought about the question, de jure, if Trump's foreign policy is snubbed to his base.
Well, clearly there's an agenda afoot to strangle the island of Cuba of the much needed resources, fuel and oil, to run its economy, its hospitals, its schools, its transportation, its tourist industry. So this is going to strike a blow to the heart of the people of Cuba, and in direct response to the administration of which Marco Rubio, our fellow Cuban American comrade, his family fled, very similar situation as mine. And I don't know what kind of options the Diaz-Canel regime has, other than to maybe fly humble and promise Trump some beachfront property and wants to build a couple of towers. You know, I think that the foreign policy agenda is obviously one of a transactional approach, and Cuba provides miles and miles of unspoiled coastline.
Sounds like casualties.
Just a beautiful island, and because of their lack of industry, their coral reefs are, in fact, revitalizing those that are along the coast of Florida and other Caribbean islands. So, but of course, Trump says that there's no climate disaster raining down on the planet. But that said, if you go to the international community, Cuba has stood tall in the face of white South Africa oppression against the black African nationals in Angola, Zimbabwe, former Rhodesia. And, you know, we'll see if the international community can rally to at a minimum, make a claim of, you know, UN national security or natural disaster concerns versus it being because what Trump is saying, they're a direct threat to our sovereignty of the nation, which, you know, for 60 years, there are instances of that, but I mean, this country is really, you know, say what you will about the communist dictatorship, but I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the speculation of dissent, intellectuals, artists, musicians. They have been muted very severely. There was the execution of many former landowners and capitalists and people that ran businesses in Cuba. So all that history is very, it's reality. But at the end of the day, I don't know, without boots on the ground, recall the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in the early 60s, where President John Kennedy did not provide the air power support, and Castro was waiting in the wings and picked off Cuban
national as well as some American servicemen. And we've never had a successful coup attempt since. And there have been hundreds of attempts to assassinate Castro before he passed in 2015. And now his brother Raul, who's now 94 years old, I believe, is still running the show. So yeah, Gary, my heart breaks. There'll be mass exodus.
So beyond that, beyond just Cuba, is he fulfilling his mandate, his promise, America first? And when he says America, he's not talking in the continent. Is he fulfilling that mandate, or is he not?
No, I don't think he is. No, I mean he's look at how the economy's been affected with prices, the tariffs, the auto industry. He's forcing our neighbors to pivot to China. All of these foreign policy debacles are hurting the pocketbook and the revenues to the United States of America. And I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, although I don't agree with her politics, she's come out and said this whole MAGA thing has been a hoax. It's been a hoax on the America First movement. And she cited example after example of grifting with the billionaires and tax cuts, making
On this episode of Tweaker Geographic,
regarding Gaza, and putting his son-in-law in charge of redevelopment of Gaza, the $400 million plane with Qatar. So there's been a pivot to go enrich himself internationally, and of course the crypto, and obviously creating, giving pardons to big-time criminals in that world, and then bringing them into his tent, and prospering with that technology and those experts. So no, Gary, I think the politicians that are risking their reputations, they're risking their careers in politics, because obviously Trump comes out, and if you take a swipe at him about how he's failed America, he sends out his tweets, and he puts you in the crosshairs, and then of course Musk is going to come along and fund the opposition, and there you go. So I don't think America is first, Gary, right now, and I think the evidence is very clear. We talked at length yesterday in the room about the victims of the Epstein files. That's not putting our children first, Gary. That's not putting the safety and sanctity of our youth against these vultures, and nobody's gone to jail over that. So again, not America first with regard to safety and crime, and not America first with regard to our economy and jobs, and not bringing jobs back, and making everything costly. With gas, I don't think gas has even come down the way he's claimed. But we'll see. He's got 3 more years to right the ship, if in fact he gets through the midterms with his base intact and his majorities intact in Congress. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I'm not so certain that I'm not certain that gasoline prices are reflective of much that a president does. I think they're more reflected, a reflection of the international oil market, which fluctuates. It may be influenced by U.S. policy, but it's primarily not.
But he campaigned on it. He campaigned on it. Really?
So of course he campaigned on it. When the numbers are up, he's going to blame the opposition. When the numbers are down, he's going to pat himself on the back. They all do that. Hey, David.
I will point out during the Biden administration, Biden said appropriately, presidents don't control gas prices.
Well, that's because maybe the prices were up during his administration.
I mean they were. The point remains the same. Presidents don't necessarily influence the average gasoline prices.
Well, it's like the economy was booming under Clinton. Gosh, I wish Clinton was president again, except there was a tech boom then that doesn't exist today in the manner in which it did then. And so the situation on the ground is different. Anyway, thank you, David. We're now going to Dr. Francine, followed by Steve and El Normal. Daryl, you came up too late. Dr. Francine.
Who is his base? That's my first question. Do we even know anymore So she's changed lots what she's running for, you know. So I don't think he gives a shit about the Republicans and who has to run in the next election and what could happen, you know, as a result of what he's doing in the next election. And he doesn't care about the ordinary person because there is something that's happening now, and that is all the supermarkets are going to dynamic pricing. They no longer have price tags. By the way, just so in case you didn't know or had forgotten, John Wanamaker invented the price tag, and the thing that it did was create equality. Once you put a price tag on something, everybody got the same price. And we don't have that anymore with a lot of basic things, especially food. Food prices now are barcodes, and they change during the
They
day.
don't put an individual tag on the product, but there's still a sign there that says, you know, this box of Kleenex is so and so much. They even say how much per unit.
No, I know, but they only say that for the hour or the amount of time that it is that price. They are doing what Amazon does. They are trying to take advantage of dynamic pricing, which means different people are going to get different prices. And so we're going through some tremendous economic changes. Let's not even talk about AI. And Trump does not care about any of it. You know, in fact, I think he's bored now. And so he's going to be really undependable. I mean, more undependable than the undependable that he used to be, because he has nothing to gain anymore from being president, except for, building monuments to himself. And I think that's what he's going to do for the rest of his term. He's going to finish the East Ballroom, and he's going to make the monument that he wants to make to
How much
himself.
it's going to be just that?
The arch, yes. Yeah, and he's doing one other project. I forgot where it was, but he's got, the Kennedy Center. So he's got 3 building projects going, and I think he's just gonna.
2, right?
Yeah, so he's just gonna hang out in Washington, not caring at all about the government, except insofar as he's gonna leave his mark on the city of Washington by using taxpayers' money and donor money to change the look of the city.
You know, the discussion really was supposed to focus on foreign policy and how the foreign policy may have been a snub to his base. But several other people have brought up domestic policy as well. The spending, and the odd thing is, you can't say, unless you are uninformed, which a lot of people probably were when they went to the polls, that he was particularly good at retarding government spending during his first term.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying resisting things we don't know. One we don't know anymore, we still build systems and all. Are you hearing feedback?
That's you, Gary. You gotta do that.
Okay, so, that's very helpful.
I'm experimenting with microphones here and such, and I spent money that I wasted, obviously.
You wouldn't be the first person to do that, especially on electronics. The whole industry is built on people wasting money. two, if you want me to talk specifically about foreign policy, his base didn't want there to be any foreign policy. So everything he has done is a snub to his base. Every single thing, because, that he's done for a foreign policy. So there you are. If we're supposed to be America first, this is awful. Because there's no America first in here.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. I note that also in the chat, if you scroll back, I posted a story about the amount of money that's being set aside or being proposed for purchasing of warehouses to convert them into detention centers for immigration detainees. And
That reminds the suburbs of Phoenix.
right, and others, you and Leanne talked about it in your communities. It's over $3 million.
Yes, and what are we going to do with them? We don't.
Some company is making some money here, right?
Yes, but we were going to deport all those illegal immigrants. Instead, we're going to detain them.
By the way, who's going to run them? Are we going to hire more government employees to run them? Are we going to outsource them, as many of them are outsourced? Anyway, that's another story altogether. And that's topic for another day. But
It's a huge story, though, Gary. Huge
it
story.
speaks to that question beyond foreign policy. Is he meeting the mandate of, what we perceive as his base? And does the base even know or even care? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Thank you, Dr. Francis.
All these dudes who were budget hawks.
Yeah.
No, what's that?
Yeah, and it's really very interesting. Well, we had Doge, but maybe that was all form and not substance. I don't know. And not just for the day, but for the week. So don't do it.
It was so badly done. The Doge stuff, they got rid of the Doge Pro. A Doge Pro is what allows the White House to redact documents. So that first batch of Epstein files they leaked that you could put through an unredactor and it all just took it out. It was because Doge cut their subscription to Adobe Premium. Who would have possibly thought using a chainsaw to hack the government wouldn't work?
So I'm told that no matter what, let me just, while I'm talking, I'm going to unplug this microphone. And Larry, if you're here, give me the feedback on this one. I'm going to do a 10 count. Sorry about this, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was there an appreciable difference there?
Yeah, much better.
The second half.
Yes, sir.
So it's my money ill spent on a new microphone. Damn it. El Normal.
Hey there, Gary. Thank you so very much. Well, I just checked. Trump's approval rating among Repubs, 73 to 90. Doesn't sound too bad. Previous down from 93. This is early 2026 as opposed to last year. Not terrible. Let's talk about foreign policy for him with his Republican base. I don't know how popular he is among Democrats. I didn't check that. I didn't have time. Hang on, I just lost my screen here. All right, I'm back. So something that we all have to understand is that the
projection of soft power, but some of the things I think his base definitely don't agree with. Some of the things that were in USAID, some of the wacky things. In the military, which is obviously the projection of our foreign power, he eliminated DEI, CRT, critical race theory, which were in there. We found that in there, and transgenderism, which obviously it changes the value to military readiness instead of some form of political correctness. I think that makes us stronger. He imposed massive sanctions on Iran, which were not sure of the previous administration. As you can see, bringing the Iranian genocide regime to its knees. The Green Deal. Apparently, the consensus was among his, great coterie, that this was an economy killer, the Green New Deal, both in America and in Europe. Europe's economy has been suffering for years. The Green New Deal certainly isn't helping them. Some places shut down their nuclear power plants. That's a economy killer. It makes them dependent on foreign oil. Germany did this, and I believe England did it. England is really suffering in terms of manufacturing. That has to change. Europe has to step up economically and also militarily. So I'm saying the good stuff. I'm not saying there's only good stuff. The base were people who felt left out and betrayed by the Democratic Party, who were offering bad or no solutions to these big problems: immigration, foreign wars, and the economy. By the way, in terms of grifting and self-dealing, Obama was worth $1.3 million in 2007. The Obama Foundation is now worth $1 billion. That's a 1,000K increase.
The Obama Foundation, not his net worth, right?
That's right. Well, there was no foundation then. Right. That's correct. But you know how these foundations go. As we saw with Clinton, they're sort of backdoors to support the vision, values, and ideals of the eponymous, what's the word, figurehead. Let's see. He choked the IRGC I mentioned. He's choking Venezuela. Obviously, Rubio wants to regime change in Cuba. We'll see if that happens. But has he checked out? I don't think he's checked out. I remember when Obama went to my friend's garage and did a podcast at the end of his administration, Mark Maron. And that seemed to me like a sort of a lame duck sort of end of your second administration. He seemed to have checked out at the end. I don't see him checking out yet. I see him doing a lot of stuff. He's waging battle in the culture war as well. So far, now, that's all. I just named the good because nobody else was naming anything good that he did. I think the shootings are appalling. That's for sure. It looks terrible, and that's where everything changed with the immigration policy. I think he did that to himself. I think the Epstein thing is hurting him. He did that to himself as well. So he has strong points, and he has self-destructive weak points. And right now, it looks like the weak points are winning because his approval ratings are still down, especially among independents and Democrats, or if there are Democrats who ever like him. And it looks like he's going to, get a shellacking. That's become the operative word for midterm loss, right? Thank you, Barack Obama. And I'll mute up and see if anybody else wants to talk.
Nope, you're the last one. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so till 5 p.m. New York time on Monday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, everybody be well.
It's a machine that you can use to purify your water, but it's you can use it to raise the alkalinity of it. It's like a $3,000 piece of equipment you can use for your kitchen, but I don't know. From what I've seen, it's pretty dope.
It's giving scam.
Could be.
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm not a scientist, so I can't confirm nor deny that.
It sounds like it's a big wellness, to be honest.
wellness. It's something that we never talk about, actually, the big wellness industry.
Yeah.
Like big pharma, big wellness.
One thing that I've seen, I don't know what the dye is that they use, but I've seen a lot of these tests that they'll do to test the pH balance of it, and it's like they'll typically do a side by side with bottled waters. And I mean, according to the test, of course, I'm not there to conduct it or anything, but I mean, it looks to be true in terms of it being a higher pH balance than anything else. It's interesting. I mean, it's out of my budget to go and buy a water machine for $3 grand, but it is interesting to see if it really is true.
Hey guys, talk about. I was just gonna say real quick, there was an old school comedian, Dennis Miller. His water bottle joke pretty much summed it up. He wasn't the funniest comedian, but this are pretty good. Evian water, Evian spelled backwards is, right?
Yeah, that was his joke.
Naive, yeah. I'm not saying the guy was groundbreaking, but it was funny for water, because it's, he's like, oh, man.
He's an asshole. He's an asshole. You didn't have to credit him, but.
Oh, is he? I don't know him personally. You playing pickleball?
No. He got like red pills somewhere in the 2000s. Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. Scratch that joke from the record, please.
Well, yeah. Well, look, I'm Gen X, proud. We drank out the hose. We drank out the Johnny Pump.
What?
The hose, the nozzle, the fucking the shit you water the lawn with, bro. HOSE, bro. Get your mind out together. We drank out the Johnny Pump. We call it the fire hydrant. Some people call it the Johnny Pump. I'm fine. Like, there was no bottled water growing up, but that it didn't exist when I was a kid. You thirsty? You turn on the sink. You put your mouth to the sink and drink some fucking water. I'll put it in a glass. Break out the my fridge had the fucking ice tray. Yeah, show my age. Who didn't fill the ice tray? Yeah, that's what I bought.
Yeah, I still drink out of the tap. New York has great tap water.
Great tap water.
I think it's the champagne of tap water. What are you talking about?
It's true. No, but I think when I lived in Florida, that was definitely the worst tap water I ever had, for sure.
People import our tap water. You heard about that experience? Like South Jersey, those pizza guys, they want our water to make it. That's what they said. That's what gives us our pizza. It's whatever it has, and our bagels. They ship our water out.
Hey, check this PTR.
Yeah, Drew. Where's that at?
It's out in Seattle.
Damn. Is that like a play on Ghost?
Yeah. always thought it was it's funny. Like I really liked that movie when I was a kid, and that shit came out when I was like 1. I obviously didn't watch it then, but I watched it at some point in my childhood. But for whatever reason, I was kind of big on it. Random fun fact. Sandra, you got one of those machines?
Yeah.
I was responding to Sandra in the chat. She had said, I think she said that she had one of those machines I was talking about, or she said she has a.
Yes, I've had one for over 20 years. I'm actually on my third one. My mother's oncologist suggested that we get it. And he wasn't selling them. And she started drinking it, and she lived like 5 years longer than they thought she was gonna live. But yeah, I use it for everything. I use the acid water and the alkaline water. I use the acid water for like watering plants and stuff like that. It's great for cleaning too.
So.
But I won't drink tap water. And I mean, I'm in Michigan, and Michigan has some of the best water there is, but they still put fluoride in it. And the machine has over 100 different filters. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good, the fact that you said that her oncologist wasn't even selling it, I mean, that tends to make me be a bit more curious when somebody's trying to put me onto something when they don't stand to benefit from it.
We used to the watershed, this place called the watershed, and get down to the water, just like bang her, when she had, source from chemo and stuff like that. The acid water is good for healing, and then the reverse osmosis water is for drinking. So, yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's dope. Appreciate you sharing that. Because I mean, like, the only people that I've really heard about it from are, like, my friends that sell those machines. It hasn't made me, like, I'm not entirely skeptical about it, I mean, but I just don't know enough about it, to co-sign it or not.
That you can really tell the difference from, like, you can pour the alkaline water into a cup and put just a regular tea bag in it, and it literally pulls the tea out of the tea bag. You can watch it. I mean, it's like,
I did see that.
It's living. It's actually live. It's alive water. It's not killed with all the crap that they put in our tap water, unfortunately. But I didn't pay no $3,000 for it. I think the first one I bought was like $1,200. And since then, with all the new technology and stuff, the prices have come down. So I don't know who's selling for $3,000.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of like this Kangen one. It's almost like the MLM in a sense, like. So I think that's where like the extra cost comes from, because people will sell it and then they turn around and try to get other people to sell it too. So it's like it's not direct from the source. I don't think. Maybe you can get it cheaper from the source, but I imagine that's how they structure their business. But yeah, for those that said that alkaline water is a scam, I do think that in terms of like bottled alkaline water. I think it was Kamari. No, it wasn't Kamari that said it. Somebody else said it out. I'm not sure, but yeah, I do think that that's the case. Just like I had said, you know, when the water is sitting on the shelves for 6 to 12 months, I mean, you can imagine that it's lost any inherent value.
Can't even sit on the grocery store shelves because they have those fluorescent lights, and the fluorescent lights kill for water. I would never buy it at the store. It's that you might as well just pour your money down the toilet. Because even when we were getting it from the watershed, it had to be kept in a cool, dark place. So I would put it in the basement. Like because just in case something happens, I keep about 20 gallons of water in the basement, and I refill them like every month. I pour it out and refill them because the light will kill it. Even though they're not under the light, I don't need to keep it for a certain amount of time. Because I think I'd get sick if I drank actual tap water. I mean, I literally carry, I only got one leg, y'all. I literally carried a gallon of water with me. What, baby?
You talking about you get sick?
It makes tap water makes me sick now because,
In Michigan, it's a Michigan thing.
No, it's got fluoride in it. I don't want fluoride in my stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's got other chemicals too.
Oh, okay.
But Michigan is supposed to have some of the best water in the country, but I've been drinking this too long to switch back.
Yeah, I mean, it could be true. You could potentially get sick. I mean, not like deathly ill or anything, but you might end up feeling sick. I think anything, you know, when you're not exposed to certain things for a long period of time, I mean, the first time that you do get exposed to it, you're a lot more vulnerable. But once again, I will say, I am not a scientist nor a doctor, so.
First of all, we're gonna get water from my house so that they don't have to buy it. My sons come and get water every week because they won't drink just regular water.
Yeah, it's hard to go back. It's just like, I mean, I can't drink tap water anymore just because I'm so used to, I got, you know, just a water dispenser. I go to the store and fill up the 5-gallon jugs. So it's like, that's like the only way I'll drink my water now. Damn, it's just one of those moments in the room. We're over here having a long conversation about water. We tried out right now.
I'm fine with tap water, so. Alright.
I'm with you, Spiritus. I don't smoke, I rarely drink, I'm in generally good shape and fit, so I'm gonna roll the dice. I'm gonna roll the dice with tap water.
Yeah, I don't know what's good for you.
I am a follower of Dr. Sebi though, so there's a lot of things that I don't eat or drink.
What did Dr. Sebi say about water?
He's about a complete alkaline diet. So.
Why did nobody tell me that the whites were protesting Target too? Nobody tell me that. I just found that out today. Why y'all not talking about how the whites is joining in with the blacks in their protests? What's going on?
Protesting, Brooklyn? Black people are protesting?
The whites are at the Target, literally there, protesting with signs and shit, singing songs.
What does the sign say?
Fuck Target. They singing "We Shall Overcome" and some more shit. I'm shocked because how long it's been since Jamal Bryant started that Target protest? I mean that Target boycott. How long? So,
That is a strong statement, though. You know how them white girls love Target. They love Target like they love Starbucks.
no, so they mad because apparently Target let ICE park in their parking lot. So they mad about that and they protesting them.
Yeah, that's dope, though.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I applaud it. I think that shit's cool. I mean, I would hope to see more of it, you know. I think that's what I feel like the majority of this country should be doing. I mean, in terms of anything that we, have an issue with. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I should watch what I say. Not anything, but a lot of the shit that we're seeing, like from this administration right now, these injustices. That's what I should say. I don't care what nationality somebody is. You know, I think that we as a people should be able to come together on moral terms.
Protesting with my dollars. I'm buying as much stuff as I can from black-owned businesses. And I haven't been to Target. Fuck Target.
I'm gonna be real though. The one protest I wasn't really a big fan of was that one that they proposed around Black Friday. I just say that just based off the fact that I don't think that anybody was gonna skip the holiday, so it didn't make sense to me for people to cost themselves more money. I didn't think
nobody is skipping out on discounted prices. That wasn't even realistic, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I remember that being a topic, around that time.
People like discounted prices.
Yeah.
I still shop, but I only buy, like I said, I'm trying to only buy from black-owned businesses, so that's what I did. All of my gifts were either handmade or bought from black-owned businesses.
Yeah, we just trying to keep the room alive right now, that's all.
Ben's earlier performance was very entertaining.
He's burnt out. He's probably having a cigarette out on the deck right now.
Yeah, it usually is. I missed it though. I was on the phone.
That wasn't a crash out. It was a nice performance.
That was a sermon.
There was a little sermon in there too. Some people call them hot dogs.
Oh yeah, they're hot dogs. Frank
I
hot
call
dogs.
it Franks. I call them Franks.
You don't call them Franks.
I don't call them Franks.
No, never. No. I don't believe them.
I do. I call them Franks. And like, mostly everybody in my family call them Franks too.
I've never heard of that.
I don't understand it. They're Frankfurters.
But people still don't call them that either.
Oh no, but for some odd reason, in my family, that's what we call them. I never called them hot dogs until I moved to Atlanta. Oh my mama.
Yeah, they're good. So. I'm gonna have the first one complaint real quick. I'm not gonna say where. I know where they are, but I'm saying that it's all I just asked for a wake-up call. And you know what they said? We don't have wake-up calls. You can use your phone. Yeah, they didn't say it's that because of I said, no wake-up calls. What am I gonna do? He said, use your phone.
You don't use your phone, Scotty?
No, well, I will have to now. Oh my God.
You just wanted to hear somebody's voice, partner.
I think you are being.
I just want the phone. I want the phone ringing to wake me up. That's all. It's not a big ask.
That's hella bougie, Scotty. I'm not gonna lie, 'cause I don't think I ever asked for a wake-up call.
You never asked for a wake-up call?
Never.
Do you just use your phone?
Matter of fact, they probably call me to wake me up anyway, 'cause it be time to check out, and I get a wake-up call by default.
Shit, I asked for a couple wake-up calls.
You want me to wake you up?
That's
Yeah, if you could call me at 7 a.m.
That's very Madison Avenue, Scotty. It's very bougie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm literally gonna ask my mother to call me.
And she gonna call you too, on the dot. She'll call you 5 minutes before.
Oh, she'll call me.
And be like, ain't you supposed to be up now? You know how they do. She gonna call you too. That's one thing.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who uses wake-up calls?
Yes, I've never even considered a wake-up call.
Oh my
I
God.
didn't know that.
You know, I get the calls with them saying we're pounding. We're outside your door right now, man.
Yeah, like,
30.
it's time to go. It's time to check out.
That's what I get.
And then I'd be like, extend my time, because I ain't ready yet. The fuck?
Maybe I just want a human connection with people.
I guess. I just saying, even before a human connection was needed, I ain't getting a wake-up call. I'm just saying. It's very, like, Park Avenue views, kind of.
Well, I mean, I get where he's coming from, though. I mean, something about that.
Right, though.
That
You
sound
know,
like
They don't have an alarm clock.
it sounds very caring, though. Like, hey, I'm just calling to make sure you're on time.
But they have automated ones. They don't even have to, like, you know, they'll log it in the book and they'll have an automated, like, they'll ring your room, and if you don't pick up, they'll ring it again in a few minutes. But I'm not even getting it. And there's a phone in my room.
See, we're talking about human connection.
Well, I mean, they do that. They do that too, but I mean, like, I want something other than relying on my phone. That's all.
You love a good hotel, man. Don't you threaten me with a good, fancy hotel? But
I like a good hotel too.
in my whole entire human experience on this earth, ask for a fucking wake-up call ever. They just wake me up by default because I'm sleeping in.
Have y'all been to a hotel that uses seen it, but yeah, I ordered room service before and got R2D2 delivering my food.
I really get room service, especially since like DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit. I really get room service unless it's like a really good restaurant in the hotel, but then I just go to sit in the hotel. Yeah, I just go sit in the restaurant. So I rarely get room
Yeah, I haven't seen it at a lot of hotels, but yeah, that little feature was it was cool when I seen it the first time.
They got the bots at the restaurants now. It's like this Jamaican restaurant. Yeah. And they got like a little bot that's delivering the food around.
Yeah, I saw that in LA. When I was out in LA, I saw these little robots delivering food up and down the street.
No, not those.
Oh.
I don't see a lot of those because it's not like that kind of town where people just, live like in the city maybe, but I still don't see none of those bots. But what I'm saying is they got like bot waitresses. Like instead of a person bringing you the food, they put it on the bot and they bring you the food. You know what I'm saying? And the bot come and you press in your order and
Ma'am, I asked for wake-up calls. Okay, I don't know that.
How bougie are you? That I want coffee right now because I really do for some odd reason.
Yeah, that don't sound too bad. I didn't even have coffee this morning.
Me neither. I've been heavy on the tea. I want some coffee with some Baileys in it.
Yeah, see, that seems like counterproductive right there.
What, coffee with Baileys?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds good as far as the taste goes, but at the same time, like, is it gonna get you up or it'll put you down?
Baileys ain't even, it's literally like a creamer. It's really real. It has no alcohol if you ask me. You don't even put enough of it in your drink for the alcohol to be effective. So it's just like a creamer. It's delicious though. I love Baileys and like hot tea or hot coffee around the because I don't drink, so that's the most drinking I do is Baileys. Where everybody go? What happened there? I said where everybody go. Child, I got work. I got a lot of shit going on.
Patty, you travel a lot, right?
Not recently. I've been stuck.
Okay. But let's say in the last 10 years, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you ever ask for wake-up calls at the hotel?
Depends on what I'm there for. If it's government, no.
Okay, but you have, right? I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, because nobody here says they've ever used a wake-up call.
Huh? Except me.
Oh, except for you. But that's at like 11:30. I'm getting like 7.
I mean, I was in the wake-up call at 11:30, exactly. Like, check out. That's my wake up call. It's not, oh, you told me to wake you up at 7 a.m. No.
No, but I've been in business for years where I've had to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. So, yeah, and I've always used
Me too, but I just use my phone or I use the alarm clock.
Yeah, no, I've never been to a hotel that didn't have wake up call. I think that's weird. But they're digital, aren't you know, they just all you have to do is plug it in, and it's not like a person calls you. I have no idea.
I mean, but they're getting away from everything that needs human interaction. They're just not doing it anymore. Like, if I went to a restaurant that had a robot, I would leave. Like, what's the point?
We'll choose to tip the robot, in which case I'll stay.
No, but you know they put gratuity on everything, so. At least down here they do.
Yeah, no, I seen that. I seen that in certain places.
Everything I be mad. Like, bitch, you ain't even deliver nothing. Like, I'm literally standing here getting it from you at a counter, bitch. What the fuck is the gratuity for? It's annoying. It's mostly the black restaurants. To be fair.
Yeah, I hate when it's automatic just because it's like, it's just not based that on the service.
Gratuity and the bigger the party is, how they go up in gratuity. So you might be paying like 25%.
Well, I mean, honestly, I do think that. I mean, of course, like, again, it still comes down to like the level of service. But I mean, they can get a party of like. But like you said, that's a lot of work for a waiter, though. Like, you got a party of 15.
The service don't even be worth it. Like, me and my people tip good. I just don't want to be forced to tip a bitch if the service ain't good. And then be like, since gratuity has been added, the service is not as good as it used to be. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, they was better when they knew that they had to get a tip. But now, they feel like it's automatic. And, you know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for my food for 30 minutes and shit. Like, yeah, I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie.
I have a really important question to ask the room. Has it always been the case that in the chat there's no time markers at all? But you used to be able to go and look and see like what happened an hour ago or 20 minutes ago. And now there's nothing. You have no idea.
I think so.
Right, it wasn't always like that. This is the new update because it used to be when you could see, it'd be like just now or 15 minutes ago or 21 minutes ago, an hour ago. Nah, that's what I said. Like, I don't know when they posted that.
Sorry, because you kind of knew where the room was and where it had been, and this makes it crazy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That's for the first world complaint department, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. I had to ask somebody to put me down in the audience. I left 3 times. I came back, but I left 3 times and I was still up on stage. There's no way to put yourself down.
Really? You can't. I put myself down. Now, I could do that.
There's no place on my screen that tells me that I can put myself down.
Oh, I don't
It's
know.
not here anymore. It used to be here, but now it's gone.
No, get on your profile and see if there's a blue bar that says move audience.
Yeah, I got it still.
Yeah, I got it.
I do too.
Steve?
Not on my screen.
That's so weird.
I remember the other day I came in and said, well, somebody please put me back in the audience. I have been in and out like 3 times.
You being held captive by the stage.
No, I didn't want to stay up there if I wasn't in the room because I kept leaving the room because I was doing other stuff. So I like to listen while I'm doing other stuff, but I got busy, so I was like, damn,
listening and I get paranoid that my phone's off mic or something while I'm at work.
This is not our first rodeo, first of all. It's very Adam, even the Muslims in the world. They've gone through like years and years, if not years, like so many videos and debates on polemics. Even between the Sunni and Shia, you'll find these raging debates about hadiths. At least use the ones that are known, that are considered like respectable at least. Not the content, but that can be used as reference.
What are you guys talking about?
Hadiths.
They're telling me that somebody else does no good. But I'll bring them
This hadith has never popped up. Ever.
And I told them I don't live in one.
You think the Shias would have used this?
Wait, hold on. It doesn't really matter whether or not it pops up. It's not
It's Zaif. That's
Life and not does not mean it's completely meaning.
it means that doesn't have a head nor a tail. It can't be clarified, identified, or put down as something that has truth. It means it's weak. We don't know. When you don't know something, and the freaking scholar in the same school is saying, I don't know, why fucking bring it on as polemics?
If it's that meaningless, it wouldn't have been transmitted.
Because people said a lot of shit. I think
Yeah, but that's why, like, certain stuff was transmitted, others was not.
So someone somewhere said something, and one person on the way heard this who was...
When they found it important enough to transmit it for 1600 years.
I've had this problem, I don't take the whole job thing. I find the methodology weak, right? However, there still is some truth to the way it's done. It still has a method, right, that you can verify with. That method can be set as a metric. And in that, I respect the metric. Now, if you don't respect the metric, then what are we even debating? Like, I don't even know where this hadith is from. You don't know where it's from. Sheikh for sure doesn't fucking know where it's from.
start reading it, everybody's like, this ain't a hadith. You're just talking crap.
It's so unheard of. It is so zaif that it clearly is showing like fabrication to it.
When I heard it, I thought it wasn't even the truth. I was thinking, even if it's, I was like, somebody's reading this off of Reddit or something, you know?
Well, you need that way to. There's such great ways to debate, like to have interfaith debates. This just makes you reduces your credibility.
I didn't write it, but I read it word for word.
Where have you been? I was going to text you.
Been busy. But yeah.
I got worried for a moment.
Yeah. Don't tell them your plans.
Well, Mikkel, somebody came by, they drove by, whatever. They said a crazy hadith and they left, and I was just trying to tell them this.
I don't know. These ideas for your focus back.
Just so sweet. What is it about? Strange and questionable narration. Oh, this guy's still about that, bro. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's funny like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. But 2 years now.
Yeah, it's still like that. Yeah.
Switch it up. New that.
Is it raining outside or what? Why is there so much noise?
There's water.
He's probably taking a bubble bath.
Taking a shower, God damn it.
I can't believe that all these Sunnis thought I wrote it or something like that, or something.
It doesn't matter. It's weak. End of story.
Okay, but if I told you...
I tell you what, why these hadiths discounted then?
It is. This whole sort of nonsense is not even...
They should have burned the person at the stake.
No, we don't burn it, because if we burn it, then you're going to say we're covering it up.
But the person who wrote it, they should have burnt them at the stake.
No, the whole point is to compile all hadith, and that even have any metric that can be measured. Compile them to prevent any new innovation onto hadith. So no more people coming up with hadith and claiming it to the Prophet. We have everything concentrated from that time period. So it's a valve cap. The violation of hadith was a valve cap to prevent the innovation in hadith.
What's different in this situation than the situation Uthman was placed in?
Uthman standardized the script.
Answer this question.
Why did he have to standardize it? Or was he the arbitrator of the standardization?
You already know this. I don't need to tell.
There's not a Quran before that.
I don't know the answer. You don't know the answer, so you're telling me all these years you fucking didn't go on AI or something and decide, let me look to the bottom of this. Let me get to the bottom of it.
If I haven't seen the Quran before, I
can't. Christianity, and then all your talking points are pseudo talking points against Islam. Meanwhile, you don't know anything mainly about Christianity.
I know a whole bunch of Muslims now.
What do you know about Christianity? I care about Christianity. What do you know about Christianity?
Oh, thanks for asking. Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. The only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe in him shall receive everlasting life. It is.
That's Christianity.
He is the Word that took upon flesh, that created the world, the universe, the heaven, the earth.
Alright. Yes, most of all, Muslims are Christian. If it's about that, then you got Muslims believe in it. Muslims don't deny Jesus Lord. They literally call him Lord all the time. Lord Jesus, Lord Muhammad. Every time you see that Sayyid in Arabic, that's Lord, Master. Just we don't translate.
Sayyid is not Lord.
Yes, it is.
Lord, Master, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Sayyid would be like Saint.
Yeah, it's Lord.
Sayyid and Lord.
Master, Lord can also be Wali.
Yes, that's correct.
I know this stuff. So
I know this stuff.
if it's about semantics and sun, well,
sense of an offspring. So Christianity does not say that. Son is simply Son of God, non-knower, the manifestation of the logos known, actualized by the Holy Spirit, which is the Son of Man to actualize the Son of God. I've already explained this a million times.
That really was wrong for me.
No, but it's also other than semantics.
What did I miss? I thought he told you to kick sheep whenever he mispicked.
Good boy.
He did. He's just a cheap ass pharmacist. Like he can use so many better arguments to be a pharmacist.
Hanging around too many 20-year-olds.
I just know how to vaguely deflect this.
It really reduces your credibility as an editor. Drop dad jokes. Bad dad jokes. So, Jack, what have you been up to?
Just been living my life.
You're back, you're hooked again? You're off the wagon?
I've been on like a work trip, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll be on Clubhouse for a bit, and I got another one coming up, so.
Where did they send you?
As well. The Midwest. Just around the Midwest. Nowhere fun.
Oh, Joe. Are you liking it?
Whereabouts in the Midwest, though? Very familiar.
I mean,
Can we
it's
come over?
cool. No, shit. To definitely not come over.
I know the Midwest like the back of my head.
It's a huge, Midwest is fucking huge. You know the whole Midwest?
Oh, yeah.
Like Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. Iowa. Nebraska. South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming.
You've been to Wyoming, shit?
Oh, yeah.
What do you do in Wyoming? It's just like Iowa? You been to Iowa?
Oh, Iowa. If you...
Are you a truck driver? Have you been all these places, shit?
I'm a truck driver.
Okay, that's why.
I've been to Iowa before. I thought it would be like a lot more conservative, and I went to Dubuque and some other fucking place, but it was.
You're right by
Boise is very political.
No, Boise, Idaho?
Yeah, isn't that where all the political stuff happens? Where it's like a destination for all the candidates?
Honestly, it's pretty quiet out there. They got these, like, I went there down there in downtown area, parked my truck in the truck stop, grabbed an Uber in town, and it was so clean. They take littering so serious, like a $500 fine, that the city's so clean you can eat off of it.
What I was tripping on is like any Starbucks you go to, there's gonna be a tranny with like purple hair in there. It's like you're guaranteed no matter where you're at.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, what's wrong with guys? What's wrong with Chance? What's wrong with
It's just like, what's up with them and being baristas? Like, there's gotta be some science behind it.
Because they're creative. They can mix them.
They should have the, what type of jobs?
What?
Like mechanic shop, like where they change the oil and they're working on those below ground pits. Where
No way. That's dirty, yeah. You're not a truck driver, right?
No.
I'm kidding. What did you do for a profession? You tourists.
No. I don't talk about it on Clubhouse. Yeah. Too many weirdos.
Fair enough.
And your people are crazy, no offense.
They're the worst.
I mean, you saw what they did to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. They're nuts. Are they still on your ass, or is it like chill?
No, don't worry. I'm fine.
Nice.
I worked it all out.
Signed a deal. Had to deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Who's this Jeffrey Epstein down there, CJ? You guys know him?
It's really annoying that Jeffrey Epstein's face is all over this app now.
You know what? Let me change my photos to make it more appropriate.
Maybe not. Like, why do we all have to be haunted by the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein now, just because of the...
You would love for this to go away, wouldn't you, Buttercup?
Yeah.
Just sweep it right under the rug.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, this is like the juice
is 9/11 right now.
Hey, it's not the Jews, it's just one guy.
I know, but
It's very
9/11 was just like 11 Muslim guys, but
That's true, that's a good
it
point.
was the Muzzies at the end of the day. But we try to blame out for that too, so.
I think it makes it worse for you guys if you try to defend them. Even like you guys say, what does this have to do
No,
with
you know who
the
does
Jewish
that?
people?
Is Norm. Norm will be up there like, I don't see it,
yes.
I don't understand, why don't you just throw him under the bus? Like, why do they, I don't understand. Like, it's not that hard to throw someone under the bus. Be like, oh, he's not. He's not a real team.
I would play up the Emirati guy. I would do so much shit. There's so many opportunities to.
I feel like every group is implicated in this scandal. Like, there's no one who's untouched,
Yeah, but
Actually, Orthodox Christians. There's a single Orthodox Christian.
That's right.
Well, not like in terms of like a church thing.
Or Russian Pentecostal.
The Russians. I don't know about the Russians. Steve Bannon's all over this shit, so I don't know.
There's a ton of Russian shit in there. They had a whole, trafficking thing from Russia. Like, he was meeting Putin. There's a ton of Russian shit in there.
They didn't meet Putin. No way.
He tried to meet Putin.
He was trying to arrange meetings with Putin. I don't know if it was successful.
Putin really unlucky, I think. And the whole
The whole Eastern world, well, not the Eastern,
No, but people
it's with China and Russia.
people in Putin's inner circle he would have close contact with people in Putin's inner circle, and they got him women and stuff.
Buttercup, wasn't there an email about him getting a meeting with Netanyahu or not?
I didn't see that. I saw the president. He was president. What's his name? The current president. Herzog, yeah. And of course, Barack, right? Barack.
Yeah.
He had an interview recently.
Into the house.
Did you guys see that interview? He got caught walking into his permit.
Yeah, his townhouse in New York City. They have that picture of him walking in with the antenna over, but it's like, dude, we don't know that is them. It's clearly you. Oh, and Woody Allen, it was one of his best friends too. Some weird shit. Bunch of scientists. We're just trying to get funding. So crazy.
They did an interview on Israeli TV with David Barak, and they were not giving him an easy time. He kept trying to point to other people, and that he was squirming.
Yeah, he cooked. I don't know. There's that Emirati girl too who was like, you think I'm hot? You should see my little sister who was 10 at the time or some shit. Was trying to pimp out her little sister. Fucking filth.
That's rough.
Crazy times.
There go Democrats for you.
The story's never gonna fucking end. It's millions of pages. There's gonna be memes coming out for years and years to come.
Television show?
Yeah.
Guess who? Jeffrey Epstein.
Ew, come on. That's gonna kill me. I'm gonna get written down. So you guys.
Please, kick him.
My working.
Fucking shit, dude, I hate this guy.
You don't just hate an ideology, you attribute it to all Jewish people. You based on the way your criticisms of Jewish ideology, you attribute to anyone with ethnic Judaism.
No, I do not. I explicitly do not. I have said this multiple times.
You've told me many times that you think I'm evil because I'm Jewish, and I have no date. I have no God. Yes, you have. You literally made
Never said that to you.
Messages.
I have never said that to you, seriously. Ever I said that to you would be a troll and you know it. I have multiple times said to you, seriously, that I do not think that you are evil. I have actually gone as far as to say that you are an soul, not a Jew. Right? In any case. Regardless of what I have to do to say this to you. But anyway.
It's just only primitive, tribal, provincial Jews say that to me. Okay? You're agreeing with that?
Listen, Buttercup. Again, go with me, forget about what me and my thinking is, and forget about all of that.
know there are many different strains and interpretations, and they can't be treated like a monolith.
Okay, so there's many different strains of Nazism. It's wrong to hate all Nazis because there's many different strains of Nazism.
That's not the same. Nazism is a very clear ideology. Judaism, like all faiths, like Christianity, Islam, it has many different strains and interpretations.
No, Nazism has many different strains and interpretations.
Do you hate all other faiths that are not yours?
Or not necessarily, no.
Yeah, who's more evil, Jews or
Not just
Christians?
Jews, but not necessarily
Jews
all
or
faiths.
Muslims? Who's more evil, Jews or Muslims to you?
Again, I'm not attributing it to the person. I'm attributing it to
Okay, which ideology is more evil, Judaism or Islam?
Judaism.
Do it.
Why, Betty? What's part of it?
Because
We killed Jesus, duh.
I think
No, Betty is a serious thing, though. He's
It's not a serious thing. Of all the Christianity is a beautiful religion. It's a religion of love. And Benny, when he's going on his journey, he's leaving Islam, and he's going on his journey of he's trying to find. He's on a spiritual journey to find himself. And the one strain of Christianity he chooses is the most hateful, anti-Semitic, vile, conspiratorial version of Christianity he could find. It's not a coincidence. You are a monster, Benny. You found one strain of Christianity that is the most hateful because it validates your worldview. That's what.
no, actually, that's not true at all.
You had a plethora of options, and that's what you picked. You had a whole.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what
She
happened.
really is the Powerpuff Girls
Tried all that.
picture.
No, she's not.
Yes,
I did. I know. No. Orthodox Christianity did not validate my worldview, right? Orthodox Christianity directed my worldview. I did not have this worldview prior to adopting Orthodox Christianity. I adopted this worldview as a direct result of Orthodox Christianity.
as a direct result of Orthodox Christianity. Why? Tell me what it is within the Judaic framework that you have a problem with.
So it's the rejection of others, right?
Okay,
Viewing
so-
others as, lesser than,
Yeah.
okay? That is primarily really bad, right?
Also going against the commandments.
Almost no strains of Judaism actually view non-Jews. And even the ultra-Orthodox don't. You don't know what you're talking about. You're literally.
We can start going through the Talmud, but you're gonna call me as an anti-Semite.
Yeah, because you cherry pick shit and you don't read the rest of the Talmud.
He can say anything. He needs to provide evidence for that.
Right.
And we're gonna.
I'm not doing anti-Semitic.
Since you're gonna do it.
Do it in your own church, not in my church.
See, I can have this conversation with you, like,
It's a one line, okay? It's one word line. It's like I'm willing to throw my people under the bus. I'm willing to talk about the genocide. I'm willing to call for Palestinian liberation. I'm willing to call the Gaza genocide Holocaust, right? I'm throwing my fucking dead grandparents from the Holocaust under the bus, and yet my one line is I don't mod people in my church who hate Jews. I'm sorry, we're not going to engage you in your fucking Talmudic bullshit because you don't know anything.
I love the Jews.
Hey, Benny, I didn't know you had such a view.
Yeah, because vile
I've
language.
explained this several times. I mean, this is not.
I didn't
I
know
don't
that.
put him down. Why can't I push him down?
Oh, I'll move down.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm respectful, Buttercup.
Yeah, that is true.
Respectful anti-Semite. We love to see it.
Hold on, you guys. I don't know.
I am actually respectful.
He is.
He is. He's the most respectful hater I've ever met.
That makes him more dangerous, though, if you notice, right? If he was just a vile person, disgusting, it'd be so easy to dehumanize him and say, look at this piece of shit. Burn him.
Yeah,
But he's so nice.
It'd be nice to get people here and share the positive things about religions, not the crazy things.
Oh shit, stop it. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I remember when I had your bitch ass on block, chef.
You're bad at my jokes. And
Your jokes were worse than your Islamophobia. Your fucking jokes were... hell, man. He would just butt in with the same fucking joke every 5 seconds. And it's a dad joke. It was, I don't know. Why do you say something about Iraq and Iran?
Yeah, the
And it was
airplane.
just 30 fucking times in a row.
It wasn't Iraq and Iran. It was when that ordeal with Israel and Iran went down.
Some shit like that.
No, please no. Bro, I'm quite stressed about my country. I don't think you guys have, I don't think, Shane, you've ever been in a war or seen the outcomes of one or been.
I watch a lot of war movies.
That counts.
He's probably played Call of Duty, to be fair.
I think I might go with this night.
Marcus, how are you coping with this?
Passes of war and stuff.
I've done 100 things in the meantime. I've just used them as my sound. There was a whole homosexual thing before I knew at the gym, and I'd gone to my hair. They were talking about freaking scripture and how it sees homosexualities, and then he was here. Thank God he got a chance to speak. Unlike the other day. I don't know, like, Phoenix was here calling all these heterosexual homophobes a cutie, and they're getting all
When I see my people getting genocided, I like to watch documentaries about worse things to make me feel less bad. Like North Korea or some shit. Just go down a rabbit hole and be like, could be worse.
I've always found that to be.
It's really life altering. It's really like character altering. I feel like it completely changed my personality once this like, and it just all my friends, like the things I wanted to focus on. And me and Judy got back in touch because we hadn't talked to each other in many years. We were both sort of like all consumed by the news. Remember that?
I'm very jealous.
I actually thank God that I started talking to Buttercup again because I just didn't find people who understand it very well and can talk to me about it. It's very hard to. One thing is if you live it, and the other thing is if you observe it. They are totally different things, and I think Buttercup lived some part of it. So she.
Not like you though. I haven't experienced
not like not like mine, but you at least not someone.
But like I have people that are
so only read headlines on the news, and they make an opinion based on some headlines on certain news channels. It's very complicated, and you really need to spend a lot of time reading about it. Even like I lived it, but every day I still learn something new about it. So when people make themselves experts on the matter, and they haven't even lived in that part of the Middle East, I get surprised because every day I learn something new about it.
This is a beautiful thing. People of different beliefs and understandings coming together because they want to find a common ground and a peace. As long as the world strives for that, it's going to be amazing.
Did you? Why laughing? Why do you encourage for God's sake?
It's gonna be amazing. The world's falling apart. It's gonna be amazing.
It's gonna be amazing.
No, but people are striving for peace. And
That's all that matters.
Sometimes the worst part is like if you're at work or like if you're at an office and you go on Instagram and you just watch someone get their fucking head blown off. It's your people too, and then you just have to like put your phone down and then start typing up an email again. Like that you did
I
just
know,
that's the
I
trickiest
really
part.
struggled with that right after October 7th. Like you go to work and you're supposed to act as if everything is normal, and you're terrified for your family because you don't know what's gonna happen. I mean that part, just it's very unpredictable. Things could happen. Things could change any moment, and there are no guarantees that this conflict will not hurt your family. I mean, it hurt. It did hurt on.
The world is this? It's got a dragon.
But luckily, everyone of us.
Hey, just kid, got your mail.
You were close, real close.
If it actually
Right, Star said hi and then not.
hurts my family in
what I mean? Like if one of my immediate family dies because of it, I don't know if I would.
You haven't had that happen? Like in your immediate family?
Yeah, I've had immediate families. I like in Iran right now. I don't even know what's going on. I call my mom up. I think I might have lost like a couple of family members, like close to this whole fucking Iranian.
I think I might have lost a couple of family
Yeah, they'll tell
members.
you a year later, by the way.
They tell you a fucking year later. Yeah, and it's troubling. Like I'm living in anxiety. Constantly like they're killing people. We don't know who's being killed. How they're being killed. So you're like, this is not right. This is not the way we humans should live in this world.
Girls.
Yeah.
But you also
Met
understand
someone
that
from the
we're
Sinwar
safer
family the other day.
we're safer in the U.S. than in other countries, but it's not like we have total impunity, you know, because our government does crazy things too, you know.
Correct.
And Homeland Security. So what do you think is going to take its place?
Taylor, how's your family doing?
Same as Nagus, like we don't know for sure because that's exactly what they do. They don't want people to worry. They don't want people to freak out. So they could just say something, like not say something for a while.
They won't say something.
What's up with pop parents and family who do that shit? It's just like literally your parent, like
They come up with excuses, like all kinds of excuses. So for my grandma, and it was that like when you're getting married and stuff like that. I can't remember if it's like you're married. Huh? I can't remember, but it had something to do with like, oh, they had just given like the news of an engagement or something, and so they didn't give the news of the grandma immediately or something like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking her, like,
yes, I know
can
that.
you communicate with me? Like, can you tell me exactly like what's going on? Like I'm asking, is everyone fine? And then there's a pause, and I know that fucking pause. She says, yeah, everyone's fine. We don't know about every single person. This is my immediate fucking family. This is like my aunts, my grandmother, my uncles, people I grew up with. And my cousins are so interested.
Have you ever seen the show Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yes, I have.
There's an episode where Larry's mom dies, and he goes to like visit his dad, and he's like, "Hey, where's mom?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, like is she still in the hospital?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, she's doing better. Yeah, she's doing better." He's like, "Yeah, you know how people do." He's like, "Oh okay." He starts asking more, and then he finds out, "Oh, your mom died." He's like, "What the fuck? Why didn't you tell me?" He's like, "She told me she didn't want you to worry. You're in New York City. She didn't want you to worry. You know, you'd be all bummed out because she died." He's like, "Fuck, man. Like, when's the funeral?" He's like, "It was on Monday."
Also, these are mass killings. Yeah, it's fucked up. Also, these are mass killings. So someone could just be walking to the store. Someone could just be fucking, I don't know, picking up their clothes from the dry cleaner or something. It's not like you can like sit at home all the time.
Did you say that you long to go back home?
I long to go back home.
I know, but I don't think you can live home.
I can't live home.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah.
I think you get used to certain standards, and I'm not saying that we're above other people, but last time I visited the West Bank, I was really scared, you know, and everyone around me, there were some gunshots nearby my family's house, and I was in the living room with the rest of my family, and I was the only one who tried to escape to a room without doors or windows. Everyone just laughed at me like, "What are you doing?" And it's sad because it's sad because people
kind of give up. Like they don't care about their safety anymore. You know what I mean?
Yes, and everything in the US is about every little thing that is safe or comfortable.
I have a girlfriend that's Palestinian, and this is before, like, like everybody was like, Palestine was on and everybody's, like, all the rave, if you will, popular to talk about. But so it was before October 7th. My girlfriend went to, I think it was for the West Bank. It might have been East Jerusalem, but I'm not sure. But she went and she was telling me there's no reason for her to make it up because it was just miscellaneous. She had came back from there and she tells us the story that she was taking a shower and, like, water, there's a certain amount of water you can use, whatever, and that the IDF soldiers had dropped a dead animal in the water thing, for people that,
Yeah,
and
the water supply. Yeah, they usually do that shit. That's a classic war tactic. If you go throughout history, whenever then the army's coming in from the opposing side, they throw dead animals in the wells.
Wait, she took a shower. She was taking a shower and she was like, what the F is that smell? What the F is that smell? Yeah.
It was a dead carcass, right?
Yeah, freaking yes.
That's
Yeah.
wicked.
Yeah, that's just gross.
They've been doing that since the 60s, 50s.
It's been around since Vlad the Impaler used to do that.
No, Palestinians, I'm saying, since the 50s, with rats and shit like that.
Well, they've been doing it even when Napoleon was invading Russia.
Yeah,
it's one of the oldest forms of, like, biological warfare. But Vlad the Impaler there to Ottomans even goes back to that, even before that.
My family goes days without water in the West Bank. I mean, I believe East Jerusalem is better than the West Bank when it comes to water supply because that land is just basically dry. There's not enough water, and water distribution is, depends on who you are.
I know, I don't even want to go back, dude. I'm like, you fuckers, dude, you just make it so whack. I know what it is. You guys get a taste of this NASCAR. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to go back either.
Yeah. That's what Judy was saying. Yeah, that's what Judy was saying. Like they set the level at such high the levels are so high for safety and just comfort.
Especially when you're used to America. You're like,
yeah, that's what.
Yeah, Americans live in a bubble compared to other people, to the rest of the world. I mean, the amount of food that we waste every day. I was actually thinking about that today. We waste so much food here. We have abundance, and other countries have nothing.
Yeah. Depends where you are in that country. Also, you can live like a king in a pauper's land, or you can live like a pauper in a king's land. Like the people, like 70% of America, even more, I think. I don't know the stats. I think they said 70 to 80% live paycheck to paycheck every month, right? Now, you can live a king's life if you're like in a country where,
But even like poor people here have a certain level of quality of life.
I agree.
And they can still have food stamps, health insurance, rent assistance, stuff like that, cash assistance.
Yeah, that is true.
You can go to the food bank and get food. I know people who go get free meals every day.
Yeah. And if you're living next to the Sikhs and their gurudwaras, they just give food for free every single
If you go to a temple, yeah,
the Gurujis.
or the church,
Yeah, they're so good with that, honestly.
They're so good at that.
And they allow people outside their faith. That's the beautiful thing about them.
Yeah. I've been to that golden temple.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm just kidding.
I've actually been. No, I have been to it.
I'm saying you're not pluralistic.
I'm not.
No, you hate Jews. I'm just kidding.
Do you have a Jewish friend, Benny? Like in
He
real life?
doesn't hate Jews, but the ideology is
I'm very
problems.
proud of it.
No, I don't. I can explain this 10 more times and she's still gonna stick on the same.
It's like a bothering feeling when you get along with someone and you like them, but they hate you.
I don't hate. That's the thing. I don't hate Buttercup.
Yeah, he says you're not a Jew.
You know what I mean?
You're
By the way,
your soul. I don't hate your soul.
He defends you.
I don't think you do.
I'm erotic as fuck. I'm basically like the child of
A lot of people are not erotic. I defend you when you're being attacked. In addition to that, even fucking Emerald says the same thing. Why do you hate me? I don't hate you. She's like, do you hate my daughter? I was like, no, I don't hate you.
You just want to erase her people. That's it.
No, I don't want to erase her people either.
So
I just want to erase their ideology.
He defends you.
That's what makes them a
So much grows. Hard stop it. You guys are
paradoxes, Benny. I do adore him. He's just an anti-Semite.
You know what it is? Perhaps he can't explain the Trinity too well, right? Because
transpired.
No, in order to you know, I can explain it just
because if you're agnostic,
we've been in enough religious rooms and I can
perhaps the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are a bit too true for you to
actually,
want
the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are not exactly the same.
They're exactly the same.
No, they're not.
Also,
Exactly the same.
the God of the Jews, the God
Just
of the
read Rambam. Read Rambam. And then
You mean the guy that was living in Muslim lands, right?
So what?
That was actually.
So what?
I mean, first of all, there's a Bible. Second of all, even the Rambam criticized Muslims.
In
He
what?
insulted the Prophet. He was insulting the Prophet.
That's not. No. So that's fine. You're making a fallacy by association, right? You're saying because.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're saying.
I'm not making a fallacy by association.
You're saying because he was associated to a certain religion.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy.
That is a fallacy.
Like, you read, no, it is, it's not. Like, you read what, and it's the same thing for Christians, like, you don't have to make this all about the Jews. You read what Christians have to say about Muslims in Muslim land.
That doesn't
Christians
matter.
in Christian land. That's not necessarily the same
You're
thing.
not addressing his God model, right? I'm saying his God model is, which is AKA the Nouveau Jewish God model, is identical to, it is ADS. It is, which by the way, the Muslims don't, majority of
Muslims don't want to talk about politics.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm a Maimonides.
I love how you dismiss yourself.
Navgas has been vaping tonight, so please excuse her.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. I love that.
Fuck off. That's the first time I fucking got jacked by myself. I fucked myself up. But anyway, shut your mouth, you very good.
Pretty good.
Very good.
Really good. Thanks. Why are you pretty good?
There was a very serious rule in which like standards were being put forth, like do not use the F word. It was one of these very conservative Islamic rules. We should not use bad language. We should not use shut up. You know what comes up? Hello, can we use Gardu? That was his thing, Benny. Can we use the word Gardu?
Gardu.
Gardu. And I told you about that guy, Mohammed, who came to freaking Ami's room. You guys were there then. And were you there? No, the Iranian who came. So you know how we use like sentences like the position, what's your position in the argument?
Yeah.
What position do you take?
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Stella tells me to tell this story every time. He freaking comes in, he's fighting. All of them are calling him Reza Pahlavi supporter. He's not. So he's trying to defend his position, right? So then people start asking, okay, so what is your position? And he gets so fucking annoyed. He's like an elderly gentleman. He says, you know what my position is? My position is 69 on your mother.
Oh, I wasn't there for that. Iranians have a way of coming out with
always sounds like a sheikh, you know, up to that point. Like, what did you just say? What are you talking about? You're like 75 years old.
Bro, you're more than rich. I've heard that one. You're more than rich and fucking fraud. Just all kinds of weird.
My position is 69.
On your mother.
That's pretty good, actually.
They've been bothering him, but what do you think Reza Pahlavi? I mean, he was saying, you like Reza Pahlavi? You fucked up.
I don't, I've had enough of Reza Pahlavi. I don't care. You gotta choose your own person. That's my business.
And this poor old gentleman was saying, no. He kept saying no. Then eventually they're like, what's your position? And he says, you want to know my position?
It's funny. He goes right for the jug every from the beginning.
Where's Buttercup? I want to slurp some sweet tea for her. Last night. Yeah.
Oh, you were doing it the other day.
I slurped. Cora got up and burped.
Yeah.
The only thing that was required was Stella to fart.
It was like, it's like all we need is one person and let it rip.
Guys, one time Stella left her freaking phone open and she flushed in one of these.
Oh, that must have been embarrassing.
Listen, in one of these super like Iranian rooms, Stella is like, yes it is.
No, it's not. Just because
Munir told me.
that doesn't mean it's true.
Shut up. So Munir was saying, and then Stella just didn't speak, I think, for 2 days. Something.
No, it's not true. Why?
Is he really lying? Shut the fuck up.
I did flush. I would come on and be like, what's up? I don't get it.
Not last year, in 2024, the end of 2024, somebody wanted to come into Amir's room and troll. He comes in, he's pretending to be Santa Claus. He goes, ho, 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 Merry Christmas, you know, and all that. But then all of a sudden, in the middle of his ho, 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 you could hear him, fart. He just rips one. And the room just goes silent. He's thinking he's doing a good job. Then Amir's like, respectfully, if you need to fart next time, please mute your microphone. And the guy was like, what? You heard this? You heard that? And the guy left. He came in the troll and he just got,
Oh, fuck.
Like, I have a story worse than that. There's actually a Persian guy. I know you've probably met him on here. I'll tell you who he is later, but it's a true story. Matter of fact, Rooster can verify this, okay? So, you remember back in the day, we were having those rooms?
The master room.
Hold on, no, I think it's still that way. Or like, okay, remember we were doing the messages thing? Like you leave a voice message and then somebody comes and adds onto it and adds onto it and adds
I
onto it.
remember that.
Oh my god, that was so annoying.
I don't know what the hell this guy did, okay? Like, I think that he just, like, took his phone out of his pants and it just swiped and turned on or something. Like, it turned on. He's in the bathroom and you can hear him struggling. Screaming. You can hear the discomfort, everything. And he was looking for a really long time. And this guy never knew. Maybe he found out later, like somebody told him. But it was like almost like 2-minute recording of him, like in the bathroom, struggling for his life.
Just forcing it out. Yeah.
That's disgusting. He must have felt so embarrassed.
Hilarious. I don't know why farts are so funny, but they are.
Because that's worth recording. I might have recorded it. But ask Rooster about it. He'll verify. So then it records it. Yeah, so it records it. So people are like, funny. And they're like, what the hell is this?
Especially with a proper Iranian crowd.
With the people on Clubhouse, that must have went on for months, that recording, that chain.
I don't know how long it took for him to realize it. And it might have been a replay of a room, but I don't think so. I think there was those voice messages.
That's hilarious.
The thing is, you can't delete those chains either.
because they're public.
Oh my God, the tragedy. And I think it was that. And I do think it was that. We'll ask Rooster when we get a chance.
They're public and they're so annoying. And they're always before the rooms too. Before you get to the rooms.
Those was so annoying, bro.
You could have filtered.
Was like a real special.
You could filter for the live rooms. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. But whoever came up with that was a special, special person.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't, until you just mentioned it, I actually didn't even think about the fact that they took it away. It's funny.
Maybe I think like your Julia is how it's coming across. Like maybe you can just like stress on like I have issues with some ideological principles of shit.
That's what I say.
Then why just buy it?
Honestly, Nagus, you know how like when people are talking Muslims and they like pull out stuff that
Hadith.
not hadith, but like they'll say, you know, how old was Aisha? Yeah, and there's really no wiggle room out of it, right? It is what it is, right? There's stuff like that within Judaism too, and so like when you try to start pulling it out, people start responding.
Yes. That's so true. Like you can't justify it any other way.
I was at Amis's earlier and I got Daniel and Sergio so mad. Daniel was making monkey
What the
noises.
fuck is going on with Daniel, man? He's writing some hateful shit about me in the chat. I usually didn't like that at all.
Oh, that's how he. I mean, that's how he is. Earlier today, never been Buttercup's room. He was in this room earlier. He was. Who said it? Jindip was talking about. Jindip said, "How do we? You know, the only thing we know about Israelis or Jews. I don't know if we should use Jews or Israelis. Is the barrel of their guns. That's all we really know about them. Their demolition of homes. And he writes in the chat, stop acting like, or stop talking like a terrorist. That's nice. So he gives me articles, and his articles debunk his argument. I'm like, your article like debunks your argument here. See, like, and he did it twice, and then Sergio did it once. So 3 times, and they were.
Who's Sergio?
I don't know, some guy that he used to follow me around wanting to debate me over the UN reports that came out in 2024 or early 2025 or something. Like,
Did he get cut off?
I think so.
How do you think Zeleny and Ambrose are gonna be BFFs one day? Zeleny?
Finding who?
Ambrose?
Probably. No.
I got kicked off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like it. I could.
No, I got my app crashed. Yeah, you know, why people think Benny is anti-Semitic? Because Benny says I'm anti-Semitic.
And you don't feel
I
that.
don't think that. I want to make anti-Semitism great again.
You're sad yourself, bitch. Why would you do that?
It's a little uncomfortable.
No, listen, man. If you're gonna have a special designation for hating an ideology,
I had no problem with that.
yeah. If you're gonna make it wrong to hate an ideology, then I'm gonna be proudly a Nazi. Even though I'm not a Nazi, but I'm gonna make it.
See, again, the correlation is just so bizarre, the way you're correlating things. I'd rather be a Nazi than be someone who does not hate a false ideology. That's what you say. Like, it's so idiotic, the connection.
No, you know what I'm saying is, religion is an ideology. I mean, it's an right? So, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate an ideology, then you're gonna have to say, or sorry, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate a religion, then you're gonna say it's wrong to hate Nazis. But the only difference between any religion and Nazism is that religions often, but not necessarily, include a God concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're
So why
making
is it
like
wrong to hate Nazis?
House?
Probably the hippo.
You think a hippo could, in the river, yeah.
I think the hippo would kill a buffalo like nothing.
It's big. There's no way to beat that thing.
Well, if you kept the hippo in its environment and you kept a polar bear in its environment. Goodbye. We're gonna need something out. Why isn't it coming out? Not once.
It's not ready. It's not ready. It doesn't want to come out yet.
It's ready.
It doesn't want to come
It's
out yet.
fucking ready.
It doesn't.
We're not asking. We need it to come out.
I don't even remember the type of dog I had. It's like, given you have a very energetic Havanese, I can also tailor to a high energy small dog. It's kind of scary.
I need to get this fucking thing in the oven.
Cheese in the oven?
Yeah, just put the cheese.
Stuck by this river, you and I, underneath the sky that's ever falling down, down, down. My AI is about to get fucking supercharged like crazy. I'm working on it now. Yeah, they came out with this thing now that you could have be proactive. It's really cool.
Oh, Alexa Plus?
No, not like Alexa has nothing. No. So I'm like,
You're using Alexa on here?
yeah, Alexa. No, I was. I can see why you said that. No, but the open call.
What is it?
It's a wrapper that you use on your, that you use with your AI, whatever AI you have.
Any,
Yeah. As long as that, any AI, and it's able to get. It's an agent, so it can get things done online. It could order things. It could have different agents with different personalities. If you're building a company, for example, it could have a CEO, chief of marketing. And the marketing agent will do the, all the marketing online for you, writing the blogs. It could do anything. The possibilities are endless. It's hundreds of thousands of people have been using it. Some have been out for a month now, not even.
I've heard of it, but the one things I read about it were there were a lot of vulnerabilities.
Yeah, there are. You have to make sure because you set it up on a virtual server for like $5 a month. You have to make sure that you have your firewall set up, anti-phishing set up, your IPs protected. But it's not hard. You can actually get it to do it for you too once you install it. So,
What do you guys think about my new profile picture?
Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ. and I think it was Grace that said that you weren't a journalist.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because I brought up the IDF. The IDF said confirmed that they're agreeing with the Hamas numbers, and
How increased on that? I mean, I am a journalist, so.
And then Daniel was like, no, they didn't. And here's I'll give you something proving that they did not. They didn't. They took it back. And he sends me an ex Twitter post. Can you send me an article?
Oh my god, we've been fighting about this for weeks, where they don't accept the IDF's own statements. They're like, well, why didn't he put his name on it? Like, they'll find anything. And then the IDF walks back their own statement with another unnamed statement, and they'll accept the second one, but not the first one. It's so annoying. They're like, you can't accept a statement from an agency if they don't put the spokesperson's name on it. Then the IDF puts out a second statement that slightly softens the first statement, and they're like, oh yeah, it's definitely real. So guys, yesterday, Buttercup, General was there, right? General, you were there. When God's lawyer came on.
Oh, I can't stand him. Whenever he talks, always tell him, what is your argument first? Always ask him that first. He was in Amir's room.
We were talking about apples, and he kept bringing up pears.
Right.
Did he just he kept asking questions?
No, because our conversation was administrative detention. Specifically, kids that have been taken into custody by the regime and have not been charged. And he kept reading a list where he's like, oh, look at this 14-year-old. He's been charged with throwing a stone or stabbing someone. But we're like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about people that have no charges against them.
Yeah.
But he kept, there was no movement.
And remember Samson was there, right? So Samson brought it up first, I think. That was the whole thing.
That was with Emerald, wasn't it?
With Emerald. Oh my god, she lost her. But
there's a lot of pressure on her.
It was a lot of pressure.
She's battling them all the time.
No, Samson was so annoying. I was in a room where I was undercover with Samson was in there telling them what a sociopath me and Emeralds are, and telling them how to treat sociopaths and how you can manipulate them back. Like, he was sociopathically laying out how he can outsmart the sociopaths. So he was doing a freaking medical examination and dissecting a personality disorder in Emeralds, calling in the narcissistic.
Yeah, he calls narcissistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're running around diagnosing it. It's so annoying.
Then I said, who the heck are you in order to freaking diagnose people?
He's not a doctor, by the way.
He's not?
Yeah, we know.
No?
No, he's a liar.
He said he does this every day with people.
He spends most of his time on fucking Clubhouse. What kind of...
Yeah, Clubhouse, and he probably goes to therapy himself.
Probably a Clubhouse double.
He came in 2 weeks ago at Amir's room. He kept running in and out screaming. And I'm like, Amir, what the hell is going on here?
What kind of doctor is this?
What is this? He goes, I don't know what the hell he's doing. I was like, he did it 4 or 5 times. Just came in screaming something and then would leave the stage and get out of the room. Come back 5 minutes later.
So this is his diagnosis. She interrupts. It's her way on the highway. Doesn't allow for others to speak. I mean, these are his freaking diagnoses.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Caleb. Shalom. And this is how he's freaking diagnosing a person behind the screen. Whatever.
He's not very good about bringing up evidence, and he was bringing up evidence about Palestinians and what makes a refugee. But the evidence, he doesn't read it. He expects other people not to read it either.
Yeah, that's true. But then he does indulge, to be fair to him. Like, he will indulge in a conversation at least 3/4 of it before he either forfeits or just directs it elsewhere. He does a lot of,
I haven't heard him in 2 months, except for that, what I just told you, he hasn't come up.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yesterday I heard him after a long time. So God's lawyer asked a question, and I want Buttercup to answer this, and I think it is a valid question. She kept silent throughout the question. question, which I thought was, and eventually she did speak because he kept pushing it. He said from both sides, okay, or not even both sides, he said, has the region experienced terrorist attacks? This is just like a very carpet statement that he's making, right? She didn't answer.
Who's she, Emira's?
Yeah. Which I was like, it's okay, just say, and then after asking her like 10 times, he asked me once, and I said yes, because that's the honest answer. And then perhaps it was, I don't know, maybe it was dramatic or something. So,
she kind of shuts down a little bit, I think.
None of those things, yeah.
But she's coming from Twitter, where she has a pretty large following. And
I follow her on Twitter. She annoys the people there too, I'll be honest. Like, she does, it is her way or the highway. She likes to lecture people a lot. She likes to tell people that correct words are only allowed to use specific words that no one's ever heard of, that aren't commonly used, right? Like, I understand the point of not erasing Palestinian identity, but you don't have to say, oh, use this really obscure academic term that nobody is familiar with to describe people who are for you. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, I actually think that's a very important thing.
Yeah, but she's correct on the
her point, she shouldn't have said she should have said you can call them Palestinian Israelis and not erase the Palestinian identity. She didn't have to say, use this very academic term that no one ever uses or knows what it means. 48 Palestinian doesn't mean anything to most people, so it doesn't make sense to use it. So exactly. Nobody knows. So you use, it's one thing to say don't erase people's Palestinian identity. It's one thing to say don't arrest people's Palestinian identity, but like to say, oh, you can only, you must call me they. It's like it's the same fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like to nitpick people's terminology. It just kind of makes it hard to have a conversation. You know what I mean? She gets stung over and over again over the terminology.
Yeah, all semantics, yeah. But she did eventually, I think, open up and say that, well, I was in one of those buses and I got attacked, and I thought perhaps it's like a traumatic experience, and that is why she's like not upfront about it. Which
that's what I wanted to say. Like when she pulled me aside yesterday, she opened up to me about some of the war traumas that her family's experienced firsthand.
Yesterday or today?
Yeah, no, yesterday she was upset at me because she felt people were ganging up on me and she thought I enabled it.
Oh, that was
She kind of pulled me aside. She was like, how could you make me, you're the punching bag? She was like really hurt, and she was like kind of crying. I don't know, she was telling me some of the shit that, like, it is, there's really, like, people that have died, it's war, it's really, like, a tough
and it's
thing.
right there, that's the thing, it's right next to her. It's not.
she's living it, right? So
Yeah.
And she, the 12-day war, her building was, it wasn't hit, but it was damaged.
And, like, these are people she knows who are getting, like,
Yeah.
who are dying, you know what I mean?
So it's,
but also our dynamics are different on Clubhouse, and I think
she's learning that. That's why I tried to press her today in a gentler way, so she could understand that we just kind of have a different vibe. But it's not that we're not serious, and it's not like we're enabling Osborus. Like we can smell one, just like she can. I think she can be like hearing things because she's stuck in this, echo chamber of people who are Palestinians and Israelis, and this is just like a much more diverse crowd of people are coming from many different perspectives.
but Twitter is more divisive though too, so, I think she has knee-jerk reactions because that's how it is on Twitter. Any little thing, somebody will get you on, so you have to be ready.
Are you serious? Is it so debate-brush?
Oh, big time, huge.
The whole thing like starts to look performative at the
But they have much more control over the conversation. Like I'm not control it. So she's mad at me because I'm not controlling the conversation enough because I'm letting people like be casual and mess around. And she's like, you can't let them mess around. People are dying. It's urgent. And I'm like, it's just a different vibe. It's just a setup.
And Twitter is more public than Clubhouse, so it's a different mindset. You're in a different
probably set up of like mentally retarded people. Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Twitter. I mean, Twitter is worse. It's just but everybody's on Twitter.
And it's hard to find people. Like here, you can like you end up learning there's some magic of Clubhouse. I see it when it's on Twitter, and it just seems like a bunch of lefty Israelis just talking in an echo chamber a little bit. She says, I think I heard your names being mentioned in the other room. Who's Michaela? I don't think I know Michaela. Michaela, the older lady who was she's my saxophone. She's so cute. And then she's like, hold on guys, let me go back and check and get more messages. Oh my god, what are you doing? I'm glad she's around though. She's really smart. It's compelling coming from her, an Israeli. It's nice to have someone in my corner who offers a different perspective in these.
She has so much information.
Ooh. Yeah.
Emerald.
Yeah, she's smarty.
She knows so much.
She kind of destroyed Sam's room the other day over physics or something. She just humiliated a room full of really, really egocentric boys who just love to
What? Does she know physics?
Hello, welcome back to another exciting episode of the Fake British Accent Society. Hello, Steppy. Jeremy Hale is a monkey. Hello, John. So you got the plus there on your profile. That's excellent. Oh, you're a comedian. Hello? Who the alpha is here? Alpha. Serendipity. Alpha. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi. Translated with an introduction by Crowley from the Major Keys of Solomon, a manuscript of magic by Eliphas Levi. The key of the mysteries, Le Clef des Grands Mystères by Eliphas Levi. Contents, translator's note, introduction, preface. Part 1, religious mysteries, preliminary considerations. First article, sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Article 2, 3, 4, 5. Resume of part 1, part 2, philosophical mysteries. Part 3, mysteries of nature. First book, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 4, practical secrets, introduction. Chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Epilogue. Printed for the Hellfire Club. Limited to 50 copies in cloth slip cases, hand bound in purple goatskin. Purple linen. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes, Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi, translated with an introduction by Crowley. Religion says believe, and you will understand. Science comes to say to you, understand, and you will believe. At that moment, the whole of science will change front. The spirit, so long dethroned and forgotten, will take its ancient place. It will be demonstrated that the old traditions are all true, that the whole of paganism is only a system of corrupted and misplaced truths, that it is sufficient to cleanse them, so to say, and to put them back again in their place, to see them shine with all the rays. In a word, all ideas will change. And since on all sides a multitude of the elect cry in concert, "Come, Lord, come," why should you blame the men who throw themselves forward into that majestic future and pride themselves on having foreseen it? Je demastre saurais de St. Petersburg. Deus homo Torah. Translator's note. In the biographical and critical essay which Mr. Waite prefixes to his Mysteries of Magic, he says, "A word must be added of the method of this digest, which claims to be something more than translation and has been infinitely more laborious. I believe it to be in all respects faithful, and where it has been necessary or possible for it to be literal, there also it is invariably literal. We agree that it is either more or less than translation. In the following example selected at hazard in the course of half an hour will enable the reader to judge whether Mr. Wade is acquainted with either French or English. Gentlemen, gentlemen, the nameless vice, which was reproached against the Templars. Certaines circonstances ridicules et un procès en escroquerie, certain ridiculous processes and a swindling lawsuit. Smelle de dogmatiseur, meddles with dogmatism. La vie pour le suffisate à l'expiation des plus grands crimes, puis qu'elle est la conséquence d'un arrêt de mort. According to him, life was sufficient for the greatest crimes, since these were the result of a death sentence. Vos meilleurs amis ont dû concevoir des inquietudes. Your best friends have been reasonably anxious. The mistranslation here turns the speech into an insult. The equinox, sacrosanct, sacred and saintly. Auriculaire, index. N'avez-vous pas obtenu tout ce que vous demandiez, et plus que vous ne demandiez, car vous ne m'aviez pas parlé d'argent? Have you not had all and more than you wanted, and there has been no question of remuneration? This mistranslation makes nonsense of the whole passage. Eliphas n'était pas à la question. Eliphas was not under cross-examination. Mouveur, puissant, vicious, jester. Si vous n'y aviez pas, vous deviendrez. If you have not, you may become. This mistranslation turns a compliment into an insult. An awful and ineffaceable tableau. Péripéties, circumstances. Il va fait partie du clergé de Saint-Germain, the auxiliary war. He was of the Society of Saint Germain, the auxiliary, brute de tempete, stormy sound. We are obliged to mention this matter as Mr. Waite, by persistent self-assertion, has attained a reputation of being trustworthy as an editor. On the contrary, he not only mutilates and distorts his authors, but, as demonstrated above, he is totally incapable of understanding the simplest phrases and even the commonest words. Introduction. This volume represents the high-water mark of the thought of Eliphas Levi. It may be regarded as written by him as his thesis for the grade of exempt adept, just as his Ritual and Dogma was his thesis for the grade of major adept. He is, in fact, no longer talking of things as if their sense was fixed and universal. He is beginning to see something of the contradiction inherent in the nature of things, or at any rate, he constantly illustrates the fact that the planes are to be kept separate for practical purposes, although in the final analysis they turn out to be one. This and the extraordinarily subtle and delicate irony of which Eliphas Levi is one of the greatest masters that has ever lived have baffled the pedantry and stupidity of such commentators as Waite. English is hardly a word to express the mental condition of such unfortunates. Dummheit, in its strongest German sense, is about the nearest thing to it. It is as if a geographer should criticize Gulliver's Travels from his own particular standpoint. When Levi says that all that he asserts as an initiate is subordinate to his humble and submissiveness as a Christian, then not only remarks that the Bible and the Quran are different translations of the same book, but treats the incarnation as an allegory, it is evident that a good deal of submission will be required. When he agrees with St. Augustine that a thing is not just because God wills it, God wills it because it is just. He sees perfectly well that he is reducing God to a poetic image, reflected from his own moral ideal of justice. No amount of alleged orthodoxy can weigh against that statement. His very defense of the Catholic hierarchy is a masterpiece of that peculiar form of conscious sophistry which justifies itself by reducing its conclusion to zero. One must begin with one. That one has no particular qualities. Therefore, so long as you have an authority properly centralized, it does not really matter what that authority is. In the Pope, we have such an authority, ready-made, and it is the gravest tactical blunder to endeavor to set up an authority opposed to him. Success in doing so means war, and failure, anarchy. This, however, did not prevent Levi from ceremonially casting a papal crown to the ground and crying, "Death to tyranny and superstition!" In the bosom of a certain secret Areopagus, of which he was the most famous member. When a man becomes a magician, he looks about him for a magical weapon. Being probably endowed with that human frailty called laziness, he hopes to find a weapon ready-made. Thus we find the Christian magus who imposed his power upon the world, taking the existing warships and making a single system combining all the merits. There is no single feature in Christianity which has not been taken bodily from the worship of Isis, or of Mithras, or of Bacchus, or of Adonis, or of Osiris. In modern times again we find Frater Iehi Auer trying to handle Buddhism. Others again have attempted to use Freemasonry. There have been even exceptionally foolish magicians who have tried to use a sword long since rusted. Wagner illustrates this point very clearly in Siegfried. The great sword, no thumb, has been broken, and it is the only weapon that can destroy the gods. The dwarf mime tries uselessly to mend it. When Siegfried comes, he makes no such error. He melts its fragments and forges a new sword. In spite of the intense labor which this cost, it is the best plan to adopt. Levi completely failed to capture Catholicism. In his hope of using imperialism, his endeavor to persuade the emperor that he was the chosen instrument of the Almighty, a belief which would have enabled him to play Maximus to little Napoleon's Julian, was shattered once for all at Sedan. It is necessary for the reader to gain this clear conception of Levi's inmost mind, if he is to reconcile the contradictions which leave Waite petulant and bewildered. It is the sad privilege of the higher order of mind to be able to see both sides of every question, and to appreciate the fact that both are equally tenable. Such contradictions contradictions can, of course, only be reconciled on a higher plane. And this method of harmonizing contradictions is therefore the best key to the higher planes. It seems unnecessary to add anything to these few remarks. This is the only difficulty in the whole book. Though in one or two passages, Levi's extraordinarily keen sense of humor leads him to indulge in a little harmless bombast. We may instance his remarks on the grimoire of Honorius. We have said that this is the masterpiece of Levi. He reaches an exaltation of both thought and language which is equal to that of any other writer known to us. Once it is understood that it is purely a thesis for the grade of exams at it, the reader should have no further difficulty. A.C. Alistair Crowley. Preface. At the brink of mystery, the spirit of man is seized with giddiness. Mystery is the abyss which ceaselessly attracts our unquiet curiosity by the terror of its depth. The greatest mystery of the infinite is the existence of Him for whom alone all is without mystery. Comprehending the infinite, which is essentially incomprehensible, He is Himself, that infinite and eternally unfathomable mystery, that is to say, that He is in all seeming, that supreme absurdity in which Tertullian believed. Necessarily absurd, since reason must renounce forever the project of attaining to Him. Necessarily credible, since science and reason, far from demonstrating that He does not exist, are dragged by the chariot of fatality to believe that He does exist, and to adore Him, themselves with closed eyes. Why? Because this absurd is the infinite source of reason. The light springs eternally from the eternal shadows. Science, that battle tower of the spirit, may twist and coil its spirals, ever ascending as it will. It may make the earth tremble. It will never touch the sky. God is He whom we shall eternally learn to know better, and consequently He whom we shall never know entirely. The realm of mystery is then a field open to the conquests of the intelligence. March there as boldly as you will, never will you diminish its extent. You will only alter its horizons. To know all is an impossible dream. Woe unto him who dares not to learn all, and who does not know that. In order to know anything, one must learn eternally. They say that in order to learn anything at all, and anything well, one must forget it several times. The world has followed this method. Everything which is today debatable had been solved by the ancients. before our annals began, the solutions written in hieroglyphics had already no longer any meaning for us. Man has rediscovered the key. He has opened the cemeteries of ancient science. And he gives to his century a whole world of forgotten theorems, of syntheses as simple and sublime as nature, radiating always from unity, and multiplying themselves like numbers with proportions so exact that the known demonstrates and reveals the unknown. To understand this science is to see God. The author of this book, as he finishes his work, will think that he has demonstrated it. Then when you have seen God, the Hierophant will say to you, turn round, and in the shadow which you throw in the presence of the Son of Intelligences, there will appear to you the devil. That black phantom which you see when your gaze is not fixed upon God. And when you think that your shadow fills the sky, or the vapors of the earth, the higher they go, seeking to magnify it more and more, to harmonize in the category of religion, science with revelation, and reason with faith, to demonstrate in philosophy the absolute principles which reconcile all the antinomies, and finally to reveal the universal equilibrium of natural forces, is the triple object of this work, which will consequently be divided into 3 parts. We shall exhibit true religion with such characters that no one, believer or unbeliever, can fail to recognize it. This will be the absolute in religion. We shall establish in philosophy the immutable characters of that truth, which is in science reality. In judgment, reason. And in ethics, justice. Finally, we shall acquaint you with the laws of nature, whose equilibrium is stability. We shall show how vain are the fantasies of our imagination before the fertile realities of movement and of life. We shall also invite the great poets of the future to create once more the divine comedy, no longer according to the dreams of man, but according to the mathematics of God. Mysteries of other worlds, hidden forces, strange revelations, mysterious illnesses, exceptional faculties, spirits, apparitions, magical paradoxes, hermetic arcana. We shall say all, and we shall explain all. Who has given us this power? We do not fear to reveal it to our readers. There exists an occult and sacred alphabet, which the Hebrews attributed to Enoch, the Egyptians to Thoth, or to Hermes Trismegistus, the Greeks to Cadmus, and to Palamedes. This alphabet was known to the followers of Pythagoras, and is composed of absolute ideas attached to signs and numbers. By its combinations, it realizes the mathematics of thought. Solomon represented this alphabet by 72 names written upon 36 talismans. Eastern initiates still call these the little keys, the clavicles of Solomon. These keys are described and their use explained in a book, the source of whose traditional dogma is the patriarch Abraham. This book is called the Sefer Yetzirah. With the aid of the Sefer Yetzirah, one can penetrate the hidden sense of the Zohar, the great dogmatic treatise of the Kabbalah of the Hebrews, clavicles of Solomon, forgotten in the course of time and supposed lost, have been rediscovered by ourselves. Without trouble, we have opened all the doors of those old sanctuaries where absolute truth seemed to sleep, always young and always beautiful, like the princess of the childish legend, who during a century of slumber awaits the bridegroom whose mission is to awaken her. After our book, there will still be mysteries, but higher and farther in the infinite depths. This publication is a light or a folly, a mystification or a monument. Read, reflect, and judge. Key of the Mysteries, La Clef des Grands Mystères, by Eliphas Levi. Part 1. Religious Mysteries. Problems for solution. 1. To demonstrate in a certain and absolute manner the existence of God, and to give an idea of Him which will satisfy all minds. 2. To establish the existence of a true religion in such a way as to render it incontestable. 3. To indicate the bearing and raison d'etre of all the mysteries of the one true and universal religion. 4. To turn the objections of philosophy into arguments favorable to true religion. 5. To draw the boundary between religion and superstition, and to give the reason of miracles and prodigies. Preliminary considerations. When Count Joseph de Maistre, that grand and passionate lover of logic, said despairingly, "The world is without religion," he resembled those people who say rashly, "There is no God." The world, in truth, is without the religion of Count Joseph de Maistre. It is probable that such a God as the majority of atheists conceive does not exist. Religion is an idea based upon one constant and universal fact. Man is a religious animal. The word religion has then a necessary and absolute sense. Nature herself sanctifies the idea which this word represents and exalts it to the height of a principle. The need of believing is closely linked with the need of loving. For that reason, our souls need communion in the same hopes and in the same love. Isolated beliefs are only doubts. It is the bond of mutual confidence which, by creating faith, composes religion. Faith does not invent itself, does not impose itself, does not establish itself by any political agreement. Like life, it manifests itself with a sort of fatality. The same power which directs the phenomena of nature extends and limits the supernatural domain of faith, despite all human foresight. One does not imagine revelations, one undergoes them, and one believes in them. In vain does the Spirit protest against the obscurities of dogma. It is subjugated by the attraction of these very obscurities, and often the least docile of reasoners would blush to accept the title of irreligious man. Religion holds a greater place among the realities of life than those who do without a religion, or pretend to do without it, affect to believe. All ideas that raise man above the animal, moral love, devotion, honor, are sentiments essentially religious. The cult of the fatherland and of the family, fidelity to an oath and to memory, are things which humanity will never abjure without degrading itself utterly, and which could never exist without the belief in something greater than mortal life, with all its vicissitudes, its ignorance, and its misery. If annihilation were the result of all our aspirations to those sublime things which we feel to be eternal, our only duties would be the enjoyment of the present, forgetfulness of the past, and carelessness about the future. And it would be rigorously true to say, as a celebrated sophist once said, that the man who thinks is a degraded animal. Moreover, of all human passions, religious passion is the most powerful and the most lively. It generates itself, whether by affirmation or negation, with an equal fanaticism. Some obstinately affirming the God that they have made in their own image, and others denying God with rashness, as if they had been able to understand and to lay waste by a single thought all that world of infinity which pertains to his great name. Philosophers have not sufficiently considered the physiological fact of a religion in humanity. For in truth, religion exists apart from all dogmatic discussion. It is a faculty of the human soul just as much as intelligence and love. When man exists, so will religion. Considered in this light, it is nothing but the seed of an infinite idealism, a need which justifies every aspiration for progress, which inspires every devotion, which alone prevents virtue and honor from being mere words serving to exploit the vanity of the weak and the foolish to the profit of the strong and the clever. It is to this innate need of belief that one might justly give the name of natural religion, and all which tends to clip the wings of these beliefs is on the religious plane in opposition to nature. The essence of the object of religion is mystery, since faith begins with the unknown, abandoning the rest to the investigations of science. Doubt is, moreover, the mortal enemy of faith. Faith feels that the intervention of the divine being is necessary to fill the abyss which separates the finite from the infinite, and it affirms this intervention with all the warmth of its heart, with all the docility of its intelligence. If separated from this act of faith, The need of religion finds no satisfaction and turns to skepticism and to despair. But in order that the act of faith should not be an act of folly, reason wishes it to be directed and ruled. By what? By science. We have seen that science can do nothing here. By the civil authority? It is absurd. Are our prayers to be superintended by policemen? There remains then moral authority, which alone is able to constitute dogma and establish the discipline of worship, in concert this time with the civil authority, but not in obedience to its orders. It is necessary, in a word, that faith should give to the religious need a real satisfaction, a satisfaction entire, permanent, and indubitable. To obtain that, it is necessary to have the absolute and invariable affirmation of a dogma preserved by an authorized hierarchy. It is necessary to have an efficacious cult giving with an absolute faith a substantial realization of the symbols of belief. Religion, thus understood, being the only one which can satisfy the natural need of religion, it must be the only really natural religion. We arrive without help from others at this double definition that true natural religion is revealed religion. The true revealed religion is the hierarchical and traditional religion, which affirms itself absolutely above human discussion by communion in faith, hope, and charity, representing the moral authority and realizing it by the efficacy of its ministry. The priesthood is as holy and infallible as humanity is subject to vice and to error. The priest, qua priest, is always the representative of God. Of little account of the faults or even the crimes of man. When Alexander VI consecrated his bishops, it was not the poisoner who laid his hands upon them, it was the Pope. Pope Alexander VI never corrupted or falsified the dogmas which condemned him, or the sacraments which in his hands saved others and did not justify him. At all times and in all places there have been liars, criminals. But in the hierarchical and divinely authorized church there have never been, and there will never be, either bad popes or bad priests. Bad and priest form an oxymoron. We have mentioned Alexander VI, and we think that this name will be sufficient without other memories as justly execrated as his being brought up against us. Great criminals have been able to dishonor themselves doubly because of the sacred character with which they were invested. But they have not the power to dishonor that character which remains always radiant and splendid above fallen humanity. We have said that there is no religion without mysteries. Let us add that there are no mysteries without symbols. The symbol being the formula or the expression of the mystery only expresses its unknown depth by paradoxical images borrowed from the known. The symbolic form, having for its object to characterize what is above, scientific reason should necessarily find itself without that reason. Hence the celebrated and perfectly just remark of a father of the church. I believe because it is absurd. Credo quia absurdum. If science were to affirm what it did not know, it would destroy itself. Science will then never be able to perform the work of faith, any more than faith can decide in the manner of science. An affirmation of faith with which science is rash enough to meddle can then be nothing but an absurdity for it, just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith, would be an absurdity on the religious plane. To know and to believe are two terms which can never be confounded.
Anyway. Hey, yeah, Wednesday, did you know my wow, wow, yo, you hear this guy? I'm not a beaner. I don't do the taco thing when we fry beans.
My mother, I'll be honest, my mother actually makes tacos. I'm a beaner.
Right, you're not a beaner. You're a chickpea.
Honk, honk! Welcome to the circus, everybody! I'm so happy to be here with all the clowns. Rabboni Shalom, good Shabbos. I'm glad to see such an auspicious group of clowns that have gathered together. Hello? 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 I'm in a tent. It's a circus. Hello? Hello? People have spent the whole day here talking to Ambrose endlessly. endlessly. Ambrose, oh, everything's going okay there. Everything's going great in Ambrose's brain. Hello? Yeah, same with Buttercup. Things are going great, endlessly dooming on Livestream Clownhouse, repeating the same little factoids of the keyword of the day. Genocide! Occupation! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Ooh, somebody's a little dragon! Hello? 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 Hello?
I get the other side, but there's so much more I could ask. I could ask you all kinds of stuff, but
Hey, Stanley, how you doing, you old Jewish son of a bitch? Good Shabbos! What are you doing on the internet now? It's Shabbos over there. This is your Goy detection system warning you that I'm going to send the Shamra to your house if you don't get off your phone, Ramona Shalom. Go read a book!
Right, I mean, you're advocating for Monica sooner than you, but
Come to Skokie, we'll get a kichel and have a coffee.
People that don't know Benjamin, which I think a lot of people here do.
Not many people know what a kichel is these days. It's a cookie. A delicious sugar cookie. Mmm, kichel. Then we'll have some matzo ball soup and some kreplach and a corned beef sandwich, maybe pastrami.
That's his binky, and I'm reading like some of the comments in here with people like, oh my God, who is this guy? What's he about? Blah blah blah. And it's it's tough to get a read. But some people, I think they have you pegged. I would love to have you, but I do want to say for those people that don't know Benjamin relishes the onslaught. So he has this weird like masochist kind of like likes the pain. So it's just gonna bounce. So hopefully you're getting it out. If you feel like you have to get it out, you're getting out of Benjamin. Just know it's gonna bounce back.
You're gonna go to the Pro Lyrical House and ask Benjamin a question.
So I think I respect that more than your weird ideas. So let's leave it there. All right. Some hands I saw earlier. I don't know if anybody wants to put it back up. Oh yeah, this is gonna be right out the gate. We got Dr. Priya banging on that buzzer. So here you go, Benjamin. Get ready. Dr. Priya, good to see you. Come on up.
Hello?
Hey, so I haven't been in your spaces in a little while, so I don't know if I'm gonna sort of follow the format here. I actually don't have a question for Benjamin. I have nothing to say to. Anyway, that's a whole other story. I really just came up to correct some misinformation that Benjamin. I mean, there was a shit ton of misinformation, right? But one of the things specifically that I wanted to correct was. And by the way, this is not unique to Benjamin. A lot of people promote this conspiracy theory, which is not true. And that is that for decades, the medical and scientific community hid how bad cigarettes were. And that's not what happened. Here's what actually happened. The tobacco companies hid how addictive their cigarettes were. And it's not nicotine. Actually, that's the most addictive part of cigarettes. It's all the other chemicals that are in there. They knew for ages, and they buried those documents, right? So anybody who has sort of any modicum of clear trains of thought understands that tobacco companies aren't built and created by doctors and scientists. Do they have doctors and scientists there? Sure. They do, right? Developing products, things. Well, they don't have doctors, but they have scientists. I mean, they don't have physicians there. So again, this myth about how academic institutions and physicians and the medical community hid all this information about how dangerous cigarettes were is false. Another common thing, because usually when I say that, then they'll come up with the second myth, which is, but so many doctors were advertising that you should smoke, right? So here's where that actually comes from. Believe it or not, smoking cigarettes, the initial reaction that you get with smoking tends to be coughing. But one of the second things that happens when you take a puff off a cigarette is you actually you bronchodilate your vessels. So essentially what that means is the airway, the airway is in your lungs, they actually open up a little bit. So back in the days before we had albuterol and sort of bronchodilators that truly work, when someone had asthma and they were having an attack, people actually recommend, as long as it wasn't a severe attack, right? Because they make you steroids. But for minor flares, yes, there was a time when in medicine, this was recommended as a treatment to kind of open up the airways. Obviously, we don't do that anymore, but that never had anything to do with hiding information about knowledge of it being carcinogenic or it being dangerous or it being addictive. So that's really why I came up here. I mean, obviously, Pro, you know that I'm a pulmonologist, so it drives me. I mean, he sent out so much misinformation that it'd be exhausting to try to fix all of it. But the thing that drives me absolutely bonkers is when people say things about my field of study that are wrong. So that's really why I came up here, which is to correct that misinformation. Thanks. I'll drop back down.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Doctor. You reminded me of some of that too. There was a lot flying on. It was a lot. I talk about the cigarette industry and tobacco industry so often too, but that was a good overview. Appreciate it.
If you ever go into the space on it, let me know.
I just point out that Dr. Priya actually didn't correct any misinformation. And she said there was, but there's no evidence of what she said. She said something that's probably not what she can't prove, which is that their doctors did not support the smoking companies. I think I can easily prove that they did. And then where were we? I don't know. I just don't think she's got the receipts, you know?
She said cranks are gonna crank, Benjamin. Michael, did you want to come back up or no?
Well, the problem is she asserted a negative, and it's impossible to prove a negative. So that's gonna be just hard on her.
Here's Michael. What's up, Michael?
Hey, I just had a question for Benjamin. So, I don't know you as well as many of the people on this app, but one of the things that I've seen is a leitmotif for, discussing, as Pro calls it the Q word, but mechanics. I'm just curious as to the origin story there, Benjamin. What led to your fascination with it, and
Just for the
maybe more specific.
I didn't bring it up, but I can barely wait to get off mic and talk about this topic. I'm so excited I get to talk about this finally. Just kidding, Michael. Go ahead.
You have my permission. Michael is on quarantine with the Q word in my room, so yeah, I will say he's done very well with it, by the way.
Fantastic. Yeah, and by the way, just to make it a very focused question, Benjamin, I think what I'm actually asking is a bit of meta here for your own narrative. What was it about quantum mechanics that drew you to it as a focus of your own internal study? And then secondly, how do you educate yourself on it and probe it at a level where you feel you have the ability to effectively interrogate the topic? And that's contextualized with the fact that people spend many years.
So that's two questions. There's two questions, and I'm a bit of a goldfish, so let's keep it to two.
Oh, no, that's it. The context, though, that I was giving for that last question.
Promise you just remind me of any question that I miss. Let's start with the first one. The meta, how did I come on it? So when I was teaching physics, so to speak, I was working with a physics professor designing a course to modernize the physics program at a small university. And we were carving out a program largely based on my work with people who are disabled to create a physics program that would focus on challenges that disabled people have as a way of creating a scenario-based physics education for people who were largely going to go into the medical field anyway. It was the kind of university where nursing was the single largest graduating class. They had to study physics anyway, and we wanted to create an interesting physics program for them and for others. And so that was our conceit there. Right, but at lunch we would talk about things, we'd talk about physics, and I brought up, this quantum thing, and I mentioned that it's way back. I felt like, local realism was probably the best answer. And my professor was like, well, let's talk about stuff we can do. Okay, so we didn't really get into it, but I felt like it was a kind of weird third rail because he was kind of pointed at not talking about it. And that just kind of sat with me a little bit wrong. I didn't really bring it up again. We did all kinds of cool stuff there. We did some high voltage etching. It's really cool if you put high voltages across a piece of wood and give it a little bit of a conductive solution. It will arc. And, all kinds of cool physics that we did with the students there. But fast forward about, almost 10 years. In 2022, the Nobel Prize is given for the same question that I had asked and not gotten an answer to. And I thought, this is the second time this has come up, and now it's a Nobel Prize, and I really need to just buckle down and learn this thing, because I don't understand why are they doing it? What is this about? So I read some materials on it, and all just looked like useless word salad. And I thought, well, I understand data, I can do some data science. What I need to do is get my hands on the data and run the same numbers that they're running, and maybe I'd understand what they're talking about. And so I set out to find the data so that I could run the numbers.
Right, stars sit higher than I got this land with your silver line. Ocean wide, you keep on mark.
Agent Kid, got your mail.
You were close, real close. Where's pepperoni for laundry data?
Now,
In the world is this? It's got a dragon head. This isn't just a boat, it's a Viking ship. Whoa, hang on. And now apparently I'm going swimming. The Vikings come with these hats, or is that just me? Who in the world voted for that guy? John Kitover? I mean, come on.
I did. Figured you'd get a good impression down at the mall.
I'm here. It's fun.
John Kitover!
That's me. Great call.
I think your machine's in love with me.
Never accept reality. I show them the numbers, the charts, the whole truth. Right here in this remote. I just nod and keep talking about game shows. You're getting hung up on minutia again. Minutia? This bundle's my Everest. You're in the living room. Watching Larry. Perfect pot of coffee coming right out.
Mark, where's the pot?
Improvise, trust me.
That's a fishbowl.
Oh, wow. Sunshine over at 72 degrees on the dot. Feels like the world's apologizing. This is what paradise looks like in the suburbs.
Newsline tonight, we look at whether the mass killings in the Central Belt region meet the definition of genocide. Joining us is writer and veteran John Kitover. John, you served in that area and you studied the relevant international Newsline. Tonight, we look at whether...
How can I help you today? I'd like to take out a loan. Certainly. How much? What collateral do you have? Classic stereo. Don't set on. Oh, is that a hair trigger? Do you have any... How can I help you today?
Knock, knock, I brought brownies!
Hey, hi, neighbor.
Smells like secrets in here.
No, just brownies.
Your coffee table just announced its password.
It's, voice activated.
Knock, knock, I brought
All right, John, what do you got for us? They call him Goldfish.
large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kitover.
Really blending in, champ.
Hey, John, what do you got for us?
They call him Goldfish. Base for the Finns in '83 is driving me nuts.
Why not?
Leading university, and had people that did the house dinner, and they said much the same thing. That they studied quantum mechanics, couldn't make heads or tails of it, and kind of left it as soon as they could. And that just got me thinking. So look, my conclusion is, if data or it didn't happen. I think these guys are LARPing in the same way that my religious friends are LARPing. They're just doing a performance and making it up. And as long as people keep putting money in the hat, they're happy to dance.
Well, first of all, by the way, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate you taking me through that and sort of your journey through Bell's theorem. I am intrigued by the fact that you extrapolate your inability to, find the requisite data to your mind or the experimental design that, would satisfy you, that would prove it. But I'm also, I think, more fascinated by the fact that from that you extrapolate a kind of fundamental lack of utility with quantum mechanics. So that we can talk at another time, but I really appreciate at least hearing kind of your origin story on how you got into this, and I want to give the stage back to
Thanks,
other people for questions.
Always good to see you.
Thanks. It helped my blood go back down from a light simmer. It was already at high boil when it came to a light simmer, and now it's.
See, talking about quantum cools you down, bro.
Oh yeah, it was somebody else talking to you about quantum.
There's a lot of work that would
Yeah. So we're not going to talk about the independent labs across the continents reproducing bell violations, but that would be for another day.
Saying they used to
$40 trillion.
also publishing the data for some.
Except for Delta, but that's
Here we're right. As long as they
I
have.
know how this goes. I'm not sure if this is 1940 today, by the way. Jason, really, maybe he just came in. Maybe I missed him.
Oh yeah, what are we doing with Benjamin here? We're like interviewing him.
Yeah, I do these things called profiles. This is the fourth one where I bring someone up for half hour to an hour or whatever and ask them some questions and then let the crowd ask questions that they may have for them too. So if you have one for them, feel free.
Benjamin, how do you square your skepticism of science with your reliance on science in so many aspects of your work and your life, right? You're into the airplanes, right? Don't they rely heavily on science and the scientific community?
Registered to vote.
Well, first of all, I'm very skeptical of the FAA, the institution that orchestrates aviation. I think they've done just a fabulous, perfect, flawless, exemplary job of keeping general aviation in this country firmly rooted in the 1940s, and for that they should be applauded. By ensuring that the airplanes are as old as humanly possible, they've ensured that general aviation is guaranteed to be the most dangerous mode of travel, and there can just be only accolades given to the institution responsible for the state of aviation in this country. Look, I am not skeptical of the scientific method if it is defined as creating a hypothesis, crafting a good experiment, conducting that experiment with integrity, and disclosing the data and letting other people figure out the conclusion. What my skepticism within science
Hi, I'm here with my friend Scott Pressler.
We've been
talking tonight about how to move forward with the Save America Act. The Save America Act is going to make sure that our elections are protected.
And I just want to thank Senator Mike Lee for not only sponsoring the Save Act, which is the original
sorry about that. Was it scratchy?
When you came back, but that was a good question, Jason. I had a similar question for him earlier, but he's a slippery eel, so yeah, you couldn't reel him back into that one. So I'm glad you asked him. I had something similar to ask him too.
citizenship.
No. Shall I go back to the audience?
Sure thing. I see Caleb down there staying pretty silent, which is might be good for you. Caleb, not sure if you want a punch at the bag, but he's
Well, I will offer that the rabbi has always presented science as the most insightful of the philosophical
You do say this all the time.
questions.
Your praise for him is equal to his disdain of you.
Well, we play hard tennis. We play hard tennis, and both come
I don't know
back.
if he plays hard tennis. I think he's pretty straight shooter. We're gonna have to get Caleb up there someday. So, Monica, I have a question.
Monica, it's great to see you.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
What are you doing with
Loud and clear. Benjamin, you're a little scratchy though still, but
Is it better now?
sure.
Okay.
So, Benjamin, I'm not sure how many questions I have, but the first one is Clubhouse tends to straw man people, flatten them out like flat Stanleys. What do you think is the thing that people get most wrong about you?
Well, that's a fair question. I think that one of the things people do in order to feel more comfortable when they find themselves in an awkward position is they try to do just that. They try to flatten you. And one of the ways that people have done this, and I think it's not helpful, is that they'll try to sort out a motivation, and then they'll attribute a motivation. They'll say, well, you don't like, you have a problem with psychologists because psychologists won't, give you a credential to let you practice psychology. And if they gave you a credential to practice psychology, then you'd love psychology. Some version of this, right? That you're just jealous that psychologists have something you don't have. And I just think that that's totally unfair. I think the problems in psychology are independently documented, and they're not waiting around for me to care whether psychology is a bunch of hokum or not. It's clearly documented. The studies in psychology don't reproduce. They're just making it up. It's just story time for adults. So it's not because I want to be a psychologist that I think.
Hey guys, just checking in from the chaos that is.
And that's true across the board. I'm not waiting around for somebody to give me.
Class, welcome to Quantum Mechanics and Natural.
If I'm critical of somebody's science.
Come back to John Kitover TV. Tonight we're unlocking.
That's not me being jealous. There's a problem here. It needs to be addressed. But it's very convenient if people can impugn your motives, and some people do that. I think that's not a great look, in my opinion.
So just to make sure we have our first principles aligned,
Hi,
that we're
I'm
talking
Amy
about the
from
same
Chicago
thing.
Department of Transportation's
Psychology
Complete
is a
Street
scientific study of
proposing
the
it now.
mind and behavior. Yes?
No. Psychology is a LARP of crazy people following a crazy person named, what's his name? The good doctor.
Freud,
yeah, good Dr. Freud. No, they're just people who dress funny and make up shit. That's all.
Okay.
There's no there. Certainly, there's nothing like science in psychology.
So that might be the inherent problem.
If psychology worked, right, then people with psychological problems could be fixed. People who are addicted to drugs would go to a psychologist, and then they wouldn't be addicted to drugs, right? Like, there's some clear, obvious problems that psychology could solve. If we did Chuck Wood,
It's unhealthy. You shouldn't do it.
You
know what else you shouldn't do? Let me tell you about it. Say to other web developers. Other web developers, not only do they take your money, but the product is not just ours. We provide you extremely good service, no matter the cost. So come to develop websites today and get treated like royalty.
one type, right? You just have like equal disdain, and like for the, if I wish Dr. James was here. I mean, like, the cognitive psychology stuff and the.
Come to developwebsites.ca today and get your free
quote.
quote.
The clinical stuff, right? Like in neuroscience, those are different methodologies. They're not all one thing, right? I'm sure there's other kinds of psychologies that just can't think of.
It's not up to me to draw lines between groups. If they all agree that they're psychologists, then they can mistakes of psychology. Now, if a group of people come along and say, look, what we are not is psychologists, we're neuroscientists. We have a discipline that involves putting probes into brains, measuring the response of the brain, maybe in conjunction with looking at pictures or other things, and we map out those responses and we use data, and we're not doing psychology, don't confuse us with psychologists, then I think it would be okay to draw that distinction. But as long as they lump themselves in all under psychology, why are you coming at me for it? They can live with that lumping. They're doing the lumping, not me.
Okay, so do you have a definition of philosophy too? Is that hokum also?
Well, philosophy is a lot of things to a lot of people. Philosophy, it doesn't have to be a science. I don't know. I don't know what to make of philosophy in that sense.
So you have no philosophy, not philosophy?
Well, there's no credential to be a philosopher. Nobody pays money to go to a philosopher.
I mean, you might like it.
When they don't know, what's true
Or
in the
to
world.
provide data for
To study
philosophy?
of what's true. I mean, I think it's up to everybody to study what's true. It's not clear to me that anybody has a monopoly. I don't know, you think there's an expert system for knowing what's true in the world? I don't think that there's a hierarchy of experts who claim to be the experts that know what's true. And
And if there was, you'd rail against it because you don't like hierarchy.
Yeah, if there was, I'd rail against it, but fortunately, I don't think that we're afflicted with experts in philosophy.
Saying pineapple on a pizza is.
This is such a weird take.
Today I learned something new about it. And no, you don't have the same lived experience.
You do. Alright, I get your thing about the institutions, then she gives you one that you're saying, well, there's no institution there, that should be the one that you like. Like, your thing is that, the institution claims its authority and then it fails and, then it keeps all the authority, kind of like the church, right? And so your instinct is it's performative or performance. But there's a counter pattern because the institutions are the things that identifies the flaws. It's not like psychology didn't self-correct. It's not like they didn't know they had a replication crisis. It's not like they didn't come in and try to tighten that up, right? And I know you love all things p-hacking, and I encourage you to do that for hours in a room, but they understand the problem as well. The standards tighten, right, when the institutions come in, and that's an evolution. That's what science tries to do and why it doesn't stay stagnant. Just like religion, right? It can change, it can pivot. That's not theater, bro.
I'm not at all convinced by your argument that institutions improve standards. I think that institutionalization often creates
those planes aren't crashing in your plan.
This kind of pseudo imposition of authority. They create this argument from authority that is grounded in the institution. And then you have something like these Monsanto scientists who can come out and say glyphosate is safe for your children and put a billion children at risk of cancers because of their false claims based on this institutional credibility. Now that doesn't happen in philosophy. So I'm just not convinced that institutionalization always does what you think it does. I know it clearly creates opportunities for fraud, and it's not clear that we couldn't find better ways to sort of make sense of who is the better practitioner when it matters.
He sure.
So there was an aircraft accident.
He sure was
in
weird.
Washington D.C. and the NTSB.
He sure was weird.
And said, well, basically the FAA fucked up. It was the FAA's fault. The FAA knew this was a problem, and they didn't do what they ought to have done about it, right? So, remind me again, what's the value of the FAA? If they don't do the right thing when it counts, if they're flaccid in the face of threats to life and limb.
So you're for no FAA then? Is that what you're saying? As a pilot?
Well, I think the FAA has just run its course as an effective institution. It's created a scenario where most of the planes that we train on were made in the 60s. And they push back against new airplanes. The credentials.
So what do you want to do then? Like, if there's no hierarchy ever, because you're going across all of them that are trustworthy, like what mechanism
maybe we need
scales the truth for you? Like across millions of freaking people. Like that's a pretty unavoidable problem.
But if you look at the fields where humans have advanced in ways that your children would not even recognize your childhood, right? Your children will get a little flat piece of glass that they'll call a telephone, and they'll never make a phone call on it because they'll just do every other kind of thing. But like the most retrograde thing you can do with a telephone is make a phone call. And if you think of your childhood,
Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn, kid.
If you think of your childhood, a telephone was a highly regulated monopoly by the Bell Telephone Service, where you rented a hunk of steel that you slung to the side of the kitchen wall, and if you wanted to walk around while you were on the phone, you had to get an extended cable that you could plug into your handset that would allow you to walk into other rooms.
Hello, I'm Eric Wallace. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, and I'm running as a write-in candidate for Cook County President.
We would still
Voting
have
on February 12th.
if we had the regulations on telephones that we have on airplanes. We would still be dialing each other up with rotary dial telephones and talking on party lines, and you could just forget the rest of technical history if the FAA was responsible for regulating technology. But it is only those fields where we don't have an institution gatekeeping that we make progress. If we didn't have a regulatory agency holding us back, we would have all kinds of medicines today that we don't have.
Wow. That's a wild thing.
Some risks.
Yeah, you think?
Sure it would. But it's really difficult to run the alternative universe theorem and understand where we might be with medical technology if we didn't treat it like a Bell telephone.
Only you, Benjamin. Only you. Well, I'm not sure if anyone has anything else to run by you, but that was definitely a wilder finish than our other previous finish. But a lot of strong structural claim right there, my friend. Anyways, well, Benjamin's, I think, gonna take us out.
Here's another example. Just to double down and not leave people with a weak example, a robust example. You should take a look at drones in China. The FAA was very successful. They worked overtime, they worked nights, they worked weekends, they hired extra people to ensure that China would be the place where all of the drone innovation would occur. And today, 90% of the world's drones are made in China. Now, how did the FAA pull this off? Well, they pulled this off by very carefully regulating the living shit out of flying a drone. If you want to fly a drone, it has to be connected to your hip. You have to see it at all times. It can't go out of sight. It can't be operated remotely. It can't deliver something. It can't land where it didn't take off. It can't be bigger than a bread box. It can't. There's a thousand.
Truth Expert 3000 never make.
Finally, a quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
Hey, the hot water. To simply say, look, we're going to be the leader in drones because being a leader in drones is important to us. So you all go out and you figure out the drones, and if we get into trouble, we'll regulate it after the fact. Now we're having a war, and China is holding all of the cards. China makes the motors. China makes the controllers. China makes the frames. China makes the propellers. China makes the radios. China makes the antennas. China makes every single part of a drone that is flying for Russia and for Ukraine. If China wanted that war to change tomorrow, they'd just stop selling drones to it. Is America selling drones, making drones. They tried to make drones in the United States. They took them over to Ukraine, and they all failed on day one. America could not make a drone that would compete in this war. Why did that happen? Because the FAA knows what's better for you and me.
Well, they have a mandate for safety, so I mean, they kind of have to, kind of do that, right? The FAA evolved too. It's not like, it's not like it stayed the same, right? But the U.S. didn't ban drones and just regulated them in the airspace.
Having a fleet of
We have it here, of course.
aviation aircraft that were built in the 1950s and 60s. You think that's the best look? What if our car? This is like Cuba.
How is the FAA responsible for?
The same.
I want to get to these guys though. I just don't get how the FAA is responsible for China's manufacturing, world supremacy or whatever. Like, there's other factors, bro. Like, it's way too simple. I know it's a nice narrative, but
that is fair.
yeah, we're not gonna know.
Well, there are lots of other regulatory questions as well. Making printed circuit boards has
That's vertical integration.
chemicals involved in making printed circuit boards that have to be dealt with. And no doubt, the United States has made it impossible, practically speaking, to make printed circuit boards in the United States. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Because, when there's a war, the last thing you're going to need is printed circuit boards, right, guys?
I'm bringing up to you guys are going to give as a gift, and I need you to tell me if I do the right thing. This pal pulled up and gave me a gift, and said it was worth $1,000.
Well, it's gonna be hard for me to accept the gift of $1,000.
Well, guess what? I'll be honest with you, it would be about to be in our family.
What would you like me to do in return? Continue being good?
God is good, man. God has blessed me, and is blessing me every day. These are the little blessings like this that I can give back in life. I'm very thankful.
Those words touched me, and I kind of couldn't let him leave empty-handed, so I broke him open a bar and gave him 10 grand.
2 for Eddie, 2 for Nikki, 2 for Mom, and 2 for the baby Jazz. There's a comic prism.
Very, I think affected by that whole just I sometimes when I hear that, couldn't give your arm just a way. Keep going. I'm just looking for information.
I'll tell you anything. See many people listen to peace. Say your mind. What did I hear you have 3 kids? What did you say the name of your eldest was? Was it Eustace? I didn't say. That must make you Tommy. Now, according to this, Rufus sent Tommy on a stash of cat, pay a courier for the safe transport of an unplate defector. But my problem is, by the time I got this letter off your brother, it was a little bit hard to read. Now you give me that location, and I'll be on my way. Just tell me. Or else he's gonna kill us all. She's at the observatory. Please, Rufus. What you think, Tommy? Am I really walking around here today and you gonna try to draw on me for what I did to you and your brother? You won't. Maybe not today, but maybe someday. I think I watched this.
I was trying to make it. I've asked you this question before, and you have always, I should say, you have never answered this question. You always divert in your Benjaminisms. You seem to have retained a kind of fundamentalist mindset on, kind of this binary worldview, sort of a in-group, out-group,
If annihilation will the result of all our aspirations to those blind things which we feel to be eternal, science is fresh enough to meddle can then be nothing but an absurdity for it. Just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith.
Have you considered this?
I think they was up.
Yeah, well, I think this kind of calls back to Pro's question earlier, which is why am I unwilling to see hip hop as merely an artistic expression, and why am I unwilling to see video game violence as merely a legitimate form of entertainment, and why am I willing to see not see religious stories as like allegories and metaphors? I think that when children grow up, they come of age and
tax expert will do your taxes for $150 all in.
calculate how that culture understands them. And when we have metaphors, we have words in our culture about master, and we use the term master to refer to the things
There you go. See you, darling.
bastard. We just can't use this term as to describe the world. And I should somehow think that it's opposites, that it has no impact. It's just the metaphor. Thinking to me. And I saw in the shoes of somebody who was born to hippies. Very special.
Treat me very courteously. When I pointed out that he wasn't following the golden rule, he put a leash around me and he made me drink from puddle water that I'm pretty sure was just some kind of animal food.
Well, that is interesting.
I thought I was here.
You know, the real kids, the real body stuff, and that's why you resist in calling things just metaphor.
Right.
But do you think the only way to prevent the harm thing said from yours to treat them all as if they actually are literal, you know?
I think that
In
you
the
should
black and white way.
appreciate that at least to somebody somewhere they are literal. Now, Frederick Douglass does this work for us, and he writes about his lived experience coming of age in the slave era of United States history, and that this verse in the Bible that Jesus says in Luke, I think chapter 16, a slave that does not listen and obey his master's voice shall be beaten with many stripes. Now, Frederick Douglass writes about his experience watching slaves watching slave owners not only beat their slaves with many stripes, but beat their slaves with many stripes while quoting that verse out loud to the slaves and everybody around them, right? In other words, to that slave that's getting beaten by that verse is goddamn literal. And how dare you discount all the people for whom this language is literal? How dare you?
Of course, I didn't do that. But I'm asking you if you have carried over your fundamentalist, like binary thinking a little too much, and maybe that is part of your enculturation that you haven't rid yourself of. So I think you didn't address that part, which was the actual question.
Jason's back too. I understand, Andy. I don't think that these words are without consequence, just because they're metaphors and allegories, if you say so or whatever.
Not the question.
History is too wrong.
Not the question. Not the question. Your inability to see nuance, to understand other people's perspectives, is one topic. That's what I'm asking about. The chip on your shoulder, your trauma, is something I didn't ask about. It's interesting, but it's not really what I was asking about.
But you're asking me to be nuanced about genocide. I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about
I am not.
I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about the German Lutherans pulling
none of this stuff.
a team of people.
All right, that's fine. This is went as far as I thought maybe it would get to a different place, but
I don't know what the word nuance does. It's not really a practical word.
It's a hard question. It's a very hard question. And I do appreciate you answering it, and I do see how that became difficult. Benjamin, how did you receive a fundamentalist upbringing if you're the child of two hippies who didn't believe they should get married?
I kind of asked them something like that too. Because these drug-smoking hippies eventually bought into the Jesus movement, and they kind of just moved themselves across the chessboard to the other side.
I see.
And through the Jesus movement, they became Christians. They became conservatives, just as Andy said.
So there may be hope for you yet. That's really good for me to hear.
There is hope for him. Yeah, that's exactly how. I mean, I've heard some stuff that I haven't necessarily heard him say before, Jason. I think that, like, you still do the massive generalization stuff, and that's the thing that I think you partly do for theater, is you want to piss people off, but I can't always tell if it's the binary thing. Like, when you say religion universally harms children through the narrative stuff, I mean, that is sweeping generalization. I mean, is it even possible that just the stuff we're talking about, your sensitivity to the harm stuff has turned into your universal, indictment, right? I'm not saying it to be like accusatory, but that's what it feels like. And I like part of it, if that's the answer, because even though it doesn't feel like something you should like, but I feel like you're clearly protecting the kid you once were, which is the part that I relate to, right? And I respect that. But the question is whether protecting that kid requires dismantling every shared story, because I feel like that's what you do. You go on the offensive, or do we just need to tell better ones, right?
Well, clearly we need to tell better ones. But I would argue that we have dismantled many stories, and we have preserved these stories. And to some extent, I think we've dismantled the wrong stories. This is why I harp on Zoroastrianism all the time. Here's a story. You should read it. It's actually strangely missing a verse that says that you should go to the nations around you and take your male slaves and your female slaves from the other. Now, does anybody know what female slaves are used for? Does anybody need a little history?
No, Benjamin, they were
From
used in
the
the
nations
kitchen.
around you.
They work in the kitchen. They did weaving. I mean,
Zoroastrianism strangely is missing that verse. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I find that Ahura Mazda goes to some place and commits a genocide by killing the children of the people in that place. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I see that Ahura Mazda tells the followers of his to take the sword and kill the child while they're sucking their mother's breast. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I hear the verse, as I do in Psalms, that happy is he who shall dash the child's head against the stone. So, would it be so horrible if we had maybe preserved that story and not let it fall by the wayside, and maybe let other stories fall by the wayside? I just think we've done a horrible job of picking the stories that we tell to our kids.
I think Zoroastrianism might have done a pretty good story of not including all the freaking traditional stuff that was going on in ancient Persia too. It's not like that was like some pacifist utopia. You know what I'm saying? I get there's some nice stories in there that seem a little bit better, but it's like the idea that was some, like the place your parents grew up on the woodside tip. I don't know.
Relative to other places, there is some indication that it was a kind of Shangri-La. We could get into that another time, but I don't know that you're on good footing there. I think history is horrible and a lot of places suffered, but I don't think it's uniformly horrible. In other words, I think the middle of the 20th century is uniquely worse than the middle of the 19th century.
Well, parts of it for sure, yeah. Most of it. Well, the 19th, yeah.
And we can draw inferences from that comparison that are useful.
Well,
some things are worse than others. And if we're adults, we need to be able to tell.
I don't think empires, I think of Greek history. I don't think they need sacred texts to do the domination thing. I mean, Greece had philosophy and slavery, right? China was, the Confucian bureaucracy and coercion and all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, frickin' Rome, look at that. I mean, that's frickin' civics religion, right? And plenty of slavery to go around there, I think that violence and hierarchy don't necessarily need the scripture part that we point to a lot of times.
I think that you're making a category error.
What's that?
I think that you think that religion is a separable box, because in the United States we have the notion of separation of church and state. And again, the reason we have rules of that separate church and state, weirdly, date back to King Cyrus in Persia, who ran his empire in this way, that he allowed his different conquests to run their civilization with their own religion, and he recognized that the people have a right of their own religion. Most places in the world, time and history, don't have that particular quality. In fact, they have almost none of the rights that we enjoy as citizens of the United States, because they weren't shared. Now, they weren't common, and it wasn't common for us to think about this. So in the United States, we have the sort of the white privilege of thinking in terms of religion as being a separate thing from culture and government. But in most times and places, culture and government and religion are all one package that's inextricably tied together, and there's no meaningful way to sort of separate the Simon's twins here. So that, in that sense, I think you're making a category error. Every society has a religious component that is kind of
it could be myth too. I think every
fully isolated, has its own heart and lungs and brain, and is fully individuated.
Yeah, I get your narrative.
That's just not the case in history.
I get your narrative. I do. I think the thing you miss largely when you do the Jewish thing, and well, you do it across the religions, but you do it particularly harshly with Judaism. I've heard you say, Christianity.
It's a hell of a book.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. You're like, well, Christianity tells the same story essentially. I think there's a piece of it that what you don't give any leeway on, and that's why people who are Jewish hear you and go, oh my God, what's wrong with this? Judaism, to me, out of the big three, I think what it does is it tries to do what religion usually doesn't do, which is the self-correction part, right? They wrestle with it more so than I find Christianity or Muslims do, right? I mean, I'm sure they all wrestle, but the public level of wrestling, the tradition of that wrestling, right? The stuff that you've heard Caleb talk about in here, he says that's literally what they're saying. Zed, all of them, they come in here and they're like, look, you can't just come in here and tell us that we don't do this. That's what they do, and you're outside of it. And I mean, when you do the Zoroastrianism's like morally clean kind of thing, and the all this, the Judeo-Christian stuff is just the domination narrative. It's not always that neat. History isn't like that, right? You have all kinds of traditions that have the violence and the abuse, and it's all in tension with the liberation stuff as well, right? And you're right that stories matter. I think the harder kind of thing to deal with is whether you can just discard traditions wholesale or wrestle with their worst parts and evolve them. And I do think Judaism tries to deal with that. You're like, oh yeah, they're celebrating Bash for the kids, and everyone's like, no. And I know you're doing that to elicit them to think, and like, what is it that you're really celebrating here? Because you push back against all these kind of celebrations. That's how you grew up questioning this kind of stuff. But they're already doing that work. And to me, it sounds like it lands on deaf ears when people try to say that to you, or you just don't care. Because it doesn't feel like that they're trying to say, hey, you know what we should do? We should go out and, kill the Egyptians. I just think that is such a strong, offensive stance to say to people. And I am no, Bible-thumping theist for sure. I'm agnostic, to be clear. So, I mean, I feel that when you say it. I'm like, bro, you don't think that's going a little far?
Well, I feel we've come to the point in our sermon when our attention should be drawn to the Word of God.
So that's enough.
The reading tonight is from Psalms, the 137th.
Here we go.
Psalm. And I'd just like you to sit back, take a deep breath, focus on the Word of God. Start the reading from the 7th verse. Remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. I just really praise the Lord this evening for giving us such beautiful language, beautiful imagery, such inspiration, preparing our hearts to go out and face the week ahead of us, knowing that happiness comes mostly from seizing infants and dashing them against the rocks. And if your heart is moved by the sermon today, I ask you on your way out, just, whatever you can, leave it in the bed, leave it in the collection plate. If it's a 10, if it's 100, whatever you can, every penny counts. And blessed be the Holy God. Blessed be everybody here.
pressure. I'll probably open another room that won't have recordings on if people want to, get your autograph or whatever, or pee on it, right? so, so with that, yeah, I'll open another room if you feel like coming in, and thanks everybody, appreciate it. Yes, you did, man.
J-Lo. I wanna touch your pussy.
Yeah. Wait, you saw 50 Cent?
He put his hand around me and squeezed
No
my
way.
Yeah.
Wait, is Danny here? I love that. I love it.
That's iconic shit.
Real.
Super nice guy.
That is busy sucking feature stick. I don't know where the fuck she is. Danny. I'm here so you could curse me with some fucking bullshit.
Danny, shut the fuck up.
Why the fuck did you not say anything? I don't think that's funny to ask if I'm here so you could sing a sarandonga where you're cursing yourself. That's gonna be your party. I wanted to make sure you weren't here that way. You know what they say, ears that don't listen, heart that doesn't break. I think you're evil, Fiona.
Danny, we don't want you. Danny, we're trying to save you from going to jail. Like, what the fuck?
No, Fiona's evil.
No, the fuck I'm not being. I slept with the district attorney, so they wouldn't even start the
No,
Fiona. What did you think, though?
Danny, what's a sarandinga? Okay, you know about how Hands on the Wall turned into 128 Hands on the Wall, whatever the fuck shit they're saying. So Fiona turned it into Sarandonga, because T-Ville said everyone on Clubhouse is trying to put me in jail and they're gonna throw a party when they do it. And so when I told Fiona that, Fiona started singing Sarandonga. Can you sing it first?
I'm not in the fucking festivities in fucking Spanish.
So that's when the rooms, because I think Fiona got in trouble for saying, you're going to jail, but Fiona did say 3 days ago from their boss at the FBI.
I stopped saying Hands on the Wall because I made an oath as a woman to Dimitri.
As a woman?
Yeah.
Well, Gigi told me that you work for the FBI as a special
Once again,
agent.
Danny, you're fucking telling me that you're taking the word that somebody called CPS on you to heart?
Yeah, for MPI, because they said they had to because of their job. So, I believe them.
Danny, what's your address again?
None of your fucking business, bitch.
Then come over then and let me give you my address so you can come over to my house.
But then you're gonna kill me.
Danny, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna give you a lot of hugs. Oh, I forgot. I have to file a restraining order again because you want to take a turkey baster and take my DNA and impregnate yourself. Okay? Don't worry. You don't have to give my address.
When I said Fiona said they made a pie of ricin.
You know, Danny, this is gonna take my DNA so she can get impregnated. So she can put me on child support and take half my fortune. That's not funny.
Danny, you don't even have that fortune is that big.
You're not gonna take away the $400 million.
I know. Fiona was complaining about how little the FBI agents make, and I agree. You know, you can make a lot more. You know, like, I get it. Like, it's not that much money.
Danny,
I just
really past your bedtime, though. What are you doing up?
Danny's readjusting her schedule. Danny, look at the picture I just sent you. Look at this guy. Look at how he keeps sleeping on my dumbbells. Isn't it so cute? And he bites with them. Or he bunny kicks them and shit.
Aww.
What's wrong with him?
Stop cursing me.
Danny, nobody's cursing. I'm telling you, I'm in the universe.
Danny, you literally said the last thing that you sent me in my back channel is a picture of Auschwitz ass. Okay, shut the fuck off.
Wait, what?
I actually sent it twice, but it popped up on my newsfeed from this shit post. But it's from a Jewish group. It was from a Jewish group, and what it is a bunch of crayons. But it's not just Auschwitz ash. It's baby shit green. Corporations are people too. Insufferable vegan green. Boner pill blue.
What the hell are you talking about?
Danny, what are you
Do you see how the white cred says white lives matter?
You're a horrible person, Danny. You're a horrible person, Danny. If you're going to Auschwitz hell, okay?
The blue one is called Scientology, spelled C-Y-A-N.
Oh my God, we have a whole second. You heard me? Wait, I thought you were going Holly because you could hear.
Oh, presidential orange. That's a Trump.
We had Dylan here too.
If anyone says anything mean to me, I'm leaving.
Dylan, we can't help that. We can't help that. Why would you leave just because that person called you something bad?
No, because I'm realizing that I don't hang out with bullies, and I don't come on the clubhouse to listen to bullshit.
Well, no, you should come on Clubhouse to have you should come on Clubhouse to have a good time. And if you're not having a good time, block those people or just hang around them. I agree with you, Dylan.
Exactly.
I've been very liberal with blocking people lately.
I made it to 4.1, but people are blocking me left and right.
Dylan, Danny, I'm going to get you blocked, Danny. You need to start visiting your account and be helpful because you've been doing this shit for years. Like, I can get to, like...
Don't defame Abu Philip, come on.
I don't know. Look, I don't remember. It all gets jumbled.
But yeah, he apologized and donated to the ADL. And I go, yo, Philip, is this real? Like, I DM'd him, and he goes, yeah, bro, stay safe. And it was like super fucking cryptic.
What did he apologize for?
Anti-Semitism.
Oh, that's too vague. He did so much of that shit. I'm like,
He pulled a Kanye.
Wait, but he had so many things to choose from. Like, was it a specific? Like, I'm excited now. Which thing did he do that was so bad?
I think, like, after Clubhouse, he went on Twitter, and whatever you saw on Clubhouse was nothing compared to what Twitter was for him.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Like, he went full Kanye on Twitter, basically. And then the apology came in, his account just disappeared. Like, after a while, it turned into some weird account, and then just never heard from him. It was so weird.
Is Rural having a full manic episode in the chat with himself?
Norma's just going crazy on chat.
Wasn't Blood or his dad, was one of them like the pest control guy or something, or no? Am I getting that wrong?
I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't think Abu Philip was working at all, did he?
I forget. Somebody. I can't remember these people. I don't know.
That would be even worse if he
That's the sound of an American Orphan. Want to be a part of it? Listen.
That wouldn't bode well for the
Hello, money?
especially for like
This city
on the
is too small for us to look. I never got nothing when we didn't know. You won't follow me. Go up there. Will you follow me?
thinking, is this the bedtime story?
Don't die.
May the servant bear witness to our solemn and bloody offering. May they reveal the guilty in their falsehoods and find the truth. May the warrior find victory to the innocent.
Super chill. He'd be like, yeah, and then at some point, it's like he'd start getting like a twitchy eye. You could almost visualize it. He'd just be like, he'd just get twitchy. He'd just be like, and I think the meaning of life is like a circle, except when the fucking Zios come, and then like he would just go off, and then he'd like calm down again. Like
Look what y'all did to him, man. That's an old man right there. He'll never forget.
Yeah. I'll fuck around and find out, I guess, but yeah. Abu Philip was one of the funnier characters, I think.
You know who I ran into on Twitter was Esther. I forget her old clubhouse name, but Esther, and she was like, you remember Esther? She was like wild, like always all caps, in the chat. And one time I came in and found her and Zuko meditating together. And like, she was like, he's like leading the meditation, and like her under her breath is like,
like fucking Palestinians are like pieces of shit, you know. And when I came on Twitter, she was genuinely excited to see me. I hadn't talked to her for 2 years. She was fucking like,
Esther was excited to see you? Are you serious?
was so stoked. She was like, oh my god, everyone shut up. Let me talk to Palestine Revolt.
Oh, Jesus.
Remember something I told her about one of my dad's best friends being Jewish, and she wanted me to retell the story? I'm like, oh my god. She's a yenta for sure, dude.
Wait, was Esther the fat one or the skinny one?
No, she was like the older lady, like the one who's just like, y'all are just jealous of the Jews.
Yeah, no, I know, but there were two. There was the fat one, and then there was the skinny one.
I don't know. She's the one who's like, we're so smart, we're so rich. She's that way.
No, but there were two of them.
It wasn't the fat one. It wasn't that one.
Okay, yeah.
That was a different lady. I forget what her name is. But yeah, Twitter. I was like running into random Zios from Twitter that used to be on Clubhouse, and it was weird because it was like, you know, we know each other, and like we've talked so much, and you're talking with all these random people, and they're usually happy to see me, which is so weird, bro. Except Ari, he wasn't that happy to see. He was happy, but he didn't want to show it, I guess. I don't know. It was like, I'm mad at you, but I'm happy to see it.
Did you ever meet Ari in person?
No. I've met a couple people on Clubhouse, but
Yo, is this shit? Yo, Baptizer.
Hey, what's up?
Is this guy real?
Which guy?
I just sent you. He's running for Republican primary.
Yeah, that's the guy in Florida.
Yeah. The Catholic guy.
Fishback, or he's all over Twitter too.
He's Catholic, bro.
He's kind of. I don't think he has charisma, but you know, he's going with the message of like the right wing, like conservative one.
He's a Catholic guy, yeah.
I'm not sure. I think he's definitely Christian. I don't know if he's Catholic or what, but he, I guess, just got unbanned on Twitter. I don't know why he's running in Florida, though, considering that's, like, not just, like, a very Jewish population, but a lot of Israelis, too.
I mean, it's probably his home state or something.
Yeah, it's probably true, but I'm just like, bro, you're like, this is such an uphill battle. I don't know. It's odd.
Yeah, you have to start somewhere.
True. Who's Hochi? Hochi Santoro.
I just want to say one thing. God is real. And Donald Trump is the best president that we've ever had in our lives.
I don't agree with the Donald Trump part, but I agree with the other part.
Donald Trump is the future. He's the future. Tell me another president.
Old, bro.
Tell me another president that's trying to stop wars. Hey, being president working keeps him young. All right, don't.
Oh my God.
Don't play. Hey.
The average American, unfortunately, is amazing. I don't know what to say.
Donald Trump is a prototype.
Yeah, I guess he was on WWE. That was pretty cool. He like choke slam Vince
You
McMahon.
spend half your life with one foot in a lion's mouth. What do you do on your day off? Wrestle with bullshit. I try to keep my weekend.
He did do that.
I guess he was the judge of all like the team Miss USA team whatever. I don't know. He's got an odd resume, bro. I don't know how I feel about it.
Home Alone 2. Don't forget that as well.
True. Shout out to Chicago. Home Alone 2.
Shout out to Chicago.
Donald Trump.
He was featured on Meek Mill.
Hoshi, how do you feel about Bashar al-Assad compared to Donald Trump? Bashar?
Who's that?
The greatest president the world has ever seen.
Syria, Bashar.
Donald Trump. Know this, dude. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. How does Gabriel know this?
in too.
Yeah, look at this shit. Howdy. How's it going, Gabriel?
I'm back on Clubhouse for like 10 minutes. I'm scrolling through. I'm like, I wonder who these people are. I pop in, and they're like, guys, the greatest thing I've ever heard. And they start playing recordings of me. What the fuck? So I'm like, okay, all right. I have a fan club. Okay, I'll come up for a sec.
You gotta give the fans what they want, Gabriel.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You made your mark on Clubhouse, and as long as I guess us three are here, we'll always remember.
I'm okay with that.
No more to remember.
That's right. Who's beef? Is this? No, I don't know. Oh God, it's Sam. Sam. Does Gabriel know Sam?
I don't know. Is Sam a member of my tribe?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's good.
I don't think you do get along though.
We needed some reinforcement. He's not a sexy Jew, is he? I hope.
No, he's like
No, I think they would get along.
You know. No, Sam's a race realist.
Yeah.
Gabriel's white though, or not white, but not dark Jewish. So I think he's fine. Like he's not going to be attacking Gabriel.
Is this the Sam with the crime clip on YouTube?
Yeah, that's me.
You're the don't tase me over there.
I'm not.
Oh, Andrew, dude, we need him back.
He came back.
No way.
Andrew was on Twitter quite a bit.
What show was he on? Didn't he get on some famous show? Alex Jones or some shit.
So what is the who's everyone here? Like what is this community that I'm in right now?
So this is OG Clubhouse 2020, 2021. We've got the top line is this. The middle line is Jews and friends and allies, and you're the third line, which is also Jews and friends and allies.
Is Hochi a Jew, a friend, or an ally, or?
Actually, I can't confirm. I have no idea what Hochi is.
Is actually quite Zionist. It's just like in a backward way, but he's kind of Zionist too.
What?
Dude, come on. Okay, don't fuck around. When you and I talked, you were totally Zionist. It just kind of weird to me. It was hard to
He's trying to get me killed. He hates me, bro.
So guys, what because no, but seriously, hold on a second. Okay, no, don't fuck around, So because the Jews are dangerous, it's good to get them away from other people and put them in one place. So I'm an anti-Semitic Zionist who thinks because of the badness of Jews, we need to separate them from the rest of everyone and put them in
I'd be
Israel.
fine with that if I wasn't Palestinian, right? I'd be like, yeah, guys, go get your own state, do it, dude. You guys can all.
So you gotta take one for the rest of the world.
You just came to my spot, which I like. No, dude, go
It had to be somewhere.
But Mehmet, it's just not even that nice there. Like I've been there.
That's what I was
very
trying to
dusty.
tell them. Why are you guys?
But you can just get a better spot, like Illinois or.
You can live in
Illinois is there. No can do. I was there.
I should move to Illinois, to be honest, but that's funny that you say that, but no,
Well, guys, I was talking to.
What about Sweden? Just go to. Go to Sweden for fuck's sake. Malmo is great for Palestinians.
They really always say we're surrounded, all of us will be surrounded by and I'm like, you came here, you knew what the fuck it was.
I may or may not have been to Malmo before, yes.
Oh, did you see the Ibrahimovic statue? At least.
I did not.
Oh. If you go to the Somali area, maybe, but outside of that, you should be
that's a relief. If you go to the Somali area of Sweden, then you really got to run if you're a Jew. But other parts are like, you could just walk quickly. That's good. Okay.
Oh, just tell them you don't have to. Wait. There are Jews that run that. And they don't run that. They actually dress like they are the religious Jews.
Jews run in New York City. You see that shit?
Malmo is considered a no-go zone for most Jews who are visible Jews. They have to be incredibly careful.
That is so bullshit.
Dude, there's articles, there's videos of this shit. Like, just Google it. Google anti-Semitism in Malmo. Sweden's acknowledged it.
Who's doing the anti-Semitism? Is it Moroccans or?
I honestly don't. I don't remember. Last time I looked at this was like a year and a half ago. I don't even know who it is, but it is not. It is not the original Swedes, if you will.
I'm just so proud of the Jews. I'm so proud of the Jews for after all those years of anti-Semitism, they built a state and they like went to the Jewish homeland and like made it a state that's like a functional, prosperous state. Like I'm just so proud of my people, you know.
Beef is not even Jewish, is he? Is Beef Jewish?
No, he is. He's just like I said, you wouldn't like it.
He's a weird Jew, but he's a Jew.
No, they would. They're both very liberal.
I'm not very liberal these days, but yeah.
Oh, you got wait, even in America or in general?
I'm a moderate at this point. Yeah.
And why would we not get along? What's the issue?
Because you're a race realist, Dan, but I don't know. Maybe Gabe has moved on.
Wait, he's a race realist?
Yes. Yeah.
What the fuck? How do you define that?
Well, like I actually that like you know how like different groups of people have different heights, like that like Inuit people aren't the same height as like people that are like I don't know, they're like Swedes are taller than Inuit people, for example. Like that sort of thing exists not just for the body but for the brain as well, and it's not like a huge deal.
What I mean.
But it's just like reality, you know.
Gabe, you would have been doing major damage control if you were on Clubhouse with this guy. Back in the day.
I was on Clubhouse back in the day on 2020.
No, if I was doing this shit, I would have been kicking him out of clubs and like or houses or whatever.
You would have been in the group Jews, but not Jews and allies, basically.
But I get to meet Brett Weinstein on this app and Eric Weinstein.
Okay, Brett Weinstein, by the way, is like the worst at like talking about Jews and Judaism and Zionism and Israel. It's like he thinks he's so incredibly smart on these topics. He's not. He's smart about other shit. When he talks about this stuff, he's like, I guess that's phrased too clever by half. And by half, I mean like he has half a brain and he knows half the history on these topics. It's pretty embarrassing.
I remember one time you had a room with Eric Weinstein, Gabriel, and it was a big room, and this one Arab, Romanian, Israeli, Christian guy came in and was just, he didn't give a fuck about the Israel-Palestine stuff, but he was so excited to talk to Eric Weinstein. And he's like, yeah, I live in Israel, it's great. Eric, I'm so happy to see you. And Eric's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. But I could see the wheel turning in Gabriel's head like, no, I need to get your contact info, bro. You need to come, and I need to use you for propaganda, dude. That was a good time.
Yeah, I haven't found, either of the Weinsteins like incredibly good, but like Eric is definitely more intelligent than Brett.
Yeah, I saw him on Joe Rogan, and I was like, I remember Lex used to come in here all the time. Lex, he used to just come in the audience.
I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with him. I felt like
fucking boring.
I felt like he was making a fucking, yeah, he's very monotone. I felt like he was making like a documentary. I was afraid to talk whenever he came in.
Jason, how have you been, man? It's been a long time.
Well, I've been good. I come on the app, still working doing the same kind of work as before. Really? I still come on the app and argue with the anti-Zionists and try to explain, that they need to get with it, that there is a conspiracy controlling the world and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
So, we're all better off. Yeah. I went to Jerusalem since we last met. I don't think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
eternal capital of the Jewish people. I love it. Thanks. Thanks for visiting.
No, I'm not Jewish, but at some point I'm Buddhist. But I'm like, damn, this Abrahamic religion stuff really has a lot of people up in arms. I should go see what this is about.
That's totally you. That is 100% you. I could just see you like cock your head to the side, raise your one ear like a dog, and just be like, huh, this stuff's kind of cool. I should just go visit it.
This guy is a centrist, fence sitter, doesn't take any sides on any issues, and he says everything and nothing at the same time.
Oh, so he's like
There's nothing of substance. He's boring. He's got a crack. Everybody else, bro. They got me again.
Oilers, welcome back.
What the fuck, Oilers? Jesus.
Yeah, using Christ's name in vain. Yeah, how Jewish.
Oilers, who have you trolled lately? What's your best troll in the
I
last
don't
6
even know,
months?
bro. I thought we were done with this bullshit. Why do I keep getting packed? Leave me alone.
Yeah, you're still getting
What?
clipped every day, bro. What did you say to get clipped this time?
Mods butter.
I don't even know. I don't even know. Usually I know when I said it, but I'm like, what the fuck?
We got no idea doing what we were doing before.
Ebert, I can't keep making you account, bro. Can you just like tell your community to leave me alone, bro? I'm not even trolling them anymore.
Hold on, I want to come up and say hi to Jack. What's up, bro? Let them speak.
Oilers, we don't all.
This was inspired by Goo. This profile.
Oh, stop it. You guys have a
Oh my god, baby, is that you?
Is that your sister, baby?
It's what I imagine when I close my eyes. I'm like, this is what you would look like.
Wait, I have a question. Were you and Gabriel on this time or no?
Yeah, I was in the app with Gabriel.
You have a problem?
Okay.
Who's that? Who was on the apple?
It's me, Bibi. Bibi Kapara.
What?
Bibi Kapara.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
He's changed, Gabriel. He's the anti-Zionist pro-Palestine now.
No. How you been, guys? What's going on, Jack and Gabriel? How you guys doing? You good?
Amazing.
I'm doing good. Baruch Hashem.
That's
I'm
awesome.
doing good.
I heard you're on X-ray now, bro.
I was on X about a year ago a lot, and now lately I just, here and there, not too much.
Okay.
So are you famous or something, Gabriel?
Yeah.
He used to be famous on this app, like big time.
Big time.
Oh yeah. I remember Gabriel.
Where's Guy and Majid? That's all we need to complete this.
Fuck, you remember Guy Franco?
Jeff is here.
Remember the Zach that was in New York in Juicy Restaurant?
Yeah. Yo, you know what's funny? Maybe a year ago, I came on Clubhouse, and Zach and Majid were in the car together driving. I think Majid was driving him to the airport, go to Israel, bro.
Wow.
I feel like I'm crashing someone else's high school reunion.
Yeah, literally.
This is a bad sign, by the way. Look, Jeff is here. Jeff is in the audience.
Why is that a bad sign?
Jeff, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Jeff knows my
They all went to the Telegram group and were like, there's a room going on, kid.
I want my people to know that I literally do know
Let's tag everybody, bro. Hold on, let's tag everybody, bro. Somebody bring Axe up here. Somebody bring Kim here.
I haven't been on this damn app for a while. I walked into this room, had no idea who it was, and all of a sudden, it's these dudes.
No, Gabriel texted. You know I'm talking about. It's been a while.
You're fucking Algerian. You're supposed to tell me when you change your name.
That's alright.
Oh my god, Eduardo, come on, bro.
I really hate this cordial gimmick that you guys got going on. Can we start a?
Oh, I'm ready.
Another one?
You guys did start a war. It was October 7th.
We gave
Hey, 45th Ward, we're here in our Polish Park community in a beautiful Six Corners. We are behind what used to be the former Sears site, as you can see. Now it's 206 beautiful apartments. It's a ground floor Target. Right now, we are under construction and we're anxiously awaiting a Burlington, and we will also have our first bid in the city of Chicago, which we're all very excited about. We'll also have a Wells Fargo bank in the same area. All of this construction that you see going on is all being built by union labor, which is excellent. I'm very.
Which I think is bullshit, but someone said he's like, you said he's in Florida, Jeff?
No, he was here for a conference. It was not a conference,
Proud to
but close
say.
enough. I'll dox him to you later, to Gabriel, but yeah, I did meet him. None of these people are my favorite Jews.
Who's a leftist Jew?
All the fucking leftist Jews are fucking weird. I mean, I like you, Buttercup.
Buttercup a leftist? Is she Jew?
Dude, at least a communist will fucking tell me what they fucking feel about me.
She's not Jewish.
I stayed straight. What do you mean?
Are you
I like you a lot, like as a person. Like, I still like, you know, I don't know. You're suspicious, so suspicious to be honest. I mean,
Alright, well,
Yeah,
get
this
me.
is so weird that everybody has names. This is so weird. I know all the voices, but the names aren't lining up.
Stephanie Galligan.
Gabriel's name is the same.
Okay, darling.
I'm still me.
I know yours.
It's just like I've got to commit brain cells to figure out who people are.
Jeff, I find it disgusting that you don't represent Jersey in your body.
Well, I think that's a fair criticism, Goop.
Jersey? Why the fuck would he rep Jersey?
He's from Jersey, bro.
I'm from Jersey originally.
Bro, you are a shapeshifter. Algerian, German, Jersey, Indy,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Algerians are fucking sexy though.
I mean, I do my best.
I'm gonna be in Indy soon, actually.
I'll be in Miami, man.
Remember, like, when it was like, it was meth, it was,
Yes. They were there.
Dude, I never stopped running Jews and Alex.
Palestine clubhouse, and they would have like these stints of peace with like Jewish clubhouse, and I was like, yeah, this is hot.
I was running Jewish rooms, bro. I still am, clearly.
Look how sweet it is. Like, Jews and Palestinians cannot live with each other, but cannot live without each other.
I get along with Mehmet because he's Algerian, that's it.
That's right.
Jeff, I already told him Mehmet's low-key a Zionist anyway. Like, and like he got all upset. I was like, dude, it's okay, it's fine.
Gentlemen, the human brain.
Okay.
Never.
On the down low. He's on the down low, Zionist.
I mean, Gabriel, not in front of his friends.
That was definitely Bashar.
Wait, where's Bashar? Yes, this is Bashar.
Bro.
Oh, wait, tuned in what? About the room? Oh, yeah, 100%, that was me. Remember, that used to be the biggest insult for anyone. Oh, you're a normalizer. You're on the normalizer. Okay, yeah, so what?
Well, yeah, so what?
They used to say that to me, and I would literally run the Jewish room. I'd start the room with like Zach and a traitor.
Yeah.
Finally, a quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
Hey, the hot water's doing that thing, and Truth Expert 3000 never makes a mistake.
Every day I learn something new about it. And no, you know what I'm saying? Pineapple on a pizza, isn't that
Come back to John Kitover TV to
Welcome to Quantum Mechanics and Natural Science.
Bright Star said high in the night.
Hey, John Kitover, got your mail.
What the world is this? It's got a dragon.
I wonder what vote for that guy. John Kitover?
Except for reality. I showed them the numbers, the chart.
They're getting hung up on the new shoot yet.
Watch and learn. Oh, wow. Sunshine, no winds.
News line tonight, we look at whether the math.
Afternoon, how can I help you today?
I'd like to take out a look.
Knock, knock, I brought brownies.
Hey, Joe, what do you got for us?
They call it Peace for the Fins in '83. It's driving me nuts.
Quick trip to the Benedict couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa.
Congratulations today. Racist titles, and then he.
The human brain. Seeing a man with a name.
Like, aloha. Look at what this guy said. Like, he wouldn't say anything. So he would like the worst racism ever. And then he would like lure in other communities. Like he'd get
or Jews or whoever. He tried to pull, or Hawaiians. One time he did a Hawaiian rib, I think.
Good morning, everyone. We just finished up a segment on Good Day Chicago. We were talking about the budget accountability coalition that was just recently formalized. And really that coalition was formalized because of the fact that we want to make sure
$38.3 billion. That's what ICE is going to spend to open a network of detention centers across the.
Talking about like you poof, 5,000 people just vaporized. Those apparently, reputedly, are working. It looks like 50,000 Hamas guys are dead because that's how many the Hamas guys are being, like from the Martyrs Fund, right? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Country by September 3rd.
Can you believe this shit? Is he like a propaganda?
Your propaganda
is good.
Better than
50,000 is
Gabriel. Your propaganda has gone down the shitter.
60 would be better, but 50 is pretty good.
No, he's being funny. He's being funny.
You know what particularly surprised me though is Gabriel said it's actually that when there was like a fucking heat wave in the middle of the winter in Jerusalem, that the Jews were able to control the weather and make it snow in Gaza. That was really like, I'm amazed that genocide didn't work.
I mean, quite literally, it was like an Israeli, bunch of Israelis in a basement that made an AI video to mock with victims of war. That's what that video was.
Oh shit.
It was quite literally the Jews who made that fucking video to mock starving children and living.
I mean, whoever made it, it was brilliant, and I'm mocking it.
Those people who made that video, good chance is their like grandparents survived the Holocaust or something, and now they're making those videos.
Their grandkids mock victims of the next Holocaust.
Listen, we control Hollywood. We control all video making. You know that. What's the complaint? What's the deal?
From the horse's mouth.
I mean, we killed God. Come on.
Well,
I have a serious question though. Are you guys terrified of Zionists yet?
To be honest, we live in not much else like.
No, that's the
Then you don't really believe we killed God, do you? Because you should be very scared.
Well, I mean, why should I be scared of like? I mean,
because we killed your God.
No, you just brought it to the trial. It was the rodents who killed him.
here's the thing, Mr. Jones.
Hold on.
Oh, Jason, stop bothering us with the truth.
I had to remove that faggot for saying something stupid.
I don't blame you.
But in all seriousness, Mr. Jeff, you guys tried. Then he
Here's you have Jews literally taking responsibility for killing Christ, and then the fucking centrist retard goes, well, yeah, right? That's what I was
What are you complaining about? He came back, didn't he? Jesus Christ.
That's fine. We're not.
I mean, you might want to think that was all part of the plan.
Well, I mean, for him, yeah, not for you.
Yo, well, hold on. Yo, check, bro. What's up with y'all Jews, bro? Y'all just like trolls now. What is this?
No, not all of us, just the good ones.
I got like it.
Like, you guys are just like actually just like incel trolls.
No, not really. I just came back from the club. I'm feeling kind of happy. I saw some friends in here. I see some people so much, but you know, it is what it is.
Shit, come on, bro.
Well, I mean, I went to Shabbat dinner first, and that was fun. And then after that, I went kind of drinking the
lying ass bro, fucking bro. Shut up. Shabbat dinner.
No. Really, I went to Shabbat dinner. It was great. We sang Shalom Aleichem. Like we did the kiddush on the wine. We did the bread. We ate the fish. We ate the meat. We kibbutz a little bit. I yelled at a 44-year-old. I yelled at a 44-year-old who's never been married. I told him to man up and realized he's not high value. He needs to settle. And then I went to the club, and then I came back here and I saw Gabriel and some other people. I figured I'd stop in.
Yeah, I can't lie, yo, Jeff. You know what I remember, bro? The most inflammatory beer community here. You niggas were always here on Saturday, bro, with the lights on.
Well, I don't fully keep Shabbat, so that's okay.
And none of you do. Absolutely none of you do.
It's okay. There's a free drink in the club. I'm sure you're drinking. We're all immigrants.
I keep Shabbat. Like I use electronics. Like I'll use pagers, for example, on Shabbat. I'll definitely use pagers.
You're a cheater, bro. You're cheating.
No. I'm scoring points when I use pagers. That's all I'm doing.
You're supposed to light one candle and then it goes out. That's it, dude. That's not
No, do it the two candles first of all. What religion are you?
Listen, I studied you guys, bro. Y'all not a lot of weight.
What religion are you?
Oilers is from one of the lost tribes. He's a Jewish guy. You guys don't even know. You don't even know who you're with.
No, what are you? Oiler.
He's Somali.
No, but he's that like despised subgroup that he like we're like historically Jewish. What was it? Yibir. Yeah, there you go. Oilers, come on. Shabbat Shalom, Oilers.
Actually, Gabe, since you're here, bro,
What's up, bud?
your Freedom's team, bro. What's going on?
Fuck, that's right. Come on, boy.
Your boy, he's your boy.
No. Listen, Jeffrey Epstein is much more likely to be interested in you, given your age and your orientation. He's a lot more interested in you, given your age and your orientation, than me. That's all I gotta say.
This is actually how I found
You're
out.
gonna have to account for what you were doing between ages 12 and 14.
Hold on. This is actually how I found out none of you on Clubhouse are big hitters, bro. I searched up all of you in them files, and none of you there. I was so shocked. None of you are big hitters, bro. None of y'all were right in Kitover Island. That's crazy.
Look at him low-key exonerating all of us. Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you, my dear brother.
I thought, listen, I'll give you that. I thought you guys were, I thought y'all were big hitters, bro. I googled your names. I was like, oh shit, these dudes.
Never been on the island.
Yo, careful, just behind, man.
I mean, I came close, but not that close.
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
I mean, so what are we doing tonight? Are we celebrating 5 years of hate?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I love it.
12 years of hate is so good.
So
Are you
I'm both. I'm Palestinian and Lebanese.
That is awesome. Are you Christian?
I have one parent that is Christian, one parent that is Muslim.
And she has a little Jewish inside her.
So my roommate at Hebrew U, Marwan, was literally exact same background as you. He was Lebanese, Christian, and you would call him Arab Israeli or Palestinian Israeli, whatever.
We do a lot of interfaith marriages in Lebanon.
He was my roommate, and I think he had Muslims in his family and Christians.
That's right.
Yeah, we went to Hebrew U together.
Wait, you're a Jew?
That's right. I'm a big Jew.
You're a Jew?
Very much.
Jew?
I hear, hold on. What did you say?
I'm extra Jew, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
You guys pretty
Trip to the Bimlin couch
I'm
time.
here watching the Jews normalize. I'll file a report with Norm tomorrow morning.
You know, this is good, bro. I'm glad the Harvard educated Jews came back, bro. I had to sit up here and debate fucking alcohol.
Who pays for the fins in '83? It's driving me nuts.
Why don't you just ask us?
Now, just Google it.
According to the web, John Kitover lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
What? That is gold!
I tried to get Mike back, but
Wait, Gabriel.
I would have to leave because he would say weird things about seeing me in porn and make me uncomfortable.
Why would that bother you?
yeah, you know they got him on Stop Anti-Semites or Stop Anti-Semitism, whatever.
No, I didn't know that.
Finally had his big break. Wow.
Yeah.
I know he's been auditioning for years, but he never quite made it to the big time. So that's great. Good for him.
He's a big hitter. No cap.
No cap. Okay. What were you saying? Or say that?
Sorry, no, it's the first time I speak to you. I've never seen you here.
You don't know Gabriel?
No, I've never seen
Gabriel was the king of the Jews
Absolutely.
for a long time.
Really?
Before I
Yeah.
wasn't there a whole civil war between who was it? It was you and was it BB?
No.
Can you
Wait, did you say
slide tonight?
No.
No,
No, I never
Cross the D line.
I never fought with them.
No, but there was a civil war.
I don't like how quiet I'm going.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Why isn't he speaking?
I told
I think all of us are a little uncomfortable with his wife now.
Question. Gabriel, did you defend Nora Bandura when she was? She's
Why would anyone defend her?
It's a genuine question. He knew her.
Is she in the audience?
Yeah, 100%. That's all he's asking.
How's Nora doing? Is she doing better? That video was not.
The last I spoke to her, she seems to be doing better.
Okay, good. Yeah, that wasn't a good moment.
The only real good Jew.
I don't recall saying anything about it.
Andrew Meyer is the greatest Jew.
I actually didn't recognize. I didn't connect the person in the video.
Trip to the building couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not be coming. Come on, just bought these back. Classic banana peel. Really? Great. Locked up.
In 83, it's driving me nuts.
Why don't you just ask us?
Nah, I'll just Google it.
According to the web, John Kitover lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
What? What do you got for us? They call me
Gabriel, I'm asking you. Somebody drop this shit into you on here and do something?
Conference.
Is that what happened? That somebody tried to dox you and show up here and listen to something?
Left mod.
Yeah, there was like 4 people. I think 2 or 3 of them are here. Yeah.
In this room?
Yeah.
No way.
Gabriel, you have blamed me.
Mehmet and Bashar.
Come to your house?
Gabriel, wait, let's be real with each other. You have blamed me falsely for Barratrez. You really have nothing to do with that, dude. I've never
I was told.
Trip to the building couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey.
Hold on a sec, Mr. Bibby. Bashar, so I was told by reputable sources that you
mean yell.
Well, several other people besides just her.
Yeah, so yell, basically.
I did not say that. I was not the person.
Nah, I was not the
Trip to the building.
This is what happened. Someone came to our room and posted people were talking about, I can look up and find Gabriel's address on Google or some shit. And they posted it in our chat. Some friend of Gabriel came in, saw someone posted it in our chat, heard us talking about it, and went and told him, Palestine revolt, Mike, these people, blah, blah, blah. Doxed you. No, the f*** didn't. Someone just posted it who was in our room, and
But I heard someone went to his house, man. That's what I heard. Is that true?
no one fucking went to his house.
No, ask Gabriel. Did somebody show up at your place?
Guaranteed no one showed up.
At his house, bro.
I could have sworn somebody went to his house.
Come on, dude.
That's messed up.
Nah, I doubt it. I doubt no one went to anyone's house.
We're not pro-doxing. The only one.
For any further detail, you're gonna need to call the. You're gonna need to
Trip to
call
the building couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not be coming. Come on, just bought these back. Classic
It was
banana.
circulated on the app at one point. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But actually, by the way, there was
That's true.
There was 2 Jewish people. I refuse to say who because I actually came and they were showing people
Trip to the building couch.
Google images of your house, your car, this and that. I'm not gonna say
Trip to the building.
you can get food.
Trip to the building couch time. And how heavy could it be? Whoa!
I know what kind of car he drove at that time, and that's really a low blow.
Hold on. That's not your L. That's not your L.
This he drove the gayest car ever, and like no one should be like shaming him for that.
Well, I mean, no one is, but well, it's pretty gay, but I mean, whatever. I just felt like I was wrongly accused, and I would like an apology.
Well, it's killed by its
The evidence was pretty strong pointing to you guys. That's all I'm gonna say.
You went off of the testimony of the singularly most unstable person on this app over the past. No, it wasn't even, bro. I guarantee I know who it was.
I need absolutely to say that while you were in the audience.
It was Tina, that black chick. It was that black chick Tina, because I remember she came in the room, but I just knew how she would, like,
Oh my
go
God,
into
Tina!
stories.
Oh, she was the most foul fucking bitch.
Yeah, and dude, she literally just
She was
pulled some nonsense.
Bibi, how did you start to become such a big normalizer? You sound like you like play pool with these guys every night. What happened to you?
Amir's got boundary issues.
Yeah, he was opening rooms with Mikhail, Gabriel. If you can
Are you
believe
kidding
it.
me?
I love that.
Nope.
No, that was.
Were you opening like caliphate rooms with him? What's up?
No,
everybody was allowed to speak for 1 minute and no interruptions. And didn't matter if you liked what they had to say or not. You just had to listen if you wanted to be part of the room. And that was.
Is that the guy who 2 weeks after the war started lost 72 family members, and a year and a half later, lost 72 family members?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if you lose 72 family members, how many more, like, you just
Why the number? Why the precise number is 72? Why isn't it 72 virgins? Is that a coincidence? What?
It might not have been.
6 billion virgins, guys. All right, you're me to the anti-Semitism at this point.
I'm not trying to.
We're not talking about Muhammad.
We keep it respectful. Come on, guys.
But we're not disrespecting anyone.
So, since we're talking about numbers, these numbers, recently came to my attention that.
No, but that's not even funny because Jack already did that joke. You didn't, like,
I didn't even make the joke, bro.
No, I know, but you're trying to be funny.
Say it, pineapple on a pizza.
You're inspired filth, bro.
Can you just relax, please?
Wait, what is it? Kyle is a Muslim?
Yeah, I used to be able to land my planes.
Stone landed in the sun.
That's what I do, though. You know,
I'm here. That was Islamophobic.
Guys,
None of these people know how to fly planes.
Chill.
can I ask you a question or not, bro?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Willis. Yeah.
Come back to John Kitover T.
Attention. As you know, the Epstein files were dropped in one batch, which is half, and that half is 3 million. Now, it was astutely pointed out to me that if we double that number, you know what number we get to. Is that a
Wait, so Oilers are you validating the number of dead? I thought I heard you say that explained you didn't die.
I'm not even trolling. Straight up.
You can have it both ways. Either 6
Class,
million
welcome
kids died or 6 million Epstein files exist. One of the two.
That's not even my angle. My angle is this, right?
I know, but I'm just, pointing out that you questioned the Holocaust before.
Listen. Stop. I'm pure.
Okay,
Right, Star.
in order for me to stay in this room with you guys, I need Seta to cover up a little bit. She's very hot up right now.
I'm gonna be kosher for you, darling.
Well, thank you.
Don't, I'm gonna leave if she comes cover up.
Yeah, seriously, Gabriel, you're being anti-Semitic by asking her to cover up.
Yeah, he is actually being anti-Semitic.
Accept my friend request statement.
I will do
The world is it?
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Gabriel, she's a Semite. She doesn't have to cover up.
I'm upholding the patriarchy and.
No, you know what? I'm gonna cover up. I'm gonna cover up. Hold on.
This is not good.
I'll cover up.
Gabriel, this is why I doxed you.
Wow. Oh my God. No, I changed the picture. Is it better now?
It hasn't changed for me.
Man, thanks for covering me all those years.
I'm not gonna pull it. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, no, it's changed right now. So
Okay,
is it better now?
I'm pulling it. Hold on, let me pull it.
Let me remove the previous picture.
Who in the world voted for that guy? John Kitover?
Okay.
Is that? No, it's good. No, I'm 100% kosher.
Okay, wait, are you, but no, that's.
That's enough of that shit.
Should I go to my Rothschild's meeting tonight and try to close all the banks too? Are you high? I laughed pretty loudly because I'm not a Jew on kiss my ass. You stupid motherfucker. Fuck you. Come through. And then he said, suck my authentic Hebrew code dick. Are you still sucking it?
Suppose,
It used to be that you can't handle it.
Oh.
People are talking and they're hitting on a whole group of people. That's all it works with dick stuffing. Nobody's talking that way.
That's insane.
Nobody's talking that way.
Yeah, that's the guy.
I don't remember him, dude. I don't remember anyone at this point.
George? His name was George.
Yeah, his name is not Gabriel.
Yeah, he changed it.
But the thing is, when I came on this app, I wasn't. So the thing is, I didn't hang out in like in English rooms. I was like mostly in German rooms. So I used to go into your rooms. I remember you guys. Like I remember you. I used to be most of the time in the audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see.
You probably weren't on the app. Once you get on it.
I was on the app, but I'm telling you, I used to be in Scandinavian German rooms. But then when I went on to the English rooms, I remember you guys used to open a lot of like pro-positive rooms with Alana and other people. I remember that. I used to be in the audience though.
The whole crew.
That's when I thought when Bashar was Lebanese, I was like, Lebanese man.
I don't give a fuck. We're all fucking minorities here. Everybody is fucking ridiculous.
Is that true?
Who, me?
Yeah, Canada.
No.
Wow. Are you serious? She said that when you were in the airport, you were like Canada, or like you did some like weird voice of the word Canada.
What? Right, y'all don't believe her after all these years. That's wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
You told the whole story, bro.
Oh.
They think the Jews.
Yeah, I know. It had to happen though. I mean, after it was too much normalizing, to be honest, even for my taste.
I can't believe Yael lied.
You can't?
I can, because she lies a lot, but like it was such a detailed story.
Yeah.
And sorry for saying your name in that room.
Which one?
Like 6 months ago, I was like, I said your name. You're like, why are you saying my name, bro?
Yeah, you came at me like attacking me, and I was like, bro, whatever.
Yeah.
Alright, here at Kitover Clinic, we specialize in deep.
Alright.
Hey, John, what do you got for us?
Yeah, this is sensitive. They call him the
They
goldfish.
call him the goldfish!
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kitover. Clearly blending in, champ.
John. Hello?
I mean, I have an example for all these people. Bronco sex con, Episode process with no vanny,
Bisexual.
homosexual,
Who else is there?
gay.
Just an angry little fag.
I like this new like. Yeah, man. What's up with that? What's up the repeated? What up, Jeff?
Yeah, like, I'm gonna, like Jeff, like you're just like a troll. I mean, it's funny. I just watched the South Park. Like literally, I think it's still in my copy page.
No, Jeff, dude, we are religious people. Like, I'm actually like low key impressed by this.
Yeah, no. I mean, it isn't gonna take that away. But I just watched the South Park about the difference between fags and homosexuals. It was very funny. I should send it to you. You'll enjoy it. You won't agree with it, but you'll enjoy it.
I probably will not like it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Seda seems pretty cool.
No, I don't know how you don't know her. She must have been on a different name. Yeah.
my name was Galilean before. Galilean.
No, I think Gabriel would have been from before Galilean.
Yeah, I think so too. But nice meeting you, Gabriel.
Nice to meet you too.
Mrs. Paracott used to go.
It was Mrs. Harrigan, Galilean Cuchiologist, Haram Police. I've had like different names here.
Wait, if you were Miss Haricott, I probably did meet you at one point.
No, you did not, because I would remember you, baby boo. I don't remember you.
Baby. So just for the record, he's the one on the left, not the one with the afro.
Let me see, hold on.
Why does that feel like an old
Stop my friend request already. Fucking
Wait, hold on, let me do that, hold on. Can you,
Amir,
baby, can you at least beg for me, darling?
I'm not gonna beg. You know I want it. Just accept it.
Amir, she accepted mine right away. I don't know why she made you
I
wait.
feel like Algerians more than Moroccans, to be honest with you.
Oh,
But
shit.
whatever.
That's a good point. That's a fair point.
So, how you doing?
Wait, Bibi, did you watch the Africa Cup of Nations final? Oh.
No,
I did. Yeah, you guys beat us on the way to. I mean, you lost. Yeah, but the semifinal, you guys beat us.
Sorry,
Isha's here. What's going on, Angel?
Hello, Dad.
How are you?
Excuse me, why are you flirting with my man? Excuse you?
You?
Who are you?
You got the nerve to be talking.
Excuse you, who are you?
In the last room.
Hold on. No, I
We're
didn't
just
have my
giggling and laughing
my
because of
husband.
those
Who
men
are
were
you?
bashing all of them.
Excuse me, I'm an Arab.
No,
girl.
you excuse
Literally.
yourself.
Slide over.
They were bashing. I don't know. Like, you were acting oblivious and now you're in here just chatting up with them.
Excuse you?
So
You're
go
being
on through and
anti-Semitic
slide the fuck over.
like
Don't
that
get slapped.
No, you're gonna be slapped off my
yourself.
knee. Excuse me, I took his name, so who the fuck are you?
Whoa.
Is this the angel that I knew way back?
We thought I saw you back on. I was like, I have to go say hello. How are you? Shalom.
No, actually, who the fuck is she?
Hold on. I just need to. Hold on. I just need to point out for management here, we're witnessing a war between an angel and Satan, and I think this is a harbinger of what's to come.
Well, honey, an Arab girl will always be superior to everyone else. So Amir is mine. That's okay. Can I not call you Amir? Fucking that's your sister.
One thing I know for sure is that he's not going to claim you as his wife in front of me. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Is it the eye? So my room like the one bigger eye?
Honey, you will be
My
happy
room
with me.
title is very weird.
How do you say?
You were just in there bashing them. So go somewhere with yourself. Yes, you were. They were fucking laughing and calling. They even sat there and played the clip of Gabriel saying, suck my Jewish dick and everything else. And you were sitting there chuckling and laughing.
I stand behind that.
Me too. That shit was fun.
That was funny to be honest. I'm not gonna lie about it.
And then you sat there and acted like you didn't know anybody.
No, I do. I actually, genuinely, jokes aside, I really do not know who Gabriel is. I heard that clip, but I was laughing.
So then why were you in there? Right, why were you in there just bashing him though?
Because we were all in there before they got kicked out by Prince or someone. I don't know who kicked them out.
So then why are you in here trying to suck one of their dicks?
Because Amir is
kosher.
Exactly.
She said put some relish on it and she got excited.
Excuse me, I am a Jew myself. I'm a half Goyim, half Shabbat. I don't know
But Angel doesn't eat flesh, so.
Amir, you better fucking
Girl, it's fucking cannibalism.
Look at the trouble I wandered into tonight, Rita.
Wait, can I? Because I've never seen Gabriel. Who are you, baby boy? Can you tell me? Like, who are you?
He's the undisputed king of the Jewish clubhouse.
I just heard like suck my kosher balls and that's it. That's
No, I didn't say balls. No, you gotta listen to the clip. If you want to like get like a ringtone with it, that's cool. That's fine. You know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I like it.
I would definitely take that as a ringtone.
That was actually funny, to be honest. I was laughing.
Fuck, did somebody play it on radio?
I didn't think I was gonna come up either, and then I like accidentally did because I haven't used the app in ages, and I was like, fuck it, whatever.
You missed this. It's okay, dude.
It's a really thing.
I didn't think about you guys for like 2 years.
It was so hard in the Mir's room the other night. He popped into a Mir's room for like 3 minutes and they were at like an orgasm. They're like, oh my God, it's Gabriel, come on.
They know
Yeah, they wouldn't come up. They were freaking out, bro. Do you remember that, Gabriel?
That's crazy.
Gabriel, you remember that? Like 2 nights ago in the Mir's room?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, sunshine.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Gabriel. I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Go ahead.
I was going to ask.
The funny thing is, to me, and I only met Angel recently, but besides that, like all the rest of you, I know longer than Amir.
Have you been to Amir's rooms?
No, this Amir.
Oh, okay. BB, okay.
Angel is like old school clubhouse.
Yeah.
She was on
I've known
clubhouse.
every one of these.
We
I've
go
known
back.
every one of these people longer than you, BB.
Angel, that wasn't like your real last name. That's like, can I say your real that
Yeah.
account? Okay. So you
No,
was like Angel.
this is the same account. I just changed it though.
Okay. Is the last name you used to use, was that your real one? So I won't say it?
It's my father's, yeah.
Okay, then I won't say it. All right.
Yeah.
She was Angel something, but she was on for a long time with us.
Yeah. Beautiful eyes, girl. I like them.
Thank you.
Nice eyes.
I've been on since 2020.
I
BB,
somehow
I
didn't
have
know
a
you
BB.
until like
BB.
3 years ago.
Oh, wow. It was invite back then.
Who is that
Well,
in your picture?
that's me.
No, I've been on since 2022, BB. 2020 as well. I just somehow didn't come across you until a little bit later.
Yeah, no problem. No, that's me in the picture. Why, Galilea?
That's not
Change
you.
You change your affection now towards me?
Yeah, I don't want you anymore. Never mind that.
Okay, good. I'm with Angel anyways.
Oh, wow. So fast.
I don't really care about my
You
one eye
saved
figure.
me so fast.
What do you mean? You disown me because of materialistic.
Excuse you. Once you go Arab, you never go back, darling. You should know that
Once you
I'm
go,
Moroccan.
wait, what's a good one? Once you go Arab, you
You never
never.
go back. Yes. What the fuck?
No, you need to find something to rhyme.
No, I mean that doesn't rhyme very well.
I know, but I don't know what anything else.
Maybe it rhymes better in Arabic, like from the water to the water, like I think you can
In Arabic, it is from the water to the water.
That's the problem. You're not an Arab, so you don't understand that. Like in Arabic, this saying actually like it flows way better.
Maya, Lal Maya, Palestine, Arabiye, right? Whatever.
Not even I know it as a Palestinian, as a Lebanese. I don't even know what that is. Wait, hold on, let me think.
From the water to the water, Palestine is Arab. It's like an Arab supremacy.
Lamai, Lamai?
Arabic.
Yeah.
Min al-May.
Labahad, or Min Lamai?
No, Min al-May, Lamai, yeah.
I don't know, to be honest with you, darling. I have no clue.
Well, that's okay. We do more research.
Of course you do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, damn. What's his face left? Oilers. He was actually one of my least favorite. Actually, Bashar was always one of my least favorite.
Well, you did call me fake African, so
Oh, wow.
I was just gonna set
I
things
mean,
off from the
why would I not call you a fake African? I'm Algerian.
I'm
Oh,
Nigerian.
wow.
Like,
What's your point?
no, I mean, I didn't say you were a fake African. I just like
You in fact many times have called me a fake
Jeff
African.
is literally African American. Like, literally.
Yeah.
I just told him, I'm like, your people might have had some interesting relations with the French, but hey, that's just an African thing, dude. I said
No, my people pre-existed Islam in Algeria.
I
love them Africans.
but they did have interesting relations with the French. You're not the only one.
Maybe from 1898 on. Yeah, sure.
No, there's more than that. Like 500 other.
Yeah, but I like West African more.
Well, that's like 500 other ethnic groups, Jeff. So it's not even unique. I'm treating you as a real African.
I told you a fake African. What's your point?
Well, Do you see how that's gonna be?
Do you want to cry about it?
No,
Like,
no,
do we need to go to therapy together?
no. It's all good, dude. We're cool. I mean, maybe not cool, but like, yeah,
Wait, do you
I don't know
Africans
about
fight
cool,
about
but
this
like
being
we're
African?
working on it. We're working on it.
bygones are bygones, dude. It's just that's how it's
Sharon, what happened to you? You used to be so angry and like you seem like chill.
I get greedy. I think he's getting laid. The shark
Wait,
is
can
married.
I ask you something? How long have you guys been knowing each other here on the app?
But Asante, I just want to hear from you. Like, did you like graduate? Did you? What happened?
Oh, I graduated like way before. I was done with like I was in my master's. When you guys
You were like in grad school, right? Back
yeah, but I finished that like.
Were you doing math? What were you studying? Like computer science, some shit like that.
Math, yeah.
You told us at one point. Yeah.
No, I told you, buddy, because you guys kept on insisting it was accounting, and that actually like low-key pissed me off. You know,
How long have you guys been knowing each other? I feel like
I mean, that was literally the goal. It's like when I ask if an Arab's Pakistani.
No, you know, the one that incensed me the
The
most
building couch time. How heavy could it be? Gross. Thanks.
would address me as Prince. Like every
Princey.
argument, he'd just be like, Princey. I was like,
Princey. That's good though, Princey.
oh, you know, but yeah, no, I graduated a while ago, so, like, I'm just.
No, but I have to agree with Gabriel. Like, you do seem way less angry. I mean, you still probably really hate Jews, but like you seem way less angry. So the life has done well for you.
Even, you know, I've come full circle. I do think every non-Christian religion, I mean, not mine, is like, you know, beneath ours, but like, you know, you guys.
I mean that you're entitled to that belief.
But yeah, you guys as people, I mean, I don't really hate you guys as people. I do think you should convert, but you know.
That's new.
For sure, I think all the Jews should convert to Christianity, 100%.
I mean, if you're Catholic, that's kind of like just Good Friday. You pray for conversion. It's normal.
I'm gonna convert to Christianity.
What is that? The tripartite prayer? It's like it's every Good Friday.
Well, not tripartite prayer. I mean, it can just be.
Bishop, listen, I'm gonna convert to Christianity when you return to Zamunda. I will Christianity.
Okay, that's not even a
You're coming to America. You're very young.
Oh my god, okay.
You're very young.
I am British. I've never actually seen that movie.
Dude, you've got to see it. It's a great movie.
I've seen the Clubhouse. What's up, bro?
Listen. In this movie, Eddie Murphy puts on Jew-face.
No,
Eddie Murphy does Jew-face.
But you know what?
He's amazing.
But you know what it is, Gabriel? All those types of movies, they're all based on like East African stereotypes. So for me, they're not like as funny. You know, I just view them as like.
Okay, but Eddie Murphy and Jew-face, and by the way, not one Jew complained. Not one Jew complained. Fantastic.
Eddie was a fantastic Jew. He made a great Jewish Jew. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that you haven't, it's really.
No, I want to do this. Me mercenaries against my will.
Yeah, the first one.
No, not the second one.
The second one, please. Yeah, the second one.
Wasn't the incredibly beautiful what was her name? That was the young lead that
She had one name.
Oh, I forget her name.
Hold on. I'll tell you. Hold on. They're giving me her full name. I want the one name. Hold on. Sherry Headley? No, hold on. I'm gonna find the cast. It was yeah. So the actress's name is Sherry Headley, but she played Lisa in the. Arsenio Hall was in there too.
Is her name really Sherry Headley? That's so disappointing.
What did you think it was gonna be?
I thought it was like one name. I don't know who I'm thinking of. Yeah, very exotic. I thought. I might be wrong. I might be conflating another actor.
Are you confusing her with the young woman from The Last Dragon? Is that where you're?
Yes, totally.
Bro, I knew it. Okay, that's racist of you. Okay.
No, it's not. I just put all
Angel,
very
help me
good.
out.
I just put all very good women in the same category.
I don't know this movie.
Last Dragon?
But Jar, you don't know The Last Dragon? No wonder you're angry.
Okay, listen. Okay, The Last Dragon has, was it Timac, who used to be on Clubhouse as well. And he plays Nero Green, a young martial artist who's like the Black Bruce Lee.
My guy, this is like 15 years before I was born.
I know.
Take the wisdom of the elders. And by the way, coming to America, I get it. You have some cultural things that ain't gonna work for you.
The woman you're looking for, the name you're looking for is Vanity. Vanity.
Yeah.
Vanity
Yes,
was...
and I don't know that that's exact. I don't know that I was really conflating them, but Sean's
Vanity Prince's lover for a while, I believe.
That's true. Bashar, The Last Dragon, if you gotta pick one of the two, watch it. Great movie. Great movie. It's terrible, but it's great.
Also, it's one of those like cheesy ones. So it's like,
I mean, it's the 80s. Like,
okay, so it's like your version of like High School Musical or like shit like that.
I mean, that makes me sad that that would be the equivalent, because High School Musical was a good movie, but it was not like
but it was
the same.
I mean, it was not like action, but it was like cheesy. It's like
no, this was cheesy action. It was cheesy action. Like, you just watch it and come and tell me like Free Palestine, and then tell me how you like the movie.
I don't even care enough to say that to you guys. Like, I mean,
okay, fine, you've changed, but go watch the movie. It's a good movie. I think you'll enjoy it if you don't expect much.
Okay, don't take a look.
But understand, it was the 80s.
Oh, you think I'm like an you think I'm like an SJW? Like, nah, dude. I don't care about stereotypes.
You're Catholic. It's all good.
What movie? I don't see the connection, but you know.
What movie are we talking about? We're talking about
The Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon.
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's my single favorite movie of all time, actually. No, I'm lying. Johnny Dangerously is my single favorite movie. The next is The Last Dragon.
Dude, this shit has 4 Rotten Tomatoes, 57%.
Yeah, it's amazing. Oilers has got Jew face going on in his PTR.
I have a question.
Why are you being such a hurry? Cover your shoulders, please.
Oh my God, darling.
Please,
I don't know.
cover the shoulders. The
Oh my
shoulders.
God, darling. I'm not a Muslim, but I like to be. What the fuck?
I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
I said I like to be.
I
said although I'm not a Muslim, but I like to be a harami girl.
I needed to do that because I'm really tired of Gabriel telling you to cover up. I find it anti-Semitic.
That is anti-Semitic, actually, because I'm fully Semite. So, Gabriel, behave.
Okay, fine. I'll allow it.
Gabriel, just because you're married and happy doesn't mean the rest of us have to suffer.
Exactly.
That's true. I wish all of you to have marriages or unhappy marriages. I will have the happy one.
Whoever ends up with Satan will be happy for sure.
Are we sure?
I mean,
for sure.
There's so many responses to this.
No, believe me. I know I'm wild, but I think I will take care of my husband for sure.
Bashar is single, I believe, yes?
Yeah, but no.
Excuse me, what's wrong with you?
No, she's reserved for BB, so.
That's true. I think I need him. He's crazy, and I think he's the only one that can put me in my place.
Okay.
I love how this app provides a lot of TMI.
For sure.
TMI.
It's like when your jaw locks up. Oh no, that's TMJ. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Well, no, I think it's more like when you get caught out doing something you should know. That's TMZ.
Oh fuck, no, that's MBZ. Sorry. Okay.
Anyways, hi Joe.
So
Good evening.
I was able to catch them making fun of you guys in the last room, Gabriel, and they played your clip.
They played it when I first entered. Like, I entered, they're like, oh shit, it's here. So they play it to announce my entrance, and then they play it when I leave. Kind of like a WWE Raw kind of thing.
So I asked, first of all, I'm very honest as a person, okay? So I asked, who is this gamer? Because I've never seen him. And they're like, oh my god, I'm gonna play a clip from him. It was so funny, I started to laugh so much.
Do you want to know the background of like why I went ratchet like that? Do you want to?
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter. I think it was funny.
I know.
That's the whole point. I love when men.
It was like some person was just being so foul. I think it was like a Hebrew Israelite, room
I
or
fucking
something.
hate them, these Hebrew Israel. You know how much I did
They
them here?
You can hear them all in the background of you.
I think it was that. I can't remember. But anyway, there were only like in like a couple of years, there was like only 2 times I went full ratchet like that. Well, I stand by what I said. That person was being foul. So.
No, I totally agree with you because I hate Hebrew Israel. I debate them too. They're fucking retarded people, honestly.
Well, they fucking abuse women. I mean, like
They do.
The funny thing. So, I actually did a room about a year into it where I did 2 rooms. One of them, Jeff, I know which one he's talking about. So I did a room where it was me, an auntie of like a Hebrew Israelite woman who like ran away, and then another Hebrew Israelite woman who like was trying to like leave, and they were chasing her, and they wouldn't let her leave the whatever you call it, I forget what they call them. Yeah, it's not a squad, but it's whatever their cell or whatever the shit. And then it was like two dudes, one dude who had left, and they were like threatening him, and all they were talking about was just like. And what I realized was, like, even though they go off on Jews, like, nonstop, like, the actual physical victims most of the time, and the financial victims are young black women, primarily.
Yeah.
The word you were looking for is camp.
Thank you, yeah, that's the camp. Yeah. So like, I fucking, from that point on, I hated all of that shit. And then this other time, I think, they decided I was going to be the king. So me and a bunch of black American women decided I was going to be like white chocolate. So I was a blind black Hebrew Israelite man. I've been blind since birth. And so the whole space was them being like my sister wives. It was
fucking funny.
And then somehow I ended up coming in as the like financial advisor to the.
You were my Jewish financial advisor.
Yeah, it was very funny. It was a very funny room. Probably one of my top 3 rooms. Like in my clubhouse.
Why are you guys wasting your time on Hebrew Israel? They're fucking stupid as fuck. You know how many times I've been in debate rooms with them?
Oh, I didn't. Like, I listened to a few, and then I made fun of them, and that was about it. I didn't really.
Yeah. They're fucking retards. Oh my god.
I mean, I don't even waste my time debating with like pro pally. Like.
Baby, stop.
What? I mean, is BB here or is he there?
He's not even
Hold on,
here.
where is he? Where's BB?
He's not even
Yes,
here.
I'm the same. Fuck you here. I'm sorry. Never mind. It's not the same. It's the same. I think it's the North African thing or African thing. I think you all sound the same.
I mean, yeah, totally. I sound like a Canadian Moroccan, no problem.
You do. I mean, I don't know who's Canadian, who's American. I'm not even from the U.S. or Canada, so I can tell the difference. You all sound the same in my ear.
South and they do not sound the same.
I mean, we are the same, but we don't sound the same.
That's true.
I mean, we're not exactly the same.
Well, I will tell you, Jeff, to stop.
But we don't sound the same. That's true.
That's right. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I'm too drunk right now to even know.
Fair
Did you go out at least?
I did.
Oh.
I went to a bar.
Okay, how was it?
Boring, but it was nice. I mean, but to a nightclub. Can you guys believe that?
No, why?
I've never been, because the thing is like, I've never, because the thing is I've never been to a nightclub, but I feel like nightclub is more like a dancing. I'm not a dancing type, I'm more of a like communicating, because I want to hear people when they're talking, you know what I mean?
That's because you're not African.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm a big dancer, so like I love dancing.
Say, most people who don't go to the club don't know how to dance.
I know how to dance, because I used to dance when I was younger. But
Jeff's a salsero.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think I know how to dance.
I'm actually, I claim more bachatero, but
I'm shy as a person. No, I'm very shy. That's the thing. I'm super shy.
I thought you were more like.
I've always said that about you. You're very shy.
Yeah, I am.
Jeff, I thought you were more like pinche cabron than bachatero, but I don't know.
No, I'm definitely pitching a front, but I'm more bachatero.
What kind of dance do you do? Like, what kind of dance?
It's the pinche cabron. It's the pinche cabron dance.
What is it, like Spanish?
No, it's a very
Yeah, I laugh, man.
it's a bad insult.
So,
I'm sorry, I don't know.
so go on YouTube and put in bachata. That's what I do.
Oh, did you say bachata?
Is nice.
Yes.
I wish I could dance like that. It's so nice, honestly.
I have to be very honest. I don't know dance moves. I know rhythm, and I just do my own vibe, and everybody sways with me. And I like, that's like one of my favorite parts of going out. I haven't been out in a long time. I'm a mom of 6, so like it's been a while for me. But like the times that I have gone out, what part of what I said? I said a lot.
No, I'm talking about 36.
The part she focused on was the mom of 6.
Oh, I am.
Are you?
6. Yes.
Girl, is that you in the picture?
Yes, this is me in the picture.
Girl, no way.
She looks incredible, doesn't she?
Does.
Holy crap.
My oldest is stationed in Germany right now.
Whoa, no way. No way. Girl, if
My
I
youngest is
die,
5.
no way. Oh my god.
The dancing is thank you. Dancing is something I love to do. I just have never learned to adopt like other like dance moves and stuff. You know, like I like Afrobeats. I don't know any of their moves, but I know how to dance.
There's so many words for a woman to say. I never was willing to submit to a man to take a lead.
You mean for dancing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, like, I don't know, growing up in America, the men, you know, like in the clubs, like they're just ones who kind of just stand around. They don't take leads.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, that's what it boils down to. Like, it's a lot of words to be like, I can never just be, I've never been able to just let a man lead me.
Yeah, Jackie, you probably got like real, like swag moves, you know? Like, I can see, because I saw your one picture when you looked like you were dancing, and the girl looked so like, oh, like she was just in heaven. It looked like an effortless move, and it was a great photo, whoever took it. You know which one I'm talking about?
I mean, I don't, but there's not just one. Yeah.
So it looks like you're standing in a square of people, but you're dancing with this girl. And she's like bent all the way back.
Sounds like Tuesday.
And her knee is up. Her leg is up in the picture.
But she's probably Colombian. I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on, because I can scroll through you. I didn't know I can scroll through you. Oh, let me see if I can find this one. Oh, you have way more photos. I've been trying to catch up to everybody. I'm getting lots of photos of her.
It's not a competition. So, Bashar, I like the less angry version of you.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, I was just in Paris.
Oh, you were? How was it?
Great.
You have family there or not? Just like vacation?
Actually, it's funny. I planned the trip.
Sorry, but the black hue is.
Oh, the black me? Yeah, you like that?
The black me?
PTR. You were the second.
What?
It looks so great. I mean, if his face wasn't as dark as it was, you would not thought that wasn't him. Oh yeah, the one. See, she's in the red dress. That one.
Oh yeah, she actually is Colombian. Okay, PTR Gabriel.
Okay, I'm PTRing.
Oh my god. See, this is why black people are Israelites bang out against your community.
No, that's
Jeff, what am I looking at here? What is this exactly? Tell me.
This is AI turning an actual picture of me into a black man.
But listen, Gabriel, it's what prompts did you?
And also, did you ask for like a two-tone? Like, did you ask for like head? Make the head like mocha and like the body something different. You're like, I want this one's Arabian chocolate and this one's like cafe.
It looked like he told the prompt like make me look like smooth chocolate.
Yeah, like the body is milk chocolate and then like the top is like dark chocolate. What are you doing?
Hey, Gabriel, you don't understand how the sun affects different parts of me differently?
Oh my god. Oh Jesus.
And it's normally like the complete opposite of black people. Like the face is way lighter than the rest of the body.
God damn. I see Angel.
I mean, it's AI. What do you want?
Well, Jeff, I didn't know you were I didn't know you were a Berber.
I mean, technically, am I Berber? I don't know if I can claim that one.
I mean, I think you can. Amazigh. We don't like Berber. Amazigh.
I don't believe you just say Berber. So the nature of how close the Jews were with the Amazigh, like that's not very well documented.
Yeah.
Like we got along really well. That's documented, but like. Did the Jews consider themselves Amazigh? I don't know.
I think it's not clear. I get the sense that there was some intermarriage because like we have like.
No, there definitely was intermarriage.
Hen Mazig, who is Amazigh and Jewish, right? So we got some.
Yeah, there definitely was intermarriage, but like what I know is that like the Jews of North Africa at times considered themselves Arab culturally, but I don't really have enough to go on to say were we Amazigh? Was so long ago, right? Like the Amazigh were suppressed since 689.
Yeah, history is something, isn't it?
So probably yes. Before the Arabs showed up, the Jews considered themselves Amazigh. The Amazighs considered the Jews some version of Amazigh, probably. But it's just kind of quasi-prehistorical in that sense. But yes, this is the black meat.
Yeah, I love those ones. It's so funny. It always makes me chuckle.
What's funny is, right around the time I made this, there was a guy who came to my room named Jeff. He was a black guy. Actually, his name was Jeff S. Also.
Wait, is he like actually kind of really smart though?
He's smart. He's from like the Bronx.
Unlike Mr. Jimmy from Vegas. Is he like the smart Jeff? What? Oh no.
Yeah, fuck you, Gabriel. I'm on Team Zach.
Yeah, and Jeff, you'll always have seen him.
That's true. So, Gabriel, I don't know if you heard earlier, Zach moved to Miami.
Is that real? Like for real?
I mean, you know him. He never really lives in any one place.
Yes. In just a matter of time until that Jewish community excommunicates him. The San Francisco people did. Then he went to New York. Then all the sushi eaters hated him, and all the New York Jews hated him. So now he's gonna run out. he's got 196 Jewish communities to run through at this point, but yeah.
It was a little weird. I saw him a month ago or 2 months ago, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm thinking of moving." I'm like, "Okay, fine." And then I saw him last week. He's like, "I moved." I'm like, "Oh, fuck,
Man, whatever.
Does he still ride his bike everywhere?
Did he used to ride his bike everywhere?
I'm pretty sure he used to say something like that.
You know what I remember he used to do is I did like meet him on video one time. I saw him, and it was like a bunch of us got into like a Google Hangout, I think, or a Zoom. This was during COVID, and he like his whole room was red. It was like he was in the like red light district in and I was like, why is your room? Yeah, I was like, why is your whole room red? Are you like what's happening? He's like, yeah, cause like it's like red light therapy. I do it before bed. He like had like his whole room was like all red. I was like, that is so weird. But never actually talked to him one-on-one before.
But he always seemed like an odd guy. Like a socially awkward one, even in like the most mundane of circumstances.
he's very good socially, like how people socialize, but he's a socially odd guy, which is a weird combination.
Well, for like neurodivergent people, that could be masculine. I don't know if he is or not.
Yes.
Yes, son.
Wait, am I wrong? Who the fuck is this? Wait, Jeff? Is that you?
No, Sada. No. That's Jeff's brother, because I told you Jeff is an African American. So Jeff is African American, and that's his brother. He's not even know.
I love that.
Love that for you.
That's right. But I so wonder who Gabriel is. You're funny as fuck. I can say that for sure.
Thank you.
Gabriel's my brother.
So can I finally get all of you for dogs and you, Gabriel?
All I'm gonna say is you seem like a much more sane and maybe even kind of nice person right now. So that's what I can say. The shit that was happening back then was kind of messed up. Zach was part of it. Zach was going around. Guys, this dude was going around putting up photos of my mom, putting up her name, her address, and this was a Jewish guy doing this shit to me.
You know, I told the kids no, because even at my worst, I've never been like a dog's fan. Like I'll say like at my worst, I'd say like the worst things to people like their face. At the end of the day, you were just Gabriel from Clubhouse. You were just Jeff from Clubhouse.
Yeah, but they really tried to like take Gabriel out. Like the energy that they put into like trying to go after him was crazy.
Well, yeah, I lose my mind too, but like it's just not.
But the fact is that they couldn't beat him in the debates though, so they had to go low. You know, like that's
Well, I mean, even if you lose a debate to someone, to like try to find someone.
You need to go after their parents or their job or their person. I literally never once ever tried to find out people's real names, like or addresses. There were a lot of people going around like trying to like trace like who people were, like on both sides of this whole thing. But like, I never once did that shit. So anyway, Bashar, you seem like a eminently sane and more balanced person.
You know
so
what?
I'm happy to see that, honestly.
I opened my own room and I felt Bashar.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Bashar, you're such a
What's that, son?
bitch.
Sorry?
No, I was calling Bashar a bitch because I literally opened a room and I thought he would join and he didn't.
I'm having a heart-to-heart with an old opponent. So.
Bashar. I mean, I understand you like to hang out with the Jews. I mean, I understand.
No, you got it wrong. He's very excited about normalizing.
mean, I don't mind it. Like, you know, like the beer crowd, they hate the heat way more than they hate like the good.
Is that? Did they ever try to call you Abed or something? Like they ever go?
Oh no, some of them, yeah. I mean, some of them literally just said they would like kill all the Christians and like just like because like.
It is a plaque with a satanic statue on it that reads, "The Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshippers thinks Governor..."
Like, we don't care that much what the borders are or anything like that. It's really just like, I mean, you guys disagree with this, but it's more Israel's human rights record.
Wait,
right?
you skipped out. You don't what? Say that one more time.
We don't care that much about like the borders. Like, if is.
It's not my job. You know, that's God's job. I let him do his job. That's his business. I know if anybody repent, God is faithful enough to forgive them and cleanse them from all unrighteousness. I know that. Because I need that grace just like they need that grace.
Hello? Hello?
The manifestation of Nuit, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadit, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Hurupar Krat. The cobs is in the coup, not the coup in the cobs. Worship then the cobs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few in secret, they shall rule the many and the known. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadid. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Ankof Nakansu. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the prince priest of the beast, and in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. Burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent, O azure-lidded woman, bend.
Okay, this is Jewish Kabbalah Meditation with Eliphas Levi. Science will never be able to perform the work of faith any more than faith can decide in the matter of science. An affirmation of faith with which science is rash enough to meddle can then be nothing but an absurdity for it. Just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith, would be an absurdity on the religious plane. To know and to believe are two terms which can never be confounded. It would be equally impossible to oppose the one to the other. It is impossible, in fact, to believe the contrary of what one knows without ceasing, for the very reason to know it, and it is equally impossible to achieve a knowledge contrary to what one believes without ceasing immediately to believe. To deny or even to contest the decisions of faith in the name of science is to prove that one understands neither science nor faith. In fine, the mystery of a God of three persons is not a problem of mathematics. The incarnation of the Word is not a phenomenon in obstetrics. The scheme of redemption stands apart from the criticism of the historian. Science is absolutely powerless to decide whether we are right or wrong in believing or disbelieving dogma. It can only observe the results of belief. And if faith evidently improves men, if moreover faith is in itself considered as a physiological fact, evidently a necessity and a force, science will certainly be obliged to admit and take the wise part of always reckoning with it. Let us now dare to affirm that there exists an immense fact equally appreciable both by faith and science, a fact which makes God visible in a sense upon earth, a fact incontestable and of universal bearing. This fact is the manifestation in the world beginning from the epoch when the Christian revelation was made of a spirit unknown to the ancients, of a spirit evidently divine, more positive than science in its works, in its aspirations, more magnificently ideal than the highest poetry, a spirit for which it was necessary to create a new name, a name altogether unheard in the sanctuaries of antiquity. Subnote, who, however, had the word laid aside against the time when Paul should give it a meaning. This name was created, and we shall demonstrate that this name, this word, is in religion as much for science as for faith. The expression of the absolute, the word, is charity. And the spirit of which we speak is the spirit of charity. Before charity, faith prostrates itself. And conquered science bows. There is here evidently something greater than humanity. Charity proves by its works that it is not a dream. It is stronger than all the passions. It triumphs over suffering and over death. It makes God understood by every heart and seems already to fill eternity by the begun realization of its legitimate hopes. Before charity, alive and in action, who is the proud Hone, who dares blaspheme? Who is the Voltaire, who dares laugh? Pile one upon the other the sophisms of Diderot, the critical arguments of Strauss, the ruins of Volney, so well named, for this man could make nothing but ruins, the blasphemies of the revolution, whose voice was extinguished once in blood, and once again in the silent contempt, join to it all, that the future may hold for us of monstrosities and of vain dreams. Then will there come the humblest and the simplest of all sisters of charity. The world will leave there all its follies and all its crimes and all its dreams to bow before this sublime reality. Charity, word divine, soul word which makes God understood, word which contains a universal revelation, spirit of charity, alliance of two words which are a complete solution and a complete promise. To what question, in fine, do these two words not find an answer? What is God for us if not the spirit of charity? What is orthodoxy? Is it not the spirit of charity which refuses to discuss faith lest it should trouble the confidence of simple souls and disturb the peace of universal communion? And the universal church, is it any other thing than a communion in the spirit of charity? It is by the spirit of charity that the church is infallible. It is the spirit of charity which is the divine virtue of the priesthood, duty of man, guarantee of his rights, proof of his immortality, eternity of happiness, commencing for him upon the earth, glorious aim given to his existence, goal and path of all his struggles, perfection of his individual, civil, and religious morality. The spirit of charity understands all, and is able to hope all, undertake all, and accomplish all. It is by the spirit of charity that Jesus, expiring on the cross, gave a son to his mother in the person of Saint John, and triumphing over the anguish of the most frightful torture, gave a cry of deliverance and of salvation, saying, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. It is by charity that 12 Galilean artisans conquered the world. They loved truth more than life. They went without followers to speak it to peoples and to kings. Tested by torture, they were found faithful. Subnote, sublime humor of sophistry. Levi asserts any lie will serve, provided everyone acquiesces in it, and reprehends Christianity for disturbing the peace of paganism, or indicates that Christianity is but syncretic, eclectic paganism, and defends it on this ground. They showed to the multitude a living immortality in their death. They watered the earth with blood, whose heat could not be extinguished, because they were burning with the ardors of charity. It is by charity that the apostles built up their creed, They said that to believe together was worth more than to doubt separately. They constituted the hierarchy on the basis of obedience, rendered so noble and so great by the spirit of charity, that to serve in this manner is to reign. They formulated the faith of all and the hope of all, and they put this creed in the keeping of the charity of all. Woe to the egoist who appropriates to himself a single word of this inheritance of the word. He is a deicide who wishes to dismember the body of the Lord. This creed is the holy ark of charity. Whoso touches it is stricken by eternal death, for charity withdraws itself from him. It is the sacred inheritance of our children. It is the price of the blood of our fathers. It is by charity that the martyrs took consolation in the prisons of the Caesars, and won over to the belief even the warders and their executioners. It is in the name of charity that Saint Martin of Tours protested against the torture of the Priscillians and separated himself from the communion of the tyrant who wished to impose faith by the sword. It is by charity that so great a crowd of saints have forced the world to accept them as expiation for the crimes committed in the name of religion itself and the scandals of the profane sanctuary. It is by charity that St. Vincent de Paul and Fenelon compelled the admiration of even the most impious centuries, quailed and advanced the laughter of the children of Voltaire before the imposing dignity of their virtues. The key of the mysteries. It is by charity, finally, that the folly of the cross has become the wisdom of the nations, because every noble heart has understood that it is greater to believe with those who love, and who devote themselves than to doubt with the egotists and with the slaves of pleasure. This is the subnote. The Priscillianist heresy was disturbing the church, especially in Spain. The Emperor Maximus, a Spaniard, was inclined to put it down with a strong hand and confiscate the heretic's property. The Gallic clergy hounded him on, and the councils of Bordeaux and Saragossa encouraged him. Two Spanish priests, Ithacus and Edicus, clamored for the heretic's punishment by the secular arm. But St. Martin of Tours, stalwart champion of orthodoxy as he was, resisted, and in 385 he went to Treves. To plead for the persecuted Priscillianists, he prevailed so long as Martin stayed at court. The Ithacan party was foiled. When he left, they had the upper hand again. Maximus gave the suppression of the heretics into the hands of the unrelenting Evodius. Priscillian was killed. Exile and death were the fate of his followers. Heresy blazed the stronger, and a worse persecution was threatened. Then Saint Martin left his cell at Marmontier and set out a second time to Treves. News of the old man coming along the road on his ass reached his enemies. They met him at the gate and refused him entrance. But, said Martin, he come with the peace of Jesus Christ. Such was the power of his presence that they could not close the city gates against him. But the palace doors were closed. Martin refused to see the Ithacans, or to receive the communion with them. The fury at this is eloquent testimony of their sense of his power. They appealed to Maximus, who delivered over Martin bound to them. But in the night, Maximus sent for Martin, argued, coaxed, persuaded him to compromise. The schism would be great, he persisted, if Martin continued to exasperate the Ithacans. Martin said he had nothing to do with persecutors. In wrath, the emperor let him go and gave orders to the tribunes to depart to Spain and carry out a rigorous inquisition. Then Martin returned to Maximus and bargained that this order be revoked, and he would receive communion with the Ithacans next day at the election of the new archbishop. The order was revoked, and Martin kept his word, but when he knew the cause of humanity's safe, he departed, and on his way back to Tours experienced a great agony. Why had he had dealings with the Ithacans? In a lonely place, he pondered sadly. An angel spoke to him. Martin, you do right to be sad, but it was the only way. Never again did he go to any council. He was wont to say with tears that if he had saved the heretics, he himself had lost power over men and over demons. They have outraged the meaning of the episode, who explained Martin's protest as merely against the surrender of the church to secular power. It was laissez humanité, of which he held the Ithacans guilty. Saint Martin of Tours was often called Martin the Thaumaturgist. He was noted for his power over animals.
Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last, get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain.
First article. Solution of the first problem. The true God. God can only be defined by faith. Science can neither deny nor affirm that he exists. God is the absolute object of human faith. In the infinite, he is the supreme and creative intelligence of order. In the world, he is the spirit of charity. As the universal being, a fatal machine which eternally grinds down intelligences by chance, or a providential intelligence which directs forces in order to ameliorate minds. The first hypothesis is repugnant to reason. It is pessimistic and immoral. Science and reason ought then to accept the second. Yes, Proudhon, God is an hypothesis, but an hypothesis so necessary that without it, all theorems become absurd, doubtful. For initiates of the Kabbalah, God is the absolute unity which creates and animates numbers. The unity of the human intelligence demonstrates the unity of God. The key of numbers is that of creeds, because signs are analogical figures of the harmony which proceeds from numbers. Mathematics could never demonstrate blind fatality, because they are the expression of the exactitude, which is the character of the highest reason. Unity demonstrates the analogy of contraries. It is the foundation, the equilibrium, and the end of numbers. The act of faith starts from unity and returns to unity. The sign of the Grand Arcanum. In hoc signo vinces. Meditate, mediate. Celeste, ecclesiasticae, exode, directe, covrone, de justice, throne. We shall now sketch out an explanation of the Bible by the aid of numbers. For the Bible is the book of the images of God. We shall ask numbers to give us the reason of the dogmas of eternal religion. Numbers will always reply by reuniting themselves in the synthesis of unity. The following pages are simply outlines of Kabbalistic hypotheses. They stand apart from faith, and we indicate them only as curiosities of research. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma, and what we assert in our character as an initiate is entirely subordinate to our submission in our character as a Christian. Subnote 1. This passage is typical of the sublime irony of Levi and the key to the whole of his paradoxes. Sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Chapter 1. Unity. Unity is the principle and the synthesis of numbers. It is the idea of God and of man. It is the alliance of reason and faith. Faith cannot be opposed to reason. It is the idea of God and of man. It is the alliance of reason and of faith. Faith cannot be opposed to reason. It is made necessary by love. It is identical with hope. To love is to believe and hope. And this triple outburst of the soul is called virtue. Because in order to make it, courage is necessary. But would there be any courage in that if doubt were not possible? Now, to be able to doubt is to doubt. Doubt is the force which balances faith. And it constitutes the whole merit of faith. Nature herself induces us to believe. But the formulae of faith are social expressions of the tendencies of faith at a given epoch. It is that which proves the Church to be infallible, evidentially, and in fact. God is necessarily the most unknown of all beings because he is only defined by negative experience. He is all that we are not. He is the infinite opposed to the finite by hypothesis. Faith, and consequently hope and love, are so free that man, far from being able to impose them on others, does not even impose them on himself. These, says religion, are graces. Now is it conceivable that grace should be subject to demand or exaction? That is to say, could anyone wish to force men to a thing which comes freely and without price from heaven? One must not do more than desire it for them. To reason concerning faith is to think irrationally. Since the object of faith is outside the universe of reason. If one asks me, is there a God? I reply, I believe it. But are you sure of it? If I were sure of it, I should not believe it. I should know it. The formulation of faith is to think irrationally, since the object of faith is outside the universe of reason. If one asks me, is there a God? I reply, I believe it. But are you sure of it? The formulation of faith is to agree upon terms of the common hypothesis. Faith begins where science ends. To enlarge the scope of science is apparently to diminish that of faith. But in reality, it is to enlarge it in equal proportion, for it is to amplify its base. One can only define the unknown by its supposed and supposable relations with the known. The equinox. Page 16, analogy was the sole dogma of the ancient Magi. This dogma may indeed be called mediator, for it is half scientific, half hypothetical, half reason, and half poetry. This dogma has been and will always be the father of all others. What is the man God? He who realizes in the most human life the most divine ideal. Faith is a divination of intelligence and of love. When these are directed by the pointings of nature and of reason, it is then of the essence of the things of faith to be inaccessible to science, doubtful for philosophy, and undefined for certainty. Faith is an hypothetical realization and a conventional determination of the last aims of all. It is the attachment to the visible sign of the things which one does not see. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. To affirm without folly that God is or that he is not, one must begin with a reasonable or unreasonable definition of God. Now this definition, in order to be reasonable, must be hypothetical, analogical, and the negation of the known finite. It is possible to deny a particular God, but the absolute God can no more be denied than he can be proved. He is a reasonable supposition in whom one believes. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, said the Master. To see with the heart is to believe. If this faith is attached to the true good, it can never be deceived, provided that it does not seek to define too much in accordance with the dangerous inductions which spring from personal ignorance. Our judgments in question of faith apply to ourselves. It will be done to us as we have believed. That is to say, we create ourselves in the image of our ideal. Those who make their gods become like unto them, says the psalmist. And all they that put their trust in them. The divine ideal of the ancient world made the civilization which came to an end. One must not despair of seeing the God of our barbarous fathers become the devil of our more enlightened children. One makes devils with cast-off gods. And Satan is only so incoherent and so formless because he is made up of all the rags of ancient theogonies. He is the Sphinx without a secret, the riddle without an answer, the mystery without truth, the absolute without reality and without light. Man is the Son of God because God manifested, realized, and incarnated upon earth, called himself the Son of Man. It is after having made God in the image of his intelligence and of his love that humanity has understood the sublime word who said, "Let there be light." Man is the form of the divine thought, and God is the idealized synthesis of human thought. Thus the Word of God reveals man, and the Word of man reveals God. Man is the God of the world, and God is the man of heaven. Before saying God wills, man has willed. In order to understand and honor Almighty God, man must first be free. And he obeyed and abstained from the fruit of the tree of knowledge through fear. Man would have been innocent and stupid as the lamb, skeptical and rebellious as the angel of light. He himself cut the umbilical cord of his simplicity, and falling free upon the earth, dragged God with him in his fall. Therefore, from this sublime fall he rises again glorious with the great convict of Calvary, and enters with him into the kingdom of heaven. For the kingdom of heaven belongs to intelligence and love, both children of liberty. God has shown liberty to man, the image of a lovely woman, and in order to test his courage, he made the phantom of death pass between her and him. Man loved and felt himself to be God. He gave for her what God had just bestowed upon him, eternal hope. He leapt towards his bride across the shadow of death. Man possessed liberty. He had embraced life. Expiate now thy glory, O Prometheus. Thy heart ceaselessly devoured cannot die. It is thy vulture. It is Jupiter who will die. One day we shall awake at last from the painful dreams of a tormented life. Our ordeal will be finished, and we shall be sufficiently strong against sorrow to be immortal. Then we shall live in God with a more abundant life, and we shall descend into his works with the light of his thought. We shall be borne away into the infinite by the whisper of his love. We shall be without doubt the elder brethren of a new race, the angels of posterity, celestial messengers. We shall wander in immensity, and the stars will be our gleaming ships. The key of the mysteries. We shall transform ourselves into sweet visions to calm weeping eyes. We shall gather radiant lilies in unknown meadows, and we shall scatter the dew upon the earth. We shall touch the eyelid of the sleeping child, and rejoice the heart of its mother with the spectacle of the beauty of her well-beloved son. Chapter 2, the binary. The binary is more particularly the number of woman, meat of man, and mother of society. Man is love in intelligence. Woman is intelligence and love. Woman is the smile of the Creator, content with himself. And it is after making her that he rested, says the divine parable. Woman stands before man because she is mother, and all is forgiven her in advance, because she brings forth in sorrow. Woman initiated herself first into immortality through death. Then man saw her to be so beautiful and understood her to be so generous that he refused to survive her and loved her more than his life, more than his eternal happiness. Happy outlaw, since she has been given to him as companion in his exile. The children of Cain have revolted against the mother of Abel. They have enslaved their mother. The beauty of woman has become a prey for the brutality of such men as cannot love. Thus, woman closed her heart as if it were a secret sanctuary and said to men unworthy of her, I am virgin, but I will to become mother. My son will teach you to love me. O Eve, salutation and adoration in thy fall. O Mary, blessings and adoration in thy sufferings and in thy glory. Crucified and Holy One, who didst survive thy God, that thou mightst bury thy Son. Be thou for us the final word of the divine revelation. Moses called God Lord. Jesus called him my Father. And we, thinking of thee, may say to Providence, you are our mother. Children of woman, let us forgive fallen woman. Children of woman, let us adore regenerate woman. Children of woman, who slept upon her breast, been cradled in her arms, and consoled by her caresses, let us love her, and let us love each other. The ternary is the number of creation. God creates himself eternally, and the infinite, which he fills with his works, is an incessant and infinite creation. Supreme love contemplates itself in beauty as in a mirror, and it essays all forms as adornments, for it is the lover of life. Man also affirms himself and creates himself. He adorns himself with his trophies of victory. He enlightens himself with his own conceptions. He clothes himself with his works as with a wedding garment. The great week of creation has been imitated by human genius, divining the forms of nature. Every day has furnished a new revelation. Every new king of the world has been for a day the image and the incarnation of God. sublime dream which explains the mysteries of India, justifies all symbolisms. The lofty conception of the man-God corresponds to the creation of Adam, and Christianity, like the first days of man in the earthly paradise, has been only an aspiration and a widowhood. We wait for the worship of the bride and of the mother. We shall aspire to the wedding of the new covenant. Then the poor, the blind, the outlaws of the old world will be invited to the feast and will receive a wedding garment. They will gaze the one upon the other with inexpressible tenderness and a smile that is ineffable, because they have wept so long. The quaternary is the number of force. It is the ternary completed by its product, the rebellious unity reconciled to the sovereign Trinity. In the first fury of life, man, having forgotten his mother, no longer understood God but as an inflexible and jealous father. The somber Saturn, armed with his parricidal scythe, set himself to devour his children. Jupiter had eyebrows which shook Olympus. Jehovah wielded thunders which deafened the solitudes of Sinai. Nevertheless, the father of men, being on occasion drunken like Noah, let the world perceive the mysteries of life. Psyche, made divine by her torments, became the bride of Eros. Adonis, raised from death, found again his Venus in Olympus. Job, victorious over evil, recovered more than he had lost. The law is a test of courage. To love life more than one fears the menaces of death is to merit life. The elect are those who dare. Woe to the timid. Thus the slaves of law, who make themselves the tyrants of conscience, and the servants of fear, and those who begrudge the man should hope, and the Pharisees of all the synagogues and of all the churches are those who receive the reproofs and the curses of the Father. Was not the Christ excommunicated and crucified by the synagogue? Was not Savonarola burned by the order of the sovereign pontiff of the Christian religion? Are not the Pharisees today just what they were in the time of Caiaphas? If anyone speaks to them in the name of intelligence and love, will they listen? In rescuing the children of liberty from the tyranny of the Pharaohs, Moses inaugurated the reign of the Father, breaking the insupportable yoke of Mosaic Pharisaism. Jesus welcomed all men to the brotherhood of the only Son of God. When the last ideals fall, when the last material chains of conscience break, and the last of them that killed the prophets, and the last of them that stifled the word, Confounded then will be the reign of the Holy Ghost. Then glory to the Father who drowned the host of Pharaoh in the Red Sea. Glory to the Son who tore the veils of the temple and whose cross, overweighing the crown of the Caesars, broke the forehead of the Caesars against the earth. Glory to the Holy Ghost, who shall sweep from the earth by his terrible breath all the thieves and all the executioners, to make room for the banquet of the children of God. Glory to the Holy Ghost, who has promised victory over earth and over heaven to the angel of liberty. The angel of liberty was born before the dawn of the first day, before even the awakening of intelligence. And God called him the morning star. O Lucifer, voluntarily and disdainfully thou didst detach thyself from the heaven, where the sun drowned thee in his splendor, to plough with thine own rays the unworked fields of night. Thou shinest when the sun sets, and thy sparkling gaze precedes the daybreak. Thou fallest to rise again, thou tastest of death to understand life better. For the ancient glories of the world, thou art the evening star for truth renascent, the lovely star of dawn. Liberty is not license, for license is tyranny. Liberty is the guardian of duty, because it reclaims right. Lucifer, of whom the dark ages have made the genius of evil, will be truly the angel of light, when having conquered liberty at the price of infamy, he will make use of it to submit himself to eternal order, inaugurating thus the glories of voluntary obedience. Subnote, right, droit, a word much in evidence at the time with no true English equivalent, save in such phrases as the right to work. By itself, it is only used in the plural, which will not do here and throughout this treatise. Right is only the root of duty. One must possess in order to give. This is how a lofty and profound poetry explains the fall of the angels. God hath given to his spirits light and life. Then he said to them, love. What is to love? Replied the spirits. To love is to give oneself to others, replied God. Those who love will suffer, but they will be loved. We have the right to give nothing, and we wish to suffer nothing, said the spirits, hating love. Remain in your right, answered God, and let us separate. I and mine wish to suffer, and even to die, to love. It is our duty. The fallen angel is then he who from the beginning refused to love. He does not love, and that his whole torture he does not give, and that is his poverty. He does not suffer, and that is his nothingness. does not die, and that is his exile. The fallen angel is not Lucifer, the light bearer. It is Satan who calumniated love. To be rich is to give. To give nothing is to be poor. To live is to love. To love nothing is to be dead. To be happy is to devote oneself. To exist only for oneself is to cast away oneself, and to exile oneself in hell. Heaven is the harmony of generous thoughts. Hell is the conflict of cowardly instincts. The key of the mysteries. The man of right is Cain, who kills Abel from envy. The man of duty is Abel, who dies for Cain for love. Such has been the mission of Christ, the great Abel of humanity. It is not for right that we should dare all, it is for duty. Duty is the expansion and the enjoyment of liberty. Isolated right is the father of slavery. Duty is devotion. Right is selfishness. Duty is sacrifice. Right is theft and rapine. Duty is love. And right is hate. Duty is infinite life. Right is eternal death. If one must fight to conquer right, it is only to acquire the power of duty. What use have we for freedom unless to love and to devote ourselves to God? If one must break the law, it is when law imprisons love and fear. He that saveth his life shall lose it, says the holy book, and he who consents to lose it will save it. Duty is love. Perish every obstacle to love. Silence, ye oracles of hate. Destruction to the false gods of selfishness and fear. Shame to the slaves, the misers of love. God loves prodigal children. Chapter 5, the Quinere. The Quinere is the number of religion, for it is the number of God, united to that of woman. Subnote, almost too visible, a sneer of the atheist and woman despiser. Faith is not the stupid credulity of an awe-struck ignorance. Faith is the consciousness and confidence of love. Faith is the cry of reason, which persists in denying the absurd, even in the presence of the unknown. Faith is a sentiment necessary to the soul, just as breathing is to life. It is the dignity of courage and the reality of enthusiasm. Faith does not consist of the affirmation of the symbol of that, but of a genuine and constant aspiration towards the truths, which are veiled by all symbolisms. If a man rejects an unworthy idea of divinity, breaks its false images, revolts against hateful idolaters, you will call him an atheist. The authors of the persecutions in fallen Rome called the first Christians atheists because they did not adore the idols of Caligula or of Nero. To deny a religion, even to deny all religions, rather than adhere to formulae which conscience rejects, is a courageous and sublime act of faith. Every man who suffers for his convictions is a martyr of faith. He explains himself badly, it may be, but he prefers justice and truth to everything. Do not condemn him without understanding him. To believe in the supreme truth is not to define it. To declare that one believes in it is to recognize that one does not know it. The Apostle St. Paul declares all faith contained in these two things: to believe that God is, and that he rewards them who seek him. Faith is a greater thing than all religions, because it states the articles of belief with less precision. Any dogma constitutes but a belief and belongs to our particular communion. Faith is a sentiment which is common to the whole of humanity. The more one discusses with the object of obtaining greater accuracy, the less one believes. Every new dogma is a belief which a sect appropriates to itself, and thus in some sort steals from universal faith. Let us leave sectarians to make and remake their dogmas. Let us leave the superstitions to detail and formulate their superstitions. As the Master said, let the dead bury their dead. Let us believe in the indicible truth. Let us believe in that absolute which reason admits without understanding it. Let us believe in what we feel without knowing it. Let us believe in the supreme reason. Let us believe in infinite love and pity, the stupidities of scholasticism and the barbarities of false religion. O man, tell me what thou hopest, and I will tell thee what thou art worth. Thou dost pray, thou dost fast, thou dost keep vigil. Dost thou then believe that so thou wilt escape alone or almost alone from the enormous ruin of mankind devoured by a jealous God? Thou art impious and a hypocrite. Dost thou turn life into an orgy and hope for the slumber of nothingness? Thou art sick and insensate. Art thou ready to suffer as others and for others, and hope for the salvation of all? Thou art a wise and just man. To hope is to fear not, to be afraid of God. What blasphemy! The act of hope is prayer. Prayer is the flowering of the soul in eternal wisdom and in eternal love. It is the gaze of the Spirit towards truth and the sigh of the heart towards supreme beauty. It is the smile of the child upon its mother. It is the murmur of the lover who reaches out towards the kisses of his mistress. It is the soft joy of a loving soul as it expands an ocean of love. It is the sadness of the bride in the absence of the bridegroom. It is the sigh of the traveler who thinks of his fatherland. It is the thought of the poor man who works to support his wife and children. Let us pray in silence. Let us raise toward our unknown Father a look of confidence and of love. Let us accept with faith and resignation the part which He assigns to us in the toils of life, and every throb of our hearts will be a word of prayer. If we need to inform God of what we ask from Him, does not He know what is necessary for us? If we weep, let us offer Him our tears. If we rejoice, let us turn towards Him our smile. If He smite us, let us bow the head. If He caress us, let us sleep within His arms. Our prayer will be perfect when we pray without knowing whom we pray. Prayer is not a noise which strikes the ear. It is a silence which penetrates the heart. The key of the mysteries. Soft tears come to moisten the eyes, and sighs escape like incense smoke. One feels oneself in love, ineffably in love, with all that is beauty, truth, injustice. One throbs for the new life, and one fears no more to die. For prayer is the eternal life of intelligence and love. It is the life of God upon earth. Love one another. That is the law and the prophets. Meditate and understand this word. And when you have understood, read no more, seek no more, doubt no more, love. I have already said to you, to love is to give. The impious man is he who absorbs others. Pious man is he who loses himself in humanity. The heart of man concentrates in himself the fire with which God animates it. It is a hell which devours all and fills itself only with ashes. If he radiates it without, it becomes a tender sun of love. Man owes himself to his family. His family owes itself to the fatherland, and the fatherland to humanity. The egoism of man merits isolation and despair. That of the family, ruin and exile. That of the fatherland, war and invasion. The man who isolates himself from every human love, saying, I will serve God, deceives himself. For said St. John the Apostle, if he loveth not his neighbor whom he hath seen, how shall he love God whom he hath not seen? One must render to God that which is God's, but one must not refuse even to Caesar that which is Caesar's. God is he who gives life. Caesar can only give death. One must love God and not fear Caesar, as it is written in the Holy Book. He that taketh the sword shall perish by the sword. You wish to be good? Then be just. You wish to be just? Then be free. The vices which make man like the brute are the first enemies of his liberty. Consider the drunkard, and tell me if this unclean brute can be called free. The miser curses the life of his father, and like the crow hungers for corpses. The goal of the ambitious man is ruins. It is the delirium of envy. The debauch spits upon the breast of his mother and fills with abortions the entrails of death. All these loveless hearts are punished by the most cruel of all tortures, hate. Because take it to heart, the expiation is implicit in the sin. The man who does evil is like an earthen pot ill-made. He will break himself. Fatality wills it. With the debris of the world, God makes stars. With the debris of souls, he makes angels.
Trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flies by day, nor for the girls. It don't matter.
So, now I have a wife, so I just stop, like.
You are a married man? Wait a minute.
Which wife, legend? Tell us, please. Titi, the Turkish woman. Really? Mashallah, she's a foot.
No, so why would you do it again? Because that apology covered that. No, bro, that's not how that works, bro, with me. You ain't Jesus, nigga. So you wrong again. You offended me again, bro. Talk to the Lord about it, bro. Listen to this. Yeah, and I'm telling you. And so now I'm telling everybody else. Now I'm taking to the congregation. I see this nigga right here. Doing this trash, bro. And I'm saying, hey man, this is offensive, man. And I don't dig that, bro. I don't even like arguing and joking with you. Because I seen how you had to deal with Yoshi earlier. Yoshi had to deal with you. And I like having fun a lot, but that was extremely immature. And now you get right back at it again. I don't understand how people school with having non-believers break down scriptures. I'm
cool with nothing. You sit there and listen to it.
Evil. And so there's all you. I don't have to explain the problem of the word is there to you because you're already familiar with that one.
Yeah. But my neighbor is a Satanist and he kicks his dog and he beats up his children and he sells fentanyl to the kids next door. You know,
Right.
That's good enough.
But then the other word evil, the way it's being used there, kind of it implies that it's like something substantive itself, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Your neighbor is made out of evil or something like this.
Yeah. Bullshit. Yeah.
Yep. And another part of the theory is that the whenever we make a moral judgment, including something like that is evil, but more generally just like that's good, that's bad.
Right. They say I don't like that.
Right. That too. I'm an emotivist, so I basically think that all moral judgments reduce down to I don't like that or I like that.
Yeah, I think that's a valid thing to consider.
Right. And for me, what that means is that everything reduces down to this, and so it's really rooted in
into everyone's personal experience.
Into our personal experience.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a lifetime of personal experience and a bunch of stories that we've made up or inherited or somehow come into contact with, and that's it. That's what we got. We've got however much experience and whatever stories we've accumulated to try to make sense out of that experience.
Yep. And our
stories we've inherited are stuff. What?
I said, and our feelings about those experiences. Yeah.
Well, the feelings about the experience,
the feelings that arise.
Well, those are just more experiences again. I mean, that's the thing is ultimately there isn't anything but experience. I mean, because even the stories come to us through experience. Either we read them or we hear them. You know, so it gets a little self-revolving and complicated because you can't get away from there isn't really anything but immediate sensory experience. The rest is all immediate sensory experience too.
Well, yeah, I'm not an idealist in that I think there's only sense experience, because I think it's that even when we say like the experiences come, well, they come from where, right? But I do agree, of course, that it's not like I can get out of my experience. I can't somehow step outside.
Well, they're not things. The word experience is one of those reifications. There is no such thing as an experience. I mean, that's just a way we struggle with language to try and talk about this stuff. There aren't any experiences. It's constant flow of change, basically.
Yeah, that's
multi-channel change.
I made that exact point in the essay I wrote, which is that like Thomas Nagel's famous definition of consciousness, which is that there is something which it is like to be. I kind of problematize that definition first because the substantizing that it does by referring to consciousness as something. I don't even get into the to be side of it, but no, it's true. We tend to want to turn everything into an object. But the point I was trying to make is that yes, I agree that there's no. I can't like say anything intelligible, so to speak, without appealing to my experience.
Well, you can't say anything about anything but your experience. That's the only thing you have.
Yes, but I can also posit that my experience correlates to something that is.
Well, you can make up all sorts of stories. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do and no story. Well, science is a really good story, so some stories can be very helpful. Good stories. Yeah. But bad stories.
Yeah. But the scientific story, I think, would posit that there's something which is not my experience, but which is real.
Oh yeah, that's part of its thing, but I think that may be about to go out the window.
Really? Why do you think that?
Yeah. Do you know who Elon Barinholtz is?
Oh, I think so.
Let me put it this way. I see a sequence.
For initiates of the Kabbalah,
Einstein.
is the absolute unity which creates and animates numbers. The unity of the human intelligence demonstrates the unity of God. The key of numbers is that of creeds, because signs are analogical figures of the harmony which proceeds from numbers. Mathematics could never demonstrate blind fatality, because they are the expression of the exactitude, which is the character of the highest reason. Unity demonstrates the analogy of contraries. And Fenelon compelled the admiration of even the most impious centuries, quailed and advanced the laughter of the children of Voltaire before the imposing dignity of their virtues. The key of the mysteries. It is by charity, finally, that the folly of the cross has become the wisdom of the nations, because every noble heart has understood that it is greater to believe with those who love, and to devote themselves than to doubt with the egotists and with the slaves of pleasure. And we indicate them only as curiosities of research. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma. And what we assert in our character as an initiate is entirely subordinate to our submission in our character as a Christian. Subnote 1. This passage is typical of the sublime irony of Levi and the key to the whole of his paradoxes. Sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Chapter 1, Unity. Unity is the principle and the synthesis of numbers. And we indicate he had saved the heretics, he himself had lost power over men and over demons. Came the bride of Eros, Adonis, raised from death, found again as Venus in Olympus, Job, victorious over evil, recovered more than he had lost. The law is a test of courage. To love life more than one fears the menaces of death is to merit life. The elect are those who dare. Woe to the timid. Thus the slaves of law, who make themselves the tyrants of conscience, then man saw her to keep vigil. Dost thou then believe that so thou wilt escape alone or almost alone from the enormous ruin of mankind? Is not Lucifer the light bearer? It is Satan who calumniated love. To be rich is to give. To give nothing is to be poor. To live is to love. To love nothing is to be dead. To be happy is to devote oneself. To exist only for oneself is to cast away oneself. Does not he know what is necessary for us? If we weep, let us offer him our tears. If we rejoice, family owes itself to the fatherland, and the fatherland to humanity, by the most cruel of all tortures, hate. Because, take it to heart, the expiation is implicit in the sin to ourselves. The enormous ruin of mankind, oracles of hate, destruction, to the false gods of selfishness, and to the false gods of selfish eye. A faith are social expressions of the tendencies of faith at a given epoch. It is that which proves the Church to be infallible, evidentially, and in fact. God is necessarily the most unknown of all beings because he is only defined by negative experience. He is all that we are not. He is the infinite opposed to the finite by hypothesis. Faith and consequently hope and love are so free that man, far from being able to impose them on others, does not even impose them on himself. These, says religion, then man saw her to be so beautiful and understood her to be raised from death, found again is Venus in Olympus, Job, victorious over evil, because exile. Liberty is not license, for license is tyranny. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma, and what we assert in our character life.
Trip to the bin, then couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not become it. Come on, just bought these back. Classic banana peel. Really? Great. Locked out.
In 83, it's
John, what do you got for us?
This says it. They call him the
They
goldfish.
call him the goldfish.
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kitover.
With atheists and anarchists, and picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time boot and saddle. They said with brusque bonhomie, friend Thornley is getting impatient. Green clapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. You poor man, he said. How I be a man who is not tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man.
Literally, that is like.
A meek, mild, more created with atheists and anarchists. Picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips.
It's a beautiful color.
I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time boot and saddle.
It's funny because when you get accused of posting pictures, I was like, dude, no, I don't.
Thornley is getting impatient. Green clapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. You poor man, he said. How I pity a man who is not tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man. A meek, mild, morbid, with atheists and anarchists.
What do you
Picked up these
do?
appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips.
People blocked or something.
I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time Putin said, he said with brusque yeah.
This is the one.
Frank Thornley is getting this correct.
Oh my god, I was thinking that too. Yes, she looks intersex.
Oh wow, sunshine, no wind, 72 degrees all day.
No. I'm telling you. Some photos are very sus.
Oh my god. Wait, is that her on the front right? Is that not Malibu?
Daddy, did you have a nose, Daddy?
I thought that was Malibu for a second.
Daddy, did you have a nose job?
No.
No, what the fuck? Her nose looks better in this picture than it does now.
Ew.
So I think her nose looks smaller now.
My eyebrows look like shit. Like, I don't know. Look at the shape of them.
No, Danny, this is not you. If this is you, you're a tranny.
No, she's not. Stop being mean to her.
No, this isn't you. This is a tranny man.
That's me. Yeah, that is me. Look, they're pushing me out of the way because they're like, why the fuck are you in the middle of
I
the
forgot to
picture?
screenshot that. Can you send me the screenshot, please?
Oh, did she remove it already?
Yeah.
I haven't done
Wait, shit. Wait, I got it. Actually, never mind.
What are you gonna do with it? Like,
No, I got it. I need to.
do with this picture?
Danny, do what you want with it, but I'm gonna get in the shower and wash my balls, and I'm gonna try to not think about you.
Oh my. Guys, do you all know the meme where you're trying to put your charger in the plug and against the wall and you can't find it? I'm that meme right now. Do you know what I'm talking
Why
about?
you screenshot the picture of Malibu, Sahi?
Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. Go in. This is what.
Keep that picture down, you.
I know.
I love how Dimitri is the one sharing. There's more.
I love this photo so much. I might frame it. Sorry, Danny. It's
So he has more pictures of me from Dimitri that he didn't post. So what is he saving it for a rainy day? Whatever.
You were close, real close. Large pepperoni for one Kitover.
Have a good night, sir.
Hey, Johnny, kick turbo, call me back.
I don't see what happens.
Star said hi in the night, God in this land with your wings all the ocean wide. Welcome to Quantum Mechanics, and welcome back to John Kitover TV. Tonight we're unlocking realization through hypnosis and meditation, 80s style. Any volunteers? How about you, Linda? Just keep your eyes on this watch. Breathe in.
Saying pineapple on a pizza isn't that bad.
Johnny, you can't have an opinion on that. You don't have a lived experience. Seriously? Even the bird?
Saying pineapple on a pizza isn't that bad.
Johnny, you can't have an opinion on that. You don't have a lived experience.
Today I learned something new about it. And no, you don't have the same lived experience.
We're just tired of hearing you. Who puts a whoopee cushion on your couch? Truth Expert 3000 never makes a mistake. Oh yeah? Can you tell me where my cat went? I swear she climbed onto the roof.
Henley, quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
There's the hot water's doing that thing again. Whoa! Who are you? Why?
I'm me. Why do you look like me?
John, I got the groceries you, when did the...
Should damnation, the torments of hell for eternity, coincidentally, destruction of Satan.
Right, so.
Point of order. Just let me get 60 seconds to read Crowley for you. And
Why?
the sun
No one sees it. No one sees it.
enters the sign of Aquarius.
was.
I have
I need to go to sleep. It's past my bedtime.
I don't know why I slept such a weird time.
The world that we have right now, and I'm seeing like the benefits versus the.
But you had to be there. It was so fucking weird. I hate Discord so much. Fucking craziness.
I couldn't figure out
Our tin wall.
I fucking hate it so much. And then there's this girl, she was getting mad about fake Pokemon.
I don't know how to work Discord.